Morning, nice and clear. They are very clear. Good. See Jo-Wilfried Tsonga giving it a late warm-up this morning. Perhaps either wanted to sleep in or really wants to get a fay with the conditions right before the match, given what happened yesterday.
Robbie, we had a chat about this, didn't we, in London? And he changed his warm-up throughout the course of the week to try and make sure that he performed a little better in the matches. So do you think that's what he's doing?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm not too sure exactly what he's doing, but I'm always a big believer that you should come into a match warm. I'm a big fan of having a bit of sweat as you take to the court. You're always a fan of sweat, aren't you, Jason?
100%. A glistening body is always a good body, isn't it?
Lubed.
Lubing the deals.
Okay, Manny, I'm just going to go and check my other mic.
A glistening body is always a good body, isn't it?
Lubed. Sweat, aren't you, Jason?
100%. A glistening body is 100%. A glistening body is The Frenchman finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career high number 6 in the world. Rafa Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row in official tournament play. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted athletes on the planet. Tsonga finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career high number 6 in the world. Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted athletes on the planet. Tsonga finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career high number 6 in the world. Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted athletes on the planet. Tsonga finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career high number 6 in the world. Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted players on the planet. Tsonga finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career-high number 6 in the world. Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted players on the planet. Tsonga finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career-high number 6 in the world. Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted players on the planet.
Slowly with the identifier guy's voice. By camera 12, 3, 2, or 1, Roger.
Hello and welcome to the third day of action here at the Qatar ExxonMobil Open. Guy McCree here with you. You're also joined by Jason Goodall, Barry Cowan and Robbie Koenig. We saw an all-star lineup here on the centre court on Tuesday. It's the same way again as the Big Four try to book their places in the quarterfinals of this year's Qatar ExxonMobil Open.
Tsonga finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career-high number 6 in the world.
I can hear you very lightly.
Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted players on the planet.
Yeah, Big Four in action once again here. First up, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga in action against Italy's Flavio Cipolla. Then it's Rafael Nadal, the top seed, against the qualifier from Germany, Dennis Gremmelmeier. Another qualifier, Gregor Zemlya, against Roger Federer. Zemla. And then concluding the action as he did on day 2, Gael Monfils, the fourth seed, against Germany's Benjamin Becker. Zemla. Zemla.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's another blustery one here again today for the players down courtside. A warm welcome to the 20th anniversary here of this fantastic tournament that's been played at the Khalifa International Tennis and Squash Complex for the last 2 decades. So we've got a fantastic order of play in store for you today. And of course, it's Jo-Wilfried Tsonga kicking things off first up, and followed by Rafael Nadal up against Dennis Gremmelmeyer, one of the qualifiers from Germany, who's played well this week. One of 2 who you're going to see on centre court today. The other one was Gregor Zamalja of Slovenia. He came through qualies, so he's got a couple of matches under his belt. But he's going to have his hands full up against Roger Federer, who played some sublime tennis yesterday against Nikolay Davydenko, a repeat, of course, of the final last year. And then to round things up, it's going to be Gael Monfils again, tournament's number 4 seed, taking on Benjamin Becker, a good win in his opening round. So, plenty of great tennis. Again, early on in the season, very privileged for this tournament to be headlined for the 4th consecutive year. The likes of Federer and Nadal. And of course, the players will be taking to court, in the next 4 or 5 minutes. So, make sure you get nice and comfortable. You don't want to miss any action here down on court. Hope you enjoy the day. Make sure
Jack, please.
Hello and welcome along to the third day's play here in Doha at the 2012 Qatar ExxonMobil Open. Guy McCree here with you. You'll also be hearing from Jason Goodall, Barry Cowan and Robbie Koenig. The Big Four all made their first appearances on Tuesday. They all won through and they're all looking to do the same again today.
Tsonga finished last year on a roll and is currently ranked a career high number 6 in the world. Nadal's looking for a fantastic start to the new season in a bid to get back to the very top of the game. Meanwhile, Federer looks in ominous form, having now won 18 matches in a row. And to round off the action, it's Gael Monfils, one of the most athletically gifted players on the planet.
So the Big Four all in action again there. It started off as it was on Tuesday with Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, the third seed, against Flavio Chipola. Then the top seed Rafael Nadal against the German qualifier Dennis Gremmelmeyer. Then it's Gregor Gemler, another qualifier from Slovenia, against Roger Federer, the defending champion. Gael Monfils, as he did yesterday, finishes things off the fourth seed against Germany's Benjamin Becker. Quite a card.
Should be a fantastic day's play, as it was yesterday, and I think I've got a sneaking suspicion that the seeds will have a slightly easier time of it today than they did yesterday. A couple of tough matches, weren't there, for both Tsonga and Nadal, but I think they'll have a slightly safer passage into the quarter-finals today. But of course, you never know, because we expected a relatively easy match yesterday for Tsonga, and it was anything but.
Yeah, absolutely. 2.5 hours on court. Rafael Nadal as well, pushed all the way, 3 sets, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Those first two matches, as you said, no one could have really expected it. Roger Federer, complete opposite, 54-minute masterclass. But really, it was a long day. But yeah, I think you're right. I think these matches, you look at them, the Big Four here, I suppose they'll be wanting to make an impression, a statement as well. As much Federer, you want me to do the same, but the other guys will definitely, you know, want to really make a statement here and get some slightly easier progress.
Yeah, and I think the match, perhaps of the day, might be Monfils and Becker, because I was impressed with the way Becker played the other day. He's had a real struggle of late with injury. Monfils wasn't at his very best yesterday evening. Of course, they were playing very late and it was very cold. Conditions today a little better. But I think Monfils-Becker might be a decent match as well. So plenty on the card to look out for today.
Just building up to the first match here, Chipola against Tsonga, the third seed. Plenty of fans already inside. Players almost ready to come out now. We'll be joining Robbie Koenig, who will be carrying out the introductions. And will also be joining us for some courtside analysis as well. Good to have Robbie with us for the match. Let's join Robbie now for the player introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players are ready. Let the games begin. First out of the tunnel from Italy, Flavio Chipola. And from France, the tournament's number 3 seed, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga.
Good afternoon, guys. Happy New Year. So, same condition. Just today we're having 9 line umpires on court, not 7. Do you have any other question about anything? With Hawkeye, 3 incorrect challenge per set, 1 additional for tie breaks. Okay? Any questions? Flavio, head of 10. Joe? Serve? Okay. Good match.
Players warming up then now out on court here at the Khalifa International Tennis and Squash Complex here in Doha to confirm it's Guy McCree here with Jason Goodall to take you through the opening second round match of four, the big four, all in action here in Doha once again on Wednesday. Flavio Cipolla, the world number 75 from Italy, taking on the third seed, last year's losing semi-finalist Jo-Wilfried Tsonga of France. Tsonga, of course, well, it was quite a battle for him, as we can see there. Really pushed by the Tunisian wildcard, Malek Jaziri, who really impressed himself. Sure, got a lot of big new fans. Just faded a bit in the end, though, and Tsonga managed to come through. Real contrast, Cipolla, how he came through. That's the first double bagel on the ATP World Tour of the year. I believe the first since late 2009 that he handed to the Qatari Jabbar Al-Mutawa. So very easy progress for Cipolla. You do sense, though, it's going to be a bit tougher for him here this afternoon against Tsonga.
I think you're right, because I think Tsonga got a bit of a wake-up call yesterday. He did play incredibly well, his opponent, for the first two sets anyway, before he faded a little bit physically. But Tsonga said afterwards he was delighted that he was out there on court for a long, long time, and he felt that he was able to sort of play himself into some semblance of form. But I thought the most important factor was that he got himself together emotionally in that deciding set. He's going to need to be mentally tough again today, because in Cipolla he's up against somebody who had a really good season in 2011, played much of his tennis at the challenger level, had a lot of success there, won a lot of matches, and of course then he was trying to make his way up onto the ATP World Tour, and he had to play qualifying most of the time, but he had more success than anybody else throughout the year in qualifying for the main draw. So that tells me a lot, Guy, because that's the hardest way that you've got to do it. But you really do feel like you've earned your place in the draw when you do qualify. And he qualified at a couple of the Grand Slams as well. So I think coming out here against Tsonga this afternoon, having done all of that last season, he'll feel like he deserves a shot. One of the best players in the world. He's had a couple of decent results against top 20 players before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting you note that last year, because, you know, the qualifying success that he enjoys, ending the year inside the world's top 100 for the first time. He broke it briefly a couple of years ago, getting in at 99, but now firmly ensconced at 75. Really just out of nowhere. I mean, he's been around for a while, turning pro back in 2003. What do you put that down to? Because you wouldn't have thought at the start of the year that Cipolla would have done that.
No. It's a lot of factors. Everything has to come together. The stars have to align, don't they? You mature a little bit, just like we saw yesterday with Jaziri. You can't often pinpoint why a player has success when he does. But what you've got to do is make the most of that, obviously. So the beginning of this season, absolutely crucial. Similar scenario with Tsonga, but just at the very top of the game. So he finished last season on a high, a lot of success indoors. We know he likes to play without having to battle the elements, and he had a lot of success in the last 6 months of the year. But he's got to build on that as well. Career high number 6 in the world, as we've already discussed. But can he break into the top 5? Can he dislodge somebody out of the big four? That's the question. And in order to do that, he's going to have to win matches not playing well, which is what he did yesterday, so that's a big tick. But also he's got to then be able to learn from that performance and make sure that the next day when he plays, he performs a little better. And on the days when he's not playing his best tennis, he still finds a way to win. Because we know when he is at his very best, he can beat the best players in the world.
Yeah, it's something we did discuss a lot, but it's the burning issue, I suppose, with Tsonga, of whether he can crack that top 5 and really challenge the big four. And sure, we'll discuss it again. People joining our coverage through the week or whatever. It's the big issue with Tsonga, so we are going to revisit it. And it's how every match, because ultimately consistency is a big part of that in terms of making that big jump, not just how you perform against the really top guys. It's doing it week in, week out. And I thought, hey, pull through against Jaziri. That was impressive.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well, listening to Tsonga post-match yesterday, when he was asked what he got up to in the off-season, because of course you always think of the players working hard in the off-season, trying to improve their game in order to start the following season as strongly as they possibly can. But in actual fact, he said, hey, I was exhausted, played so much tennis towards the tail end of last year that I just took a couple of weeks off. I just had to try and get my body back in pretty decent shape. I had to recover emotionally, to get motivated for the beginning of this season. So that's one of the reasons why I like the fact he was out on court for quite a long time yesterday, because he feels actually he's a bit under-tennised. He didn't get a really good couple of weeks training in, so he needs as many matches as he can possibly get this week in the run into the Australian Open.
Yeah, I also think it gives him a lot of confidence as well, pulling through in those conditions, because that's the other thing he was talking about. He really didn't like it out there in blustery conditions. We know that in Melbourne, if you look at the Australian Open, you can have very different conditions there as well. So I think it's good for him to be, continuing to get wins in those conditions. Because as you say, indoors, he loves it. There's nothing to mess with his magic, so to speak. But out here, it can really, really be different today. Noticeable, I'm sure we'll get the thoughts of Robbie on that court side. But looking at it, it's still a bit blustery here today, but not quite as much maybe as when he played against Jaziri.
Well, I don't know, when you look at his clothing there, I mean, it is swirling a lot today, and it's not as cold, though. That's the key, and he played first yesterday, so he didn't quite suffer as much as some of the other players did who played a little later. Certainly his good buddy Gael Monfils, who played last, must have been freezing out there, because it was very, very cold. Of course, that affects the ball through the air and the type of tennis that you can play effectively. So it's quite a nice bonus for Tsonga to be playing first, because with the sun still out, he can get a bit more on the serve, he can get a bit more out of that big forehand. But yesterday he did struggle, particularly with the backhand pass. But I think also coming into today's match, he'll have more of an idea of what to expect from Chipola. Whereas yesterday, I'm not sure he would have had a clue as to how well his opponent actually was going to play, because he came out of the blocks flying. So I think that surprised him as well, and that frustrated him. He thought, I should have beaten this guy easy. Didn't give him enough respect initially until the third set, when he really got into focus and then played a lot better. So I think that will help his cause today.
Opening match of the second round here on the centre court. 4 to come. The big 4 all in action again. First up here, the third seed, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Real battle for him in his opening rounder. I'm sure he'll be looking for slightly easier progress here against the world number 75, Flavio Chipola of Italy, who enjoyed the most comfortable of opening round victories, didn't he? Didn't drop a game in his opening round match.
First set. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, 2-7.
So the first of 4 matches we're bringing you here.
Ready.
The second round encounters here at the Khalifa International Tennis and Squash Complex. And here it is, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, the third seed, will serve first here. And it's not a bad start.
15.
Yeah, I think it's one of the areas of his game that he's looking to improve this year, the ability to come in on the slightly slower surfaces. He's got to have confidence in his technique at the net, but it's the basic shots as well that he needs to make on a regular basis. And we know he loves those little short angle volleys. He's got such a fantastic feel on both the forehand and the backhand volley. It's such a joy to watch. And on this court, the ball does stay remarkably low when you come underneath it, either with a slice from the baseline or those little short angle volleys.
So we're just having a second look at the line there. Let it go. Very close, as you can see there. I understand why he had a little look at it. Why he didn't challenge. Oh, it's a shame. It's a nice little move in from the Italian. But what are we going to get from Cipolla in terms of performance? Where can he hurt Tsonga, Jason?
Well, I think that's a good play coming into the backhand, because we saw yesterday the Tunisian wildcard have a lot of success when coming into Tsonga's backhand. He couldn't decide whether to hit it with 2 hands or 1, could he? And he made a lot of errors, got very frustrated with that particular shot. So although Cipolla will play primarily from the baseline most of the time, today he might think, hang on a minute, I'm going to come in a little more readily. That's what I was talking about in terms of Tsonga's volleying. We know he's got great feel. He can create lovely angles with the drop volleys, but it's the basic shots like that, especially when it's a bit breezy, that sometimes cause him problems. Yeah, and that's an area of his game that he can improve, I think. You know, not making errors on those shots, especially on game point. Should have wrapped this game up by now.
Oh, that is wonderfully done. Terrific shot from Cipolla.
Oh, it really was. But again, I'm going to question the approach shot. He hit it well, Tsonga, but I'd like to have seen him come into the net inside out again with the forehand. Everybody now on the tour hits that forehand on the run so well. But it was an excellent shot, because most go cross-court in that position. See, that's the approach guy that I was talking
listening
about.
to you. He's obviously got you dialed in.
I'm on 10% of the prize money today, at least. But if you can just come in there on the backhand, you know, it's so tough for Cipolla to actually come over that and be aggressive. Consultancy is definitely the way forward, isn't it, Guy?
You're going to be a rich man if Tsonga keeps his progress going.
Fingers crossed.
First of all.
It is a bit breezy. Sometimes you do get a bit of debris flying across the court. There it is again. You know, you get that ball firmly struck to Cipolla's backhand, and I think it's so difficult for him to hit a meaningful shot from that position. Whereas on the forehand, you know, that subtle flick of the wrist can enable him to create wonderful angle, get a lot more spin on the forehand than he can on the backhand from that position.
Saves a break point in his opening game, the Frenchman. Tested it a little bit, but comes through it.
First game.
Hold serve.
Yeah, it's a nice start, and delighted to say we've got Robbie Koenig courtside. Robbie, nice to have you with us today. Very breezy when I was walking into the stadium today, and it appears, when looking at Tsonga in that opening game and the problems that he was having with the wind, that it's a similar scenario down there courtside. Is that right?
No, definitely. It's certainly as strong as it was yesterday, maybe even a little bit more. But I'm just thinking the fact that he's got one match under his belt in the wind already is certainly going to help him. But if Cipolla could want conditions to take on Tsonga in, it would be these ones.
Just a quick question on this matchup, Robbie. Do you think Cipolla has the necessary firepower to be able to hurt Tsonga?
No, I don't. That's why I think the wind is a good thing for him. I think it'll help him certainly when he's hitting the ball with the wind to get a little bit more penetration, and certainly against the wind. Yes, and of course there you see playing with the wind, he's able to penetrate somewhat, but against the wind, what happens is the ball moves in the air a lot more when you're hitting the ball into it, especially his slice. I think it's going to be really effective into the wind. So, no, I don't think he's going to win this match, but I do think conditions are going to help him to get a good result.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
30-15.
Again, it's his favourite shot. I mean, it's similar to Nikolay Davydenko in that regard. They love going with the short angle volleys. Leighton Hewitt was another, wasn't he, who loved to hit that shot whenever possible. And on this court, the ball does stay low when hitting that shot or when you hit a heavily sliced shot from the back of the court. You know, he's come to the net a lot so far, hasn't he? He's won 5 of 7 so far, and we've only played 13 points.
So what I'm also looking for as well from Tsonga, I mean, he pulls through the match yesterday, holds it together for me, but there was evidence there that he was letting the fact that it was windy during the match get to him, and I don't like that, especially if you're looking from the point of view of challenging, breaking into the top 5. So I'm really looking body language-wise for him, really just to front up to it and not to give away emotions like that too easily.
Nicely done. I think you're right, and I think as Robbie suggested, you know, having played in very similar conditions at the same time of the day yesterday, he will know that it's going to be very, very difficult out there today. So I think he'll probably come into the match with a slightly better attitude, lowered the expectations somewhat in terms of how fantastic he might be able to play, and we'll be thinking perhaps more today about just getting the right result. It's a good opening game, that from Chipola. Of course, when it is really windy, it's tough to serve big. It's not bad, considering. But won't be able to serve as many aces as you would indoors. So we'll have to work a little harder behind the serve. Mix it up a little bit. Sometimes serve volley, sometimes stay back, dominate from the back.
14-11.
Jason, that's something that I think that's going to hold Tsonga in good stead, is the fact that his service motion is so simple. In the wind, it generally holds up better than guys who have complicated motions or a hard ball toss.
Just missed that one. So holding to love, not troubled in that game. He had to save a break point. Much easier that one. 2-1 he leads.
Robbie, just wanted to get your thoughts on Tsonga and what lays ahead for him throughout the course of the season, coming off the back of course, a fantastic 6 months in the second half of 2011. Do you think we're going to see progress from the Frenchman, or is it going to be tough for him to repeat that success?
No, I think we are going to see a progress. I think a lot of it's going to come from the mental fortitude that he's gained playing so well at Tallinn this season, and I think he's developed a lot of belief that he can take on these big boys. I think he's going to certainly challenge the top 4 guys, no question about that, especially when conditions are right. Indoors, I think they're going to struggle against him as well. Nice fast conditions if it's hot and the ball's zipping through the air. Look for him to do well in Australia if he can survive the first couple of rounds. I think when he goes deep in tournaments, he's going to be dangerous this year, even more so than last.
So, no breaks of serve as of yet here. Decent opening, this. 12 minutes played. Chipola. to serve at 1-2.
Robert and Manny.
Love 15.
It's a nice tactic. We saw it used yesterday throughout the course of the matches, because when it is breezy, it is tough to pass. Yeah, no question about it.
Well done.
15-0.
Nice assured start here from the Italian. Oh, he's found it.
15-30.
It's good tennis. You know, and I think that's what you've got to try and do. If you're not a natural volleyer, you've got to try and dictate play from the back, force your opponents into an uncomfortable position where they're defending, and then maybe ghost in. So your volley's a little easier, it's slightly higher. Much easier to put that ball away. So 4 from 5, it's a nice ratio. So he's picking the right moment to surge forwards.
Giving Tsonga there a bit of his own medicine. Inside-out blow.
Yeah, and that's what I like. That's aggressive tennis, effective tennis, but it's a high percentage pattern of play as far as he's concerned. He's done that his whole life. Served and then run around the backhand and hit the forehand inside out. So he's going to be very comfortable using those shots. Doesn't matter who he's up against. Playing to his own strengths.
He pulls off a beautiful volley because the approach wasn't really good enough. Tsonga's technique at the net, you feel, gets him out of jail there.
Well, it's an incredible feel. There's no question about that. I love the tactic of taking the ball out of the air with the drive volley. But here, when he's under extreme pressure, he still knows how to take pace off the ball. It might have looked a little fortunate, but it wasn't. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, but it wasn't quite good enough.
Real predominance of points at the net so far, Jason. Really, both men. We know Tsonga is going to look to do that, but as you've pointed out already, Chipola is also looking to go that way.
60% of the points have been played in the forecourt so far. I mean, it's like old school tennis. Circa 1989.
Just misses out there. I'm sure Mr. Koenig courtside would have a view on that as well. I know he's a big fan of that old school tennis that we're seeing often here.
Yeah, I am a big fan of it, and I love to see guys coming forward, and Chipola does that really well. If we do get a slow-mo shot of him, he gets down really well, gets his eyes down to the level of the ball when he's volleying, and that's why he's so effective. I remember him beating Andy Roddick in Madrid on the clay a little earlier in 2011, and there he was outstanding, was prepared to come forward at every given opportunity, and I was impressed with his volleys back then. And I think, Jason, you'll agree it's been more of the same today.
Yeah, it's always important, isn't it, to get down to the level of the ball. You know, one of the reasons why Robbie was so good at volleying, obviously, because he's so small, didn't really have to worry about bending the knees. Everything was coming head height or above. So
First dig of the day.
Very easy for Robbie.
First of many, we expect.
14.
The love game for Tsonga, a couple in a row. Just edges ahead again. First set this, pretty good quality as well. Tsonga 3-2.
I think what I've liked so far, Guy, as far as Chipola is concerned, is the fact that we know he prefers playing on clay, and when doing so, he'll play primarily from the baseline. But of course, it's so important because there are so many tournaments played on hard that you make minor adjustments. So you don't completely change your game plan. You don't suddenly start serving and volleying all the time. But what you've got to do is take full use of the shorter balls, and rather than hitting an aggressive ground stroke and then going back to the baseline, which is what he would do most of the time on clay, you then take that short ball and perhaps come in behind it. Choose the right moment in order to do so. So that's what I've liked about his performance so far.
No, it's a massive moment as well. I mean, because I know we've discussed this already. I mean, that's going to be a big area. You see a big area in the game in terms of how it's developing, is moving on to that shorter ball and picking it off, you know, doing something with it. And as you say, pointing out that he does that, but it's a big thing as the game currently stands at the moment. Just the one break point created so far by Flavio Chipola in Jo-Wilfried Tsonga's opening service game. Both men have made very assured starts to this one. The Italian here at 2-3.
15.
Not to be denied there, Tsonga.
Nice variation. You know, again, I think Chipola was just leaning to his left there a little bit. He was expecting Tsonga to go inside out with the forehand. Was very late checking, and therefore he had no chance to move back to his right. So it's always good to try and vary the play. Do so sparingly, but if you can do it at the right time, so effective.
He's in again.
I'll tell you what I really liked about that volley was the fact that he got so tight onto the net. Players make the mistake of moving forwards and then stopping before playing the volley. But if you can move through it, not only do you get into a better position because you're moving a little quicker before you make contact with the ball, but a little bit of linear momentum also helps you generate a little more pace with the shot.
He's just missed out, but I like the approach again from Chipola. Moving through another service game here.
There's a sneak again. Lovely play from Chipola.
Got to be impressed with the start he's made here. Much higher ranked opponent. One of the big names, and Chipola not daunted at all. 3 each.
And so often when you're a small player like Chipola is, you've got to be a lot more cerebral as a player. You don't have the weapon, so you've got to think your way around the court as best as possible. And I think that's what we've seen so far in the opening 6 games. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Are you suggesting you're a cerebral player?
I was subtly. Am I getting away with it?
Not at all.
Yeah, Robbie making a point, and Chipola 5'8". By no means the tallest player on the ATP World Tour right now. A heavy hit there. Doesn't get hold of that one, Tsonga.
That's a tough shot to pull off. I mean, although he's great at hitting those little drop volleys, you've got to make sure you attempt it at the right time. There, you know, bunt that ball back, hold your position and ask your opponent to pass you. Wait for a better opportunity to win the point. You know, it's no good looking around like that and saying, oh, it's windy today. You know that. Conditions haven't changed since the start of the match. You played in similar conditions yesterday. Don't use that as an excuse. It is breezy. You've got to take your foot off the gas a little bit. Keep things simple.
Oh, dearie, dearie me.
Of course, one of the things you have to do when it's windy is keep the feet moving all the time, ready to make that last second adjustment. And Tsonga there got set up way too early, too far away from the ball, ended up reaching for it badly, and as a result, he's in real trouble here.
Yep, with break points. He had one in the opening game, couldn't take it. Does so this time, though. Another miss hit from the Frenchman. Really struggling in that game, Tsonga, and he surrenders his serve. The first break of this one, and it goes the way of the world number 75, Chipola, with the break at 4-3.
Robbie, just some quick feedback in regard to the type of tennis we're seeing from Chipola at the moment. I sense from the commentary box some nice variation in terms of the trajectories that we're seeing from him. That slice in particular seems to be staying really low and troubling Tsonga.
Absolutely, you took the words out of my mouth, Chase. The backhand slice is very effective, especially with the wind. I think it's got all kind of bite on. It's not getting up further than about ankle height, but then when he's hitting the forehand, he's putting a lot more elevation, more spin on it, so the variety that he's bringing to the table is fantastic, and it is frustrating Tsonga. It's not allowing him to get into any sort of rhythm whatsoever. Throw in the fact that Chipola is prepared to come forward, finish the point off the net. He's creating the perfect storm at the moment, so good stuff from the Italian. I guess the big question is, can he maintain it for the next hour and a half or two?
Plenty to think about. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga just surrendered his serve for the first time. Struggling in these conditions, letting it affect him. Chipola with the break, 4-3. He's found the line with that one.
Again, great footwork. Got really close to the net when making contact with the ball, and that meant that Tsonga was a little more out of position, so a better chance to put the ball away. The technique on that forehand volley, absolutely perfect.
.11.
Yeah, she's noticeable with that volley, how far out in front the racket was.
The further out in front of the body that you make contact with the ball when you're volleying, the more options you've got. You can go cross-court by making sure that the racket head is slightly in front of the wrist upon contact, or you can lay the racket head back and hit that one down the line or even inside out, as Chipola did there.
Teetering on the edge there, Tsonga. Since the racket might thud into the plexi cushion.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to make the necessary adjustments, given that we're playing in breezy conditions today. He's trying to play as he would have done indoors and getting frustrated by the conditions. And of course, you've got to embrace them. You've got to think about how you can be effective in the wind. He hasn't done that as yet. Whereas Chipola, of course, has.
The Italian is just playing the conditions much better than Tsonga right now. Consolidates that break. He's seemingly closing in on this opening set.
Better length from Tsonga on that occasion.
Sorry, love.
Played overall there.
Yeah, it did look wide, no challenge needed.
Ahmed Abdel Azim in the chat.
Maybe Tsonga's challenge.
Yeah, indeed he is.
Wide to me. How did you see it, bud?
I'm with the chair umpire on this. I think it is wide. With yourself as well. It's not even close, really, in the context of things.
Tsonga.
It's been a real mixed bag on serve from Tsonga in this set. 3 love service games. The other 2, though, he's had break points, and crucially one of them, Chipola broke, and that's why the Italian is still in the box seat here to serve for the opener shortly at 5-4.
That you made earlier, Guy, about the fact that in Australia it gets very, very windy as well, doesn't it? We know that for a fact. So even though it's a little cooler here, especially when you play late on in the evening, you know, the wind is something that you have to embrace out in Melbourne as well. So you know, the longer you fight it, the tougher it is for you to make the adjustment once you get down to Melbourne. So you know, you've really got to get your headspace right, and you've really got to understand that this is what it's going to be like for the next 3 to 4 weeks if you go deep in the tournament. So, you know, the tougher you can be mentally earlier on in the season, better chance you've got of doing well in the Australian Open.
Time.
Plenty of support for the Frenchman, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. He's in a bit of difficulty here. Needs to break back right now. He's going to maintain his hopes of taking this opening set. Really hard to fault his opponent's performance thus far, but this is the crunch moment, so to speak. Played terrific stuff for 32 minutes. Can he close this one out? 5-4 chip over.
Love 15.
First point of the game, hugely important. A little bit of additional pressure now on Chipola. Interesting to see how he handles the situation. Hasn't had that many wins in his career, only 2 against players ranked inside the top 20 in the world.
Frustration once again, very obvious from Tsonga. No, you say with Chipola, just a couple of top 20 wins. Robbie's referenced that win over Andy Roddick in Madrid. Also Alexander Dolgopolov as well. A bit of a revenge win, that one from in Beijing, because Dolgopolov had beaten him, I believe, at the US Open. So, but yeah, not too many big time wins.
Left. First serve.
First double fault of the match, that one, for either player.
It's a poor shot. I don't like that shot selection at all. Never really gave himself enough room to be able to swing freely at the ball. You know,
Just
why not
just
just
jammed, didn't he?
Why not just keep the rally going and wait for a better opportunity to be aggressive? All the pressure there is on Chipola.
That's why I talk about the shot selection from Tsonga. It's still a lingering issue, a concern there. Another example of it. Gets a gift there, though, from the Italian. And here we have a break-back point chance for Tsonga.
He's definitely got a little tight, and you know, it's understandable. Everyone gets a little nervous. Doesn't matter what standard of tennis you play, but it's handling those nerves, understanding what patterns of play you have to use when you're a little tight for them still to be effective.
First break-point opportunity that Tsonga has had in this opening set. Breaks back. Chipola's poorest game of the match so far by a distance. Tsonga back on serve.
That's the difference, I think, with players ranked a little lower. It's one thing to come out onto the match court, have a good game plan in mind, and to be able to execute it. But of course, as Robbie Koenig was suggesting earlier, you know, the big question mark is always what happens when it really matters at the tail end of the set. And there, he was found wanting.
Seizes on the opportunity, Tsonga. The door a little ajar. Chipola not doing quite enough there.
It's important for there to be a response in this game from Chipola. Just able to generate enough pace on that attempted passing shot there to draw the error, even though he was off balance.
just sensing the body language of Chipol at the moment. I'm keeping a close eye on him. As just drop the shoulders a bit. That's those 3 points. The last one, the double fault and the missed forehand in the last game. Maybe just got his spirits down.
It's a great point Robbie makes, because, you know, we can always analyse, you know, provide excellent analysis of shots and everything. The body language, for me, I've been watching these matches, you know, it's so integral, so important.
Yeah, we noticed it yesterday when Philip Kohlschreiber was playing Rafael Nadal. More glances at the box.
Oh, trying his hardest. It's all in vain, though, for Chipola.
Good court coverage from Tsonga, following the line of the ball intelligently. That's always the key when you do move forwards. You've got to cut down the angles, just like a good goalkeeper would.
Really was too tentative from Tsonga.
Just a sloppy shot. Yeah. You know, you're 40 love up. You've worked hard to wrestle the momentum from your opponent in the last 5 minutes or so. Why gift him a point like that? Sure, he's still odds on to hold, but if you can do so at 40 love there and hold to love, your opponent's going to feel a lot worse about the scenario.
Oh, he's just pulled out an absolute perler there, the Italian. Keeps himself interested in this game. It's also the thing as well, you're 40 love up, as you say, looking to close out the game. He's given him a point there, a gift now. Now Chipola's pulled out a wonderful shot, and he's back to 40-30. And it just shouldn't be there from Tsonga's point of view. The game should be put to bed.
No, he might not necessarily win that point at 40 love, but you can't ever win a point with a shot like that. So you've got to make sure that you play that point as if you break point down. I remember, Guy, listening to Jimmy Connors commentating. One of the players that he was commentating almost 40 love up and lost that point. And the co-commentator said, well, it doesn't matter. That was just a free point at 40 love, wasn't it? And Connors said there are no free points. Every single point assumes the same importance. And you have to play every point like that. And that's what Tsonga didn't do at 40 love there. And he might pay a heavy price for that now.
Connors is a great example, of course. He played every point.
Just as Nadal does now.
Yeah.
And that's why those two guys in particular, Connors and Rafa, are two of the greatest competitors ever to play this game. And when the chips are down, they always perform so well because of that mentality, Jason.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Lots of similarities between Connors and Nadal. Tsonga needs to take a leaf out of both of their books.
Pump of the fist there from Tsonga. Better body language. Holding serve and edging ahead. Chipola in discussions.
No, I was looking at you. You hit the ball, and then when it was out, huh? No, just after you returned, then you should have stopped, and I understand, but you just returned, and then you looked when the ball was out. Game, Tsonga.
Believe there that it's Chipola has actually wanted to challenge. He's played the ball already, and of course, if you played the ball, no chance.
I was even looking at you.
That ball's clearly on the line there, so So he's still wanting to discuss the situation.
But for me, you had the time to make it.
Yeah, well, the umpire was saying that Chipola hit the ball, and then once he realized his shot was going out, then he decided to question the call, and he felt the time was too long, and that Chipola should have made the challenge a little sooner rather than later. So that was the debate that was going on between the Italian and the umpire.
Okay, Robbie, on a clay court, though, you're allowed to do that, right? You could get the guy to come down and look at the mark, so why not?
You're exactly right, and the rule with Hawkeye is that it's supposed to be exactly the same as clay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So it's an interesting point because, of course, the rule does state that it has to be played the same as it would be on a clay court, and you are allowed to hit your shot and then have a look at the mark and then get the umpire to come down and have a look at it. So I think the umpire's made a mistake there.
Of course, it's a tricky one, though, Jason. You know, what happens when a guy hits a really slow ball and it bounces, say, on the baseline, and then you hit the ball back? The umpire will argue, though, that you had plenty of time to challenge the ball. It was a slow shot, whereas, of course, the last shot was a half volley. So there's a bit of judgment's got to be used by the umpire in that respect.
Absolutely, but I mean, in hitting a half volley, it's very, very difficult for the player. On a clay court, you would hit it, wouldn't you, naturally? Then you would glance down and have a look at the mark. You wouldn't challenge immediately, would you?
They're spot on.
30-15.
Of course, Chipola playing on clay a lot throughout the course of his career would know that. And I think that's why he was so convinced about his argument. But the umpire, not Mohammed Al-Janati, Mohammed's up in the next match, Ahmed Abdel Azim, wasn't going to have any of it.
That's beautifully done. That's more reminiscent of what we saw as he built his break of serve advantage up.
Yeah, another really nice sneak, and that's the right time to do it. When you see your opponent can only hit a slice shot, it has to be defensive. It can only be a dink or a lob, and therefore the time's right to race into the net and take the ball as early as you possibly can. He's had a lot of success there, winning at 11 of 14 points so far. It's outstanding for someone who's been brought up on clay.
But he probably deserves a tie-break. He actually close out the set and he had the opportunity, but he deserved this situation. He's going to get it. He'll have a tie-break to decide this opening set.
Tsonga's a challenge in the call at the right.
We do have a challenge here. It's legitimate. It's been accepted by the umpire.
He's made a couple of errors so far, Tsonga. I think this one was miles out. I mean, it's so far out. I don't understand that at all.
Tsonga has 2 challenges remaining.
To get the additional challenge, of course, starting the tie-break, but he agree with you, Jason. He's rather tossed away. We saw that serve that was way out to the ad courts, and then again there, just not even close. break for Tsonga.
2-0, Tsonga.
Yeah, a couple of poor forehands that, and the serve too was one of Robbie Koenig's there, 145 kilometers an hour. I mean, you can roll that thing in faster.
Number 2. It's keeping count. Robbie has right of reply though here. Waiting for a special back from the man outside. Oh, that is quite special too.
And that was range. That was a Robbie Koenig backhand.
3-0.
Oh, quick to cover up there, Jason. This was a good one.
thick.
This was a good one. Got nice and low. Didn't get it 100% clean though. So consider himself a little bit fortunate. But for me, this is a groundhog day again for Jo-Wilfried. Pretty much exactly what we saw in the opening stanza yesterday in his match against the Tunisian.
As far as double faults are concerned, Guy, that's a positive one in my book, and I don't mind it at all. He was looking to serve and volley, he got a good hit on it, missed it just long. If you miss it long or wide, it's okay. It's when you fall in the net and you get a little tight, you don't really get the racket through the ball, that it's a really bad one.
First double that for the Frenchman. Still in charge of this tie-break. Only just there.
4-1.
Responds with a terrific delivery. Just 167 Ks that one, but it's unreturnable when you land them like that.
And I think that's why I was talking about it being a good double, because that allowed him on that next point still to keep a loose arm and put the racket head through the ball, albeit with a little bit of slice. Didn't get tight.
Tsonga.
So, Robbie, I just want to bring you in there, having seen Tsonga miss another backhand, because yesterday we were remarking about the fact that he hit with one hand some of the times, and on other occasions, as he did there, with the two hands. Which do you prefer and why?
Oh, I prefer the two-handed backhand because it just has a little more control, especially when you use the left hand, which is the top hand for him. Two hands always gives you a little bit more stability. But also there, Jason, right after he hit that last backhand, he kind of punched his back on the lower right side. And of course, it is pretty cool down here. So I'm just wondering if it's a little stiff or it's a little tight. He's not able to coil as well as he'd like to.
Yeah, and of course, when you chatted to him yesterday,
Robbie, considering the challenges, sorry, Jason,
Baseline. The ball is
more than one. Tsonga going to the review. Sorry to cut you off. Big moment, this. He's just gone long again. You can understand more, though, why he challenged that time. That was a lot closer. It's a sort of ball he would look to go to the review for. They're back in this tie-break.
That's a lovely little volley, no question about that, and it's a very positive point for Tsonga to have played. And just going back to that point, Robbie spoke to Tsonga after the match yesterday. He said, I didn't play a lot in the off-season, I had to relax. So therefore, that match yesterday, you know, long time on the court in tough conditions, he will certainly have woken up this morning stiff. There's no question about that. So he might just have a little niggle there. And of course, in the wind, you hit all sorts of strange shots, and it does take its toll on your body. You have to keep an eye on that. Especially when you've got a big frame like Tsonga to hulk around the course. It's not easy.
Big double there. Time doesn't permit to run through the injury catalogue with Tsonga. We're at the business end of this tiebreak. I wouldn't be finished in time, I think, if I started on that one, but I'm sure our viewers know about the problems he's had. Not so much recently. I mean, that was the thing. He managed to get a consistent run of tournaments and then was winning a lot of matches, if you think of last year. But he is, as you say, the way he's built, so muscular, he's liable to, you know, little aches and pains. Maybe he's picked one up there. again, that you like so much Tsonga doing, Jason.
Yeah, he's very strong overhead. He's got one of the best smashes in the game. So I think the time was right to move forwards. It was a sensible approach shot. He hit it aggressively, but well inside the line, and he's going to make 99 out of 100 of those. And makes a good little adjustment here, because normally you'd want to reach up and hit that at its peak. But look, the arm's bent, just dipping viciously. So he made the adjustment just in the nick of time. It's a good shot.
Take the set point there, but he'll have a chance of his own now, Tsonga, to get this done. Chipola continuing to play him tough, asking the question of Tsonga on his own serve.
You know, why do that? Just let the rally continue. Don't panic. Just because Chipola had hit, you know, what, 8, 9, 10 shots in a row, it can't hurt you off the slice backhand. So just keep hitting your strength, your forehand, to your opponent's weakness, their backhand, and wait to see what they do. You're the one in the driving seat with set point. Why would you try and win the point from there, the baseline, with a very risky shot at the best of times, especially in breezy conditions? And we've talked about it before, Guy, and there was a shining example. Extremely poor shot selection on a huge point. And that's what cost Tsonga.
Wouldn't have been happy with that, would he? 2 set points have come and gone.
Left, first serve.
As well, he has got him, and now Chipola threatens to turn this tiebreak around big time. He has a set point of his own.
Again, it's that forehand. Earlier in the match, he was able to whip one down the line. This time, varying it beautifully. Again, though, it's that subtle flick of the wrist, and look how well he was able to hit that ball, even though he was losing his balance there. That is terrific stuff from the Italian.
Tsonga's turn to step up and keep this tiebreak going.
If he wants to hit one shot under pressure, it's going to be the smash. He's so good. And of course, this time, because of the wind, he wasn't able to hit it as flatly as he would have wanted, so he couldn't generate a lot of pace. Just coming around the right-hand side of the ball to generate a little bit of slice. Again, caught it quite low on the racket, so did well to control it. It's another huge point. This time, well played by the Frenchman.
Tsonga's choice of shot is quite bemusing.
And again, he's finding it very, very difficult to get any kind of rhythm at all from the back of the court because Chipola's varying the trajectory and the type of shot that he's hitting time and time again. That heavily sliced backhand. It's a wonderful shot, and it's been so effective throughout this opening set.
Made it, and he's just long and just wide as well.
It's rubbing salt into the wounds there, buddy. Just out was enough. It's a sensible approach shot here, nice and deep, and that was a risky shot. It had to be inch perfect, and it was.
Left for a serve.
I'll tell you that last point, Jason, what made that drop volley so good was the fact that Jo was playing with the wind. So if he's a little heavy-handed, he's going to lose the point, he's going to lose the set.
That's an excellent point.
9-8.
Finds that delivery again. It's been one of the more impressive aspects of Tsonga's game in this opening set.
And Robbie, of course, was talking about Tsonga playing with the wind. A disadvantage when you're trying to hit drop shots or drop volleys, but when you're serving from that end, if you can use the wind to good effect, it gives you a little bit of additional pace through the air and off the court. And of course, that made life difficult for Chipola there.
Thank you.
Set point number 3 for the Frenchman. Takes full advantage, emphatic ending to the set. Not good enough from Chipola, who tightened up there. It's a shame for him. Contributed in a big way to an entertaining set of tennis, just over an hour. But it is Tsonga, the third seed, who's taken it on the tiebreak there. 10 points to 8. He is a set to the good.
First set, Tsonga, 7 games to 6.
Yeah, good set of tennis. I mean, highly entertaining. No question about that. So fascinating as well because the conditions so difficult with the wind, and Chipola embraced that initially. Tsonga didn't and struggled. Fell behind a break of serve despite holding numerous times to love. I really like the way that Chipola used the sliced backhand to vary the height at which Tsonga was having to hit those ground strokes. He really didn't deal with that shot particularly well. And of course, a lot of success at the net for the Italian, winning 12 of 17 points there. High percentage of first serves in, 81%, because he doesn't hit it that hard. But that was the shot, I think, that let him down in the end. He got really tight when it really mattered, when he served for the set, and of course in the tiebreak as well. And because there was nothing on that serve, then that allowed Tsonga to stay in the tiebreak and then of course win it in the end. So that's something that Chipola will need to improve.
Paralympic Committee's objectives of enabling individuals with disabilities to participate in sporting activities. So it's to a very
enjoying and watching himself there.
Stop by and make a difference today.
Seen that a few times already this week, Tsonga. So now watching a few of his supporters. They'll be in fine spirits, as will he, having taken that tie-break. Really titanic set of tennis. 10 points to 8 for Tsonga.
Time. Second set.
All eyes really on this man now. Where's the response, having dropped that set where he had many chances?
15.
Only has 2 top 20 wins in his career, remember, Chipola. For all the good results he's had, the rise up the rankings, he's up against it now. Clearly a hugely important first game here as well. Chipola starting the second set on his own ball. Here's the reaction to dropping that opening set in the way that he did after the chances that he had. Remember, he served for it at 5-4, had chances as well in the tie-break. Couldn't take any of them.
We saw this yesterday with Tsonga, didn't we? Took the opening set on the tiebreak, had chances in the early stages of set number 2, and you know, had he played well for a period of what, 5 or 10 minutes there, could have put the match to bed. Similar scenario here right now.
That's incredibly similar. Looking for a statement from a player like this here. Somehow managed to win that set on the tiebreak. Now, can he pull away, impose himself? I suppose what I'm thinking for here is, yeah, all right, it's most important to win matches, but make a statement. Didn't really do that. He got through the match yesterday. Great. Gets through the opening set here. Great too. Where's the statement now from a player like him looking to go on and make really, really big strides this year?
Yeah, no, you should be able to beat players ranked 70 in the world comfortably. You know, even if there's a tight first set, you should have enough experience to draw upon to be able to take the match by the scruff of the neck. Didn't do it yesterday. Can he do it today?
Definitely imposing himself there, despite Chipola's best efforts to keep it going.
It was a much better rally. I mean, all of those forehands were very sweetly struck. And then not trying to do too much with the volley there. He knew that even if Chipola chased that down, the chances of him making this shot were so remote that it didn't really matter.
Break point right at the start of the second set for Tsonga.
A huge point, this.
Yeah, that's what he was looking for. Tsonga with the perfect start here to set number 2. Already a set clear, remember. Now breaks immediately. Right at the start of this second set for 1-love.
Yeah, that was a good game. So obviously, if he's just able to hold serve from here on in, that'll be job done. And he'll be safely through to the quarterfinals. Quite interesting, though, when you're talking about his serve, because he's got various patterns of play that he likes to use. As far as the first serve's concerned, the yellow and the red balls there. Red ones, of course, are aces. He loves the slider out wide to the right court, and, of course, the slider up the tee to the left court. But very little variation with that second serve. Those are the grey balls there. Loves the kicker to the right-hander's backhand. And I think when you're talking about playing against the best players in the world, you will want to vary that second serve a little more readily. And of course, if he's able to do that, it'll give him a chance to just keep his opponent guessing a little more. But perhaps today, because it's so breezy, he's keeping it simple.
15-love.
All a matter for Tsonga, you feel, of just maintaining concentration. Something he was able to do much better as it coincided with that terrific run of results in the second half of last season. It's been a problem for him in the past. It's been a problem, of course, for his French compatriot, Gael Monfils, who we'll see later on. Nothing wrong with that.
40-15.
Oh, yeah. It's more like it.
That's a lovely little volley, and again, it's exactly what Robbie Koenig was talking about at the beginning of the match. He got down wonderfully low to that one, and therefore he was able to control the ball perfectly. Look at that, though. His head and the racket head very, very close together. Good technique.
Yeah, this is pretty good now, getting the job done.
Tsonga leads 2 games to love.
Set in 2-love for Tsonga.
Love 15.
Hey, Robbie, just a quick question. You were remarking on the fact that Chipola just got a little down on himself with the body language when he wasn't able to serve for that opening set. I seem to sense a similar scenario here. Do you agree?
Yeah, he's just starting to look over to the box a little bit more often. Just see him a little aggravated there as well. Palms to the air. he is frustrated because he knows, Jason, he had a golden opportunity at 5-4 when he threw in the double fault, as well as that easy forehand that he missed at 30-all. And we both know those linger in your mind. It's so difficult to put them to the back of your head.
15-30.
And of course I know all too often about what it's like serving for a set when you don't have a big serve. You've got to nail it down first time, because so often the better players make you pay for it, just like what we've seen here.
And I think also as well, when you don't manage to serve out a set, similar scenario as far as I was concerned, it preys on your mind more, because you know that it's happened so often in the past and you get so frustrated by it. It's not like it's the first time it's happened, and so you can understand where he's coming from with that kind of attitude. The serve is a glaring weakness, particularly the second serve, as far as his whole game's concerned.
Yep.
14-30.
A couple of cheap shots here, loose stuff from Tsonga. I really want a bit more even, wanted to power away a bit more. Difficult to pick fault with it, 2 love up, but this is the opportunity, as Robbie's been pointing out, the body language of his opponents. Danny should be feeding off that and really go for this. Instead, he is just given Chipola a game. Got him on the board. He's just about still in touch, still just 1 breakdown at the early stages of set number 2.
Perhaps a game that got away from Tsonga there. 1 break's good, but 2 breaks always a lot better. Especially when you're someone like Tsonga, is such a good front runner, and you're not playing particularly well, so that's when you've got to battle even harder for a second break of serve. So whilst it's just the 1 behind, Chipola will still feel he's in with a half chance here.
Time.
Approaching the end of another working day here in Doha. People heading home, those on regular hours. We keep going. Yeah. Another new building's been put up there since we looked yesterday.
No rest for those guys. They work around the clock here. A bit like us.
15 love.
Yeah, they build through the night as well, I'm told. I've never actually...
Yeah, 24 hours.
We try and sleep at that time, but yeah, they just keep going.
2 shifts of 12 hours. Get those buildings up as quickly as they possibly can.
15-0.
Just smothering that forehand a little bit. He's got a tendency to do that when he's run around his backhand, but then he tries to go up the line. It's a risky shot now. Forced the error from Tsonga there, or drew the error rather from Tsonga, I should say, because he hit the sliced backhand. It wasn't an approach shot, but then suddenly at the last second decided to ghost in. Tsonga saw that out of the corner of his eye, and with his sliced backhand there, tried to hit a much better shot than he would have done initially. So that was a good play from Chipola, and we've seen him do that a lot, Guy. Just ghost into the net at the very last moment. It's an excellent tactic to use.
Yeah, he's produced some really good stuff, and I mean, the fact is he's still only 1 break of serve down here. He's got 15-30 on the Tsonga serve. He's still right in this.
30-all. Chipola challenging the call at the
Chipola
right
challenging
baseline.
this one. It's called Just
Ball has
Long.
gone out.
Ahmed Abdelazim in the chair, confirming that the Italian has gone to the review. Just Long.
Call stands 40-30. Chipola has 2 challenges remaining.
There's his favourite play again. He executes it quite brilliantly and extends his lead in this second set, Tsonga.
And starting to
Tsonga
deal with that
leads
slice
the game
backhand
to
just a
1.
little better there. I mean, Chipola was using it throughout the course of that rally, and Tsonga were able to still find a way to get into the net. I mean, the quality of his drop volley, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I remember back to the first huge match that he was able to win, beating Nadal in the semi-finals of the Australian
I was
Open.
actually thinking exactly the same thing.
And that's how he did it. Serve and volley.
Finesse volleys, basically.
Nadal well back behind a baseline, just dropping the ball short time and time again, and Nadal had no answer.
And it's funny that we always just hark back to that because he's produced some great stuff. You mentioned in our previous commentary on his previous round about Federer. And then back from 2 sets to love down, but everything's back to 08 because it was just an unbelievable effort.
$15.
Great play from Tsonga.
Another good point from the Frenchman. Robbie, I just wanted to ask you what the conditions are like now compared to the beginning of the match. Nice and toasty up in the comms box. Similar scenario courtside?
Having a little digger. You promised me this week the weather was going to be 28, no wind. Absolutely perfect. I tell you what, folks, it's exactly the opposite down here. It is freezing. The conditions must be very slow for the players.
That's wonderful. That's one of his best shots of the match, without a doubt.
It's incredible. Not only to be able to make the distance so that you can actually put your racket on the ball. I mean, most players there would just be looking to pop it back in play. I mean, just try and make your opponent play one more shot. But Tsonga has the audacity to be able to go for a winner from that position. Such is the quality of his feel in the forecourt. A lot of success in the forecourt so far. 21 of 28, that's 75%.
Doesn't get that one right.
40.
Interested in your views, Jason. Also, maybe we can get Robbie in on this as well, ask him that. I mean, we hark back to 08, his best ever, perhaps, volleying performance. How he rates at the moment, start of 2012. You know, we're 4 years on nearly in terms of Tsonga. Is he better?
No, I think the game's evolved. So there's no question about that. So that the feel is better, the serve is better, but so is the quality of the opposition.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make. You've got to keep evolving as a player, always improving, because You're only as good.
Out with the,
Sorry, Guy. You're only as good as everybody, relatively speaking. If your game, if you're a better player than what you were 4 years ago, but everybody else has improved 20% and you've only improved 10%, it doesn't really matter. And there was an interesting discussion about Federer at the tail end of last season. Roger made the comment that he felt he was a better player now than what he was 4 or 5 years ago. But of course, it was quickly shot down by some of the pundits.
Oh, he's frustrated because that feels he should have made that one, and he's tossed away his serve once again, and that might just be about that. Tsonga gets what he wants.
Tsonga leads.
He has the double break. Moving clear, well clear now at 4-1 in the second. You know, it's an interesting point Robbie makes, Jason, there. Absolutely go along with it. And it's funny, whenever the former players are asked who are around, how do you compare now? And they said, actually, the modern game is just better. You know, the players are better because they've improved. They're quite matter-of-fact about it. You know, people are willing to have all these debates trying to compare eras, but they're saying, well, if everyone keeps improving, I mean, they are just better players.
Well, it's the same in any sport. So, of course, the 100 meters record wasn't set in 1920. So it's going to continue to improve. So are the tennis players. They're better athletes now. They're better all-round players. So Tsonga is a better volleyer now. But there's still room for improvement. You know, the drop volley is fantastic. Some of the shot selection on the simpler volleys isn't quite as good. And the technique sometimes doesn't hold up because sometimes the concentration lapses when he really needs to focus on just hitting a very simple shot. So there's no question he's much better than he was in 2008. But so is Nadal. So are the other players inside the top 10.
Great platform, this one, for Tsonga now. Got that second break of serve. Very hard to envisage a comeback effort from Chipola here now. Tsonga 4-1.
Love 15.
Dig that was
15
Tsonga. I mean, you know, most of the time you've got to give those up for lost when they clip the top of the net. But I mean, Tsonga's such a good athlete. He was not only able to chase it down, but just bumped it deep enough to cause Chipola problems. But I mean, that was a relatively simple shot. The Italian now looking a shadow of his former self. He really hasn't been able to get over the loss of that opening set at all.
Let. First service.
Already got a winner through.
Chipola is challenging
to
the goal at the right center
quarterfinals.
service line.
Challenge
Ball
here.
is called in.
Yeah, Victor Troitsky out on court 2, winning in straight sets over a German qualifier. So Troitsky will be back with us tomorrow in the centre court. A couple of match courts, as well as this one today, which is out on court 1 as well.
Oh, couldn't have missed by much less. Just a millimetre out, that one. Now, Andrea Seppi and Guillermo Garcia-Lopez in action on court 1. That's another second round encounter. We'll be up to date with that.
This one, it's always nice to get that added insurance of a double break. So if you do have a lapse in concentration, it's not the end of the world.
$15-14.
He's going to be glad he's got this double break cushion. It was difficult to envisage a comeback for Chipola, but I suppose you never really know with Tsonga. These enigmatic Frenchmen, Gael Monfils in action later, they are prone to these little lapses. Yeah, that's brilliant. And now he catches the tape all the way through. He gets his break of serve back and just keeps himself interested. He's going to break down, though, Chipola.
Yeah, Tsonga, the architect of his own downfall there, played a poor game. Yes, Italian got a little fortunate on that last shot, but it was a poor game, really, from the Frenchman.
Love 15.
Beaten for pace there, ball just skidding through on him.
Just mentioning Andreas Seppi and Guillermo Garcia-Lopez. Seppi has just gone through as well, so a couple of men now into the last 8.
Seppi coming through in straight sets, 5 and 3. Good win that. Garcia-Lopez will make you play a lot of balls. Seppi now, of course, will play either Federer or Gemla.
Let second serve.
Troitsky meets the winner of the day's final match here. We're bringing you Gael Monfils and Benjamin Becker. Quarter-final lineup starting to take shape. A couple of men through.
15-30.
See some nice injections of pace from Tsonga in this game. Off both wings, so perhaps there are signs that he's starting to feel a little more comfortable at really putting his racket through the ball in these windy conditions.
Made too many errors on that particular shot. That's a terrible time to have thrown that one in danger of slipping a double breakdown again. Just giving Tsonga the chance to move a bit clearer to the winning line. Breakpoint number 2 for Tsonga here.
Yes.
Late picking up that serve from Chipola. It wasn't particularly struck particularly hard.
No, just took a place the line.
Advantage Tsonga.
Thought that one might have made its way over for a moment. Just caught the top of the tape. think Tsonga's making a bit hard work of this. Still handily placed. I don't want to get too critical, but he's got the opportunities here in this game to go 5-2. He's had it on his racket to an extent. Bring up another breakpoint chance.
Such a good shot, especially when you consider how breezy it is. I mean, you hit this ball slightly off centre and you've lost the point 9 times out of 10, but he's still able to have such wonderful dynamic balance that he can pull a winner off from a tough situation like that.
Frustration clear there.
And that's what Robbie was talking about earlier, where, you know, he's just hitting his right lower back. And I'm sure, again, that's probably just a little stiff. And he can't quite get the rotation or the extension through the ball that he would otherwise be able to do.
Advantage, chip ball.
Held nothing back on that return. Just all about the power. Such a muscular figure, Tsonga. Even when his balance isn't absolutely spot on, he's just got so much strength that he can bring to it.
Advantage, chip ball.
Very important game this, you feel. Chipola holds. Well, we talked about the body language not being great. Maybe it would start to improve. Has managed to hold 3 break points there, all missed out upon by Tsonga. That's what we're suggesting. Chipola 4-3 down. He might be a breakdown, but it's not irretrievable. Tsonga's still in charge though.
Yep, he's a good competitor. You have to be when you're playing on the Challenger circuit for much of the year, which is, of course, what he did throughout the course of 2011. It's hard work getting the wins under your belt at that level. And that's why he was able to qualify so frequently on the ATP World Tour for the big events last year, including a couple of the Grand Slams. So, you know, you've got to expect that. And that's why, A, we wanted Tsonga to get on top early doors in this second set. B, get the double break. And then C, make sure you concentrate whilst you cross the finish line. But of course that hasn't happened, so he's allowing Chipola to hang around. And, you know, that's a dangerous game to play with experienced opposition.
Yeah. Worth reiterating, Chipola turning pro back in 2003, been around a while. He's got wins in recent times, plenty of them. Not going to go away easily.
Time.
opportunities there in that previous service game of Chipola's for Tsonga. Are they on his mind as he serves at 4-3?
Nothing on that approach at all, and really struggling in this set when he misses that first serve. Chipola all over it. And again, we talked earlier in the set about that second serve being a little predictable. All of them being kicked to the Italian's backhand. He's starting to read that and starting to cause Tsonga some problems. 0 for 5 in this set when he's missed that first serve. Another opportunity here then for Chipola. An unusual miss hit off the backhand from the Italian.
15-0.
Tsonga to close out the net pretty comfortably there. It wasn't the greatest approach shot in the world, so a little fortunate. That's why I think that sigh of relief from the Frenchman.
$13-15.
Standard from Tsonga. Standard quality.
40-15.
Tsonga does consolidate the break there with his own service game, and he's on the brink now.
Tsonga leads 5-3.
Serving to stay in the match, Chipola. 3-5 second set.
Much better backhand that time from Tsonga. Struggled on that wing over the course of the last couple of days, but not on that occasion. Plenty of time to actually get set up. So if you've got a good platform to hit from, shot's always going to be a little more solid.
Let pressure. $15-0. 15-13.
Just can't believe that he fluffed that one, Chipola, as he slips 2 points from defeat. The Italians camp watching on. From Tsonga to bring up 2 match points.
$15-14. $30-14.
He's been so assured on that all the way through, and he doesn't fluff his lines there either. The straight sets win for the 3rd seed. Tested again here, has to be said, in his 2nd round match. Not quite as much as he was in his opening round, but the opening set, really high quality. Flavio Chipola pushed him. 2nd set, Tsonga in and out a little bit, but does get it done. Last year's semi-finalist, back in the quarterfinals, this time around, the 3rd seed, 6-3.
Yeah, good performance, Guy. Really liked it in terms of getting it done in straight sets. There was a little bit of a wobble, wasn't there, midway through that 2nd set. Fought back well initially because we saw some really good stuff from Chipola. Fine-tuned his game. We know he loves playing on clay, on hard. He started to come in a little more frequently. That was much better. It was very effective. Points won at net as far as the whole match were concerned. Still pretty reasonable, 18 of 31, but in the opening set, they were even better than that. Just got a little tight when it really mattered. And that was a real shame. The serve let him down when he served for the opening set and in the tie-break. And a real shame because had he pocketed that opening set, it could have been really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Opening set was pretty high quality, got to say that. Tie-break wasn't bad either. Waiting to hear from Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Robbie Koenig is on court, waiting to speak to him. Cross in a moment, just setting things up down there. 3rd seed through in 1 hour and 46 minutes. Here's Robbie with Jo-Wilfried.
Joe, well done again today. Tough conditions. It's pretty cold out here. You must be wondering, are we in Europe or are we in the desert here?
Yeah. It's like in Europe. It's difficult to play, a lot of wind. The temperature is very, very low. And the goal goes slow, so it's difficult for me because I play on this. But, you know, today I played a good match. It's never easy to play against Mr. Chipola, because he played a lot of slice and he's very good, so it was tough today.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed about your game today, you were coming in a lot today. You had some good success at the net. The hands around the net were unbelievable. A couple of unbelievable drop volleys here. Is that something we're going to see more of from you in this season? You're going to look to come forward, play it aggressively?
Yeah, for sure. I try to find something, you know, to play against the big four. So I try to improve my game, and I think I need something different than them, you know, to be better. So I will try to go to the net a bit more.
Look really good today. I got one more question for you. I noticed that today you came to warm up right before the match, not too far in advance. And when I was in London, I noticed that as well. Is that something that you're starting to do a little bit more of, Joe?
Yeah, because, you know, I'm like a diesel. So I need to be very, very warm at the beginning because sometimes, you know, if I'm not warm, you know, my opponent break me, you know, very early, and it's difficult for me then to come back. And I do a lot of effort, so it's better for me to get on the court, you know, really warm.
Well, good luck for the rest of the week. Good stuff. Always good to watch. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga.
Thoughts there of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Very open, interesting interview. Some really good answers there he was giving to Robbie Koenig.
Yeah, we've talked, haven't we, about the fact that he wants to try and break into the top four, and in order to do that, needs to be more aggressive. So nice that he's backed that up for us. And of course, we did notice that he was warming up right before the start of the match. And I know that midway through the tournament at the O2 Arena, he changed his pre-match routine, and of course to good effect. So good to stick with that winning formula, and good to recognise, even at this late stage, relatively speaking, in his career, that things need fine-tuning. So we look forward to more success from the Frenchman throughout the course of the season. As far as today's performance is concerned, you know, it wasn't great, it doesn't matter, but he's already suggested that it's cold, the conditions are difficult with the wind, so we're not going to see the Frenchman play his very best. What he has to do is win, and he's done that on 2 consecutive days now, so that will delight him.
So Jo-Wilfried Tsonga through. Very entertaining interview that with Robbie Koenig. Let's look at the bottom half of the draw as it stands. Tsonga through. He'll play the winner of a match that's later on over on court number 2, Alex Bogomolov Jr. against Albert Ramos. We mentioned to you Andreas Seppi, the 8 seed, through against Guillermo Garcia-Lopez. Play the winner of a match later on we'll be bringing for you between Grigor Zemla and Roger Federer, the defending champion. So Seppi and Tsonga both through to the last 8. That quarter-final lineup beginning to take shape here at this year's Qatar ExxonMobil Open here in Doha.
Thank you very much, Joe. We're also going to have a quick hit with Mohammed Hassan, who's one of the wheelchair players. And of course, here is Amin, who's the national coach who's in charge of these youngsters. It's his job to train them. He's got good hands. Taking a page out of Joe's book from earlier today. All those nice drop volleys. Good hand-eye coordination. Oh yes, he's got Joe on the move. He's got Joe! One more early, Joe. Oh, he's going for the winner straight away, trying to catch you off guard. He's got him. Oh! He's going to have one more go. One more go. See if he can get the winner. He's got the Beverly record as well. Oh, Joe's getting tight. Can he finish off the Frenchman? He can! No. Oh, thank you very much, Joe. Good spot. Ladies and gentlemen, Mohammed Hassan, wonderful effort from him. Very good young man. course, the man who takes all the time here, standing just to the left of me, Amin, who looks after the national training here at the tennis centre. Does a wonderful job with the youngsters, motivating them and hopefully turning them into some world beaters in the years to come. Thank you very much, guys. So we'll see more of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. The players are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get them out here immediately. From Germany, let's welcome Dennis Gremmelmeyer. Here's the tournament's #1 seed from Spain. Please welcome Rafael Nadal.
Welcome back to the centre court here at the Khalifa International Tennis and Squash Complex in Doha. Second match of the day here. All the big four in action. We've already got Jo-Wilfried Tsonga through. Straight sets winner a short time ago. You might have been with us. Hour and 46 minutes over his opening match there. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga picking his place through, getting through to the next round, through to the quarterfinals. Who will join him? Will it be the top seed, Rafael Nadal, out here on court again with his trolley case on his way out against this German qualifier, Dennis Gremmelmeyer, who's already at the net. It's still Guy McCree in the commentary box here with you for this second match, joined now by Barry Cowan. Delighted to have you with us, Barry. Jason off a break. Back with us later on as we continue the coverage. Still a couple more matches to come after this one. Roger Federer and Gael Monfils, the headline names in action. Gremmelmeyer being kept waiting by Nadal here. Coin toss, of course, about to take place.
Hey guys, Happy New Year. 6 balls, 7-9, tie-breaking all sets. Using the net machine at the Hawkeye, 3+1. And we have TV changeover, okay? Do you have any question? Heads or tails? Heads. Tails for you. You receive? Okay, good match.
Nadal wins the toss, chooses to receive. So it is Nadal, the top seed. Never won the title here yet. Against this German qualifier, Dennis Gremmelmeyer. Harry, what's your take on that trolley case?
Well, I just want to know what's in there. I think it's got to be that 20-question game, isn't it? His laptop.
There is the draw there. Nadal against Gremmelmeyer. Karlovic against Yuzhny also taking place on one of the two outside courts.
I know what it is, Guy. It's his black book, all his notes on his opponents. He doesn't want to let it out of his sight. He won't even leave it in his room.
It's an interesting one. I'm hoping to have Robbie Koenig courtside as well with the post-match interview if we get a chance later on to speak to Rafa if he wins through. We can ask him what's in that bag. It's very intriguing. I know they come on with other pairs, but the fact it's a trolley case, it looks like he's going to go on a flight to Melbourne if he loses, you know, for the Australian Open.
Well, as we talked about it yesterday, it was Michael Chang all those years ago in Tokyo, and I was actually there at that tournament, and yeah, the players found it quite amusing in the locker room. But what was impressive was his performance yesterday, and well, he played terrifically well in the opening set. Lost a little bit of intensity at the beginning of the second, then regrouped, lost his serve in the third, but then found his form again. And actually, that was Nadal's take on it. He was fairly happy the first match, and I would expect him to step it up again against the qualifier.
I mean, he was fairly positive, wasn't he, Barry? That's the thing, and I thought you called it very well yesterday. I mean, he dropped the second set, basically, because Kohlschreiber played an excellent tie-break, then got the break at the start of the third. I mean, actually, Nadal in that second set, you commented at the time, played some pretty good tennis. I mean, I think that's what he reflected upon afterwards, speaking to the press, that actually, for large parts of that match, you know, we've had all this stuff about the change of racket and everything, all of that going on. In the context of all of that, he actually played a very good match.
I think the next step for Rafa, Guy, is when he's not playing as well as he would want to, he's not timing the ball as well, to still remain aggressive. There's still the tendency that he sort of reverts back to type when things aren't quite going well. Where if you look at someone like a Roger Federer or Novak Djokovic, even if they're just below their best, they still play the same way.
Gremmelmeyer, 30 years old, turned pro over a decade ago. This German is originally born in Heidelberg, now lives in Lampertheim, which is the Hesse region of Germany, in the southwest of Germany. That's where he resides now when he's not on tour, of course. You always find these residences, as you'll appreciate, Barry, when players live, and they're not really there for too much of the year.
Yeah, I never really had those problems.
Lefty Gremmelmeyer, a couple of wins against top 10 opponents. Never enjoyed one on a hard court, though, before. Got handily beaten one previous time that he played Nadal.
Yeah, and it's always a difficult task when you're playing Nadal. your left-hander.
That was on clay.
Yeah, and even more so on that surface. I remember actually a left-hander that Nadal played was a couple of years ago, Monte Carlo, Verdasco in the final there, and he just totally destroyed him because, of course, the forehand goes into Nadal's forehand, and the serve, you're not able to use the wide serve to the Nadal backhand.
A very good record against lefties Nadal has. Up against another one here. Gremmelmeyer, first round, enjoyed a win over Italy's Petito Stracci, hour and 13 minutes, 3-2, and as we've referenced, Nadal pushed 2 hours and 20 minutes, getting past Philippe Kohlschreiber in 3 sets. Mohamed El Jannati in the chair for this second match of the day here on the centre court, second of 4.
Well, before the match, he said Happy New Year. He said that yesterday. I wonder how long that lasts for, Guy. Would he still be saying that in March?
Perhaps not.
Francisco Roig again with Rafa, as he always is this week.
Yeah, Tony not here this week. Roig, a key part of the team. Has been for quite some time.
No girlfriend.
No girlfriend. There are some very nice shopping malls around here, of course. It's world famous.
I wonder if she's gone back to London to continue her studies.
Who knows?
The 30-year-old lefty from Germany, Dennis Gremmelmeyer.
Just reliably informed by our production team. Let's say Happy New Year all of January. 1st of February, you stop.
Sorry?
You can say Happy New Year all of January.
Can you?
1st of February, you stop.
I like that. Good
It's nice and
knowledge,
positive,
Steph.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Last year, qualified for 4 level events, including the Australian Open, Roland Garros, and amongst others.
I think for Gremmelmeyer, though, the fact that he's come through qualifying, 3 matches there, so he's already played plenty of tennis.
Gremmelmeyer already with plenty of wins under his belt. Coming through the qualifying, the German, against Marco Chiodinelli of Switzerland, and another victory over the second seed in qualifying, Turkey's Marcel Ilhan as well. It's a good win. Coming through against Ronnie Schuttler as well. So there's some good wins for Gremmelmeyer, and then, as I say, building on that with the win over Stracci. High of 59 in the world. That was back in May 2008, though. Now down the rankings, looking to build his way back up. 189 in the list at the moment.
Well, as a player like Gremmelmeyer, he's actually had the dream week. So he's got through qualifying, so you're delighted at that. You get a bit of extra prize money. You win your first round, so not only do you get a healthy bank balance, you also make some points, and then you get the chance of playing one of the world's best. And when you spend most of the part of the year playing challengers in front of 2 men and a dog, it's nice to come out in a crowd, great stage against a great player with nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. You know, people might say, well, what happens if you start having a nightmare? Well, you know, many people probably think he'll get on the short end of a tough match. So, you know, if it is one-on-one, most people think, well, that's probably what we would expect.
Yeah, Nadal just a few moments ago introduced to the crowd, acknowledged that. Warm cheer, warm round of applause. One of the headline attractions, of course. As we said, still yet to win this title here. Reached the final, 2010, lost to Nikolay Davydenko. There are those bottles perfectly placed for Rafa. I dare anyone on that court to go and move those bottles. And
I would have
Rafa
liked,
would pick up on it.
I would have liked to see Rafa play in the era of Ilie Nastase or Jimmy Connors.
Rafael, Nadal.
Something would have happened with those bottles.
They would have gone and kicked them over. He likes his routine.
Yeah, one of the positives for Rafa yesterday was the first serve. Seemed to get a little bit of pace back. As we discussed yesterday, using the heavier racket at the start of this year.
Now, interesting, got a little line from Babolat about that, his racket manufacturer, concerning this, because, I mean, we'll go on to discuss it, but actually maybe it's not how it was originally put across, that it's a minor change. He was saying he was just trying some things out. It's something we'll go on to talk about in a moment. Interesting from them. They're just seeking to clarify. I think it was a bit over-egged, perhaps.
Yeah.
So, second match of the day here. What is it now? Just gone past 10 to 6 local time here in Doha. Ready win for Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, the 3rd seed. Can another of these top 4 seeds join him in the quarterfinals? Rafael Nadal, will the German qualifier Dennis Gremmelmeyer? It was a huge upset. We're going to see over the next couple of hours. Gremmelmeyer, the qualifier to begin.
Yeah, first point, but already I don't like that play. If you're playing someone like Rafa and you get a short ball, you got to look to crunch it. A drop shot, not advisable.
Beautifully done. I want to get straight to that actually on the racket because you know, you were suggesting it wasn't as much. It was maybe overplayed a little bit because he wouldn't go for an absolutely massive change, just little tweaks. Babolat say that it's a fine-tuning of Rafa's swing weight with a slight addition of weight on the new head-sized part, so modifying the weight by about 7 points.
Yeah. So probably a little bit of lead tape right at the tip of the racket.
Because I was with you yesterday, I mean, that's only just been recently announced, but you know, it's minor to it. Trying things out. I mean, that's what I remember what you said in the commentary yesterday when we did Rafa's match. He's going to go for something absolutely revolutionary. Great start from the Spaniard, 3 break points immediately.
Uncharacteristic errors from Nadal, a couple of break points. But I like to see that he's trying to step in on that backhand, trying to take the ball on the rise.
Oh, yeah. Nothing even Rafa can do about that one.
Yeah, when you see a forehand like that on the break point at 30-40, you wonder why he didn't hit his first forehand the first point. Nadal-like. From behind the baseline as well. That's not easy to do, to hit the clean winner.
3 break points saved.
The first game, if you can get that on the board when you're playing one of the top players, it just helps settle those nerves.
Responds with one of his own. We saw a terrific forehand from Gremmelmeyer earlier in the game.
Well, he defended well with a forehand, but it was his movement after that, looking to get on the baseline. And tremendous weight transference I think the forehands look good. Early stages, also yesterday. Incredible racket acceleration.
With that a little bit, Bremmelmeyer.
Advantage, Grimmelmeyer.
Yeah, when Nadal misses that type of shot, if you're Grandma, you turn around, you say, got away with that one. Don't expect to get away with too many more.
Game, Grimmelmeyer.
Really great points saved in that game. Good effort that from the German. Holding serve first up.
game.
Chances there for Nadal, but he couldn't take them. Robbie Koenig courtside for us. Robbie, I don't know if you heard, we were just discussing briefly, there's a lot of chat, obviously, a lot of chat over Rafa's racket. Babolat, his manufacturer, seek to clarify that a little bit, saying it's basically just modifying the weight a little bit by about 7 points, that it's basically been a little bit over-egged. And I mean, it's basically something that Barry was suggesting yesterday, that it is just, they're just trying a few things out, just tweaking things. Would you go along with that?
Yeah, if they tell me that, I guess I got to go along with that. But yeah, sometimes what they will do is, you know, the overall weight of the racket might not change much, but where that weight is distributed will change. Of course, the balance point in the racket changes accordingly, and that can make the racket either head heavy or head light. And if you are looking for a bit more pop in the serve, you generally want it a little bit head heavy, so when you make contact with the ball high up there, you've got that extra oomph behind it to generate the power.
Take that! Awesome stuff.
Well, there's plenty of intent there.
Love 15.
Absolute rocket.
Just swished across, snapped across his, in front of him, the racket. Wonderful stuff.
That's the old windscreen wiper, boys.
Couldn't hit that in your day, Robbie, with the strings and the racket.
I'll tell you what, Barry, I couldn't hit it today with these strings and with these rackets.
And with the wind.
Yeah, nice change up there from the dart.
Just one question, Robbie. Was that something that you looked to change in your rackets, the balance? Did you put some lead tape on?
Yes, I did a lot, Barry. I was always looking to tinker with my rackets, try and get as much out of my game as possible. I would always tune things around my serve and volley game, which meant that I liked a lot of weight in the head of the racket. Helped me when I was serving, helped me when I was volleying. I wasn't too much concerned about what really went on from the back of the court. So yes, it's something I used to tinker with each and every season, always trying to eke out as much as I possibly could from my equipment.
So we're not going to see Rafa use the Assam Al-Qureshi tactic of serving with one racket and then change it for the returns.
Hey, whatever works for you, man.
Absolutely.
$30-15.
14-15.
Well, Rafa often gets better and better as the tournament progresses, and if his forehand gets better and better, that'll be something special by the weekend.
Nadal.
Nadal holds serve for the first time.
One game on.
Well, we've just seen Nadal's first service game, Robbie, and as we know that Rafa puts a lot of spin on the first and second serve. Is it already making it difficult for Gremmelmeyer to get a good hit?
Yeah, I think whenever you've got that kind of variation on serve, it does serve you well, but especially so in the wind, Barry, as you'll be well aware. If you can put additional spin on the ball, it gives you more control, and of course when you're serving in the wind, that's crucial.
He's gone and made it. Wonderful shot.
Well, it might be one of the best gets we'll see all week. A brilliant volley. But how did he get that? And also the ability to get the ball over his net, his head. Oh, that is incredible. Dodgy knees, anything but.
Love the reaction from Gremmelmeyer there. Knows he's beaten.
It's the one thing that people often have been saying, Guy, for 3 or 4 years on Nadal's knees, and I still don't see it. I still think he's moving as well now as he did 4, 5, 6 years ago. And not wearing the support on the knees either for the tendinitis.
I think the big thing with Nadal is when they made the big change, they lost a little bit, took a little bit of the muscle mass off, bit of the weight, the pressure off the knees. I think that's had a noticeable effect. Also, scheduling's a little bit better. I think it could be improved still, but it's better than it used to be.
He's doing a good job, the German, when taking the ball early and unsettling Nadal with the power.
He's pulled out another brilliant strike there, Nadal. Now he has a break point. Remember, he had them in the opening game, couldn't take them. Here's another chance. Beautiful trajectory there from Nadal on that shot. He can do there, though. It's commanding from Gremmelmeyer. Saves the break point again.
He's been brave. And with quality.
Just knocking on the door here, isn't he?
Yeah, it's inevitable it will come at some stage. And that's the great mentality that Rafa has. You know, if someone plays 2-3 great points on the break points, he just, okay, next
I'll go and
point.
create another one.
Yeah.
Game Nadal.
He does break through there. Second break point of that game converted. Nadal has a good early start that he would have desired. A break 2-1.
Well, I think what makes Nadal such a good player is the amount of spin he puts on the ball, especially in the wind. I remember, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, he played Andy Murray in the final at Indian Wells, an incredibly windy day. And he really put Murray to the sword on that occasion. This was the forehand passing shot. Look how he brushes up the back of the ball viciously to create the spin. That was the forehand passing shot that dipped well within the baseline. And that's what makes him such a tough competitor. He plays the percentages so well. And of course, in winning conditions, it's even more important to do that.
Quick question, Robbie. Are you one of those people that thinks the wind favours the baseliners or the serve and volleys? I always felt it favoured the baseliners, but there's some people who have the theory that it favours the serve and volleys because it's tougher to pass.
Yeah, I think it favours, the wind favours the volleyer somewhat, because I think when you're playing for the baseline, the ball does a lot more. It can do a lot more from the net to the baseline. The wind can affect it, whereas when you're volleying, it has less of an effect because you're close to the net, so the ball can't do as much. We saw Jo-Wilfried Tsonga come in a lot today and very effectively, but I'm sure baseliners will give you a different perspective as well. I think it's the beauty of the sport.
Probably because I hated playing in the wind. But mind you, Robbie's from South Africa. He's used to the wind.
Quickly, please. Thank you. Ready for play.
East London. Oh. The windiest
Has Robbie
place.
been up to the north of England? Scotland.
Believe me, Guy, it's East London was something else.
Robbie made an excellent reference there to Indian Wells in that final that Nadal played with Andy Murray. I mean, would you say Nadal is the best in windy conditions on tour? You know, like people say Roger Federer is the best at the moment indoor. I mean, there's not much of an indoor swing, but he probably would be the best indoor player on the tour. Would you say outdoors in the wind, Nadal is the best?
I think Federer's a great wind player as well.
Really?
Because he'll always favour the players that have great hands because they're able to make that last split-second adjustment. You know, and the Federer has that nasty slice, so the ball's moving. I'm trying to think if they actually played each other in windy conditions. I'm not sure they have.
Emphatic.
40 love.
7 winners, 6 on the forehand side. Tremendous footwork. And I've been very impressed with the way Rafa has started this year.
Game Nadal.
Love hold. He understands the break result. 3-1 lead.
Nadal leads 3 games to 1.
Well, Robbie, at the end of last year, I felt the body language was, I wouldn't say negative from Rafa, but he looked tired. He talked about being jaded. Do you think there's more focus in his eyes at the start this year?
I tell you what, the footwork is looking unbelievable courtside here. It's looking full of running. And light on his feet. Full of energy. A lot of positives coming from his side of the court. I'm sure as well in the off-season got a chance to hit the links, work on his golf handicap, but just relax, you know, a little bit of downtime, do the things you really enjoy doing. Forget about tennis for a while.
Because I was hearing that his pre-season training was actually after the Asian swing, so he had 5 weeks where he worked physically very hard.
Yeah, we know it always takes a while for that base training to take effect, so it's possibly a good idea to do it well in advance, and hopefully it kicks in right at the start of the season. But as I say, footwork's looking really good, Barry.
Spaniard through. We're updating on the quarter-final now. First Spaniard through. Nadal hoping to join him is Albert Ramos. Has gone through. Didn't even have to hit a ball in his second-round match. Alex Bogomolov Jr. pulling out of that match, singles event, and the doubles as well, with an ankle problem sustained in his previous round match. Ramos into the last day lineup, really starting to take shape now.
Yeah, the Spanish need a few other players to come through. Of course, they've been the leaders in terms of top players for so many years, but they have struggled of late of getting sort of teenagers back into the top 100. But Ramos making a big improvement in the last 6 months.
Ramos will play Jo-Wilfried Tsonga in the last day. Quarter-final match is set.
Yeah, you need to find different type of patterns of play when you're a left-hander against Nadal. Just the cross-court forehand is dangerous play. Need the ability to change direction, go down the line, take it early.
Advantage Nadal.
Too inconsistent from Gremmelmeyer right now. Some flashes of quality.
We were just talking about the Spanish at the end of last year. They had 13 players in the top 100. Most of them have been around for quite a few years, but Ramos was one of those who emerged.
Gets to that one, not quite. Gremmelmeyer hangs on.
Juice.
And how he was able to move after that first chip pass. A complete 360. Brilliant.
Now Robbie's been commenting on the movement. I know he doesn't quite get that, but still up to it so well.
Advantage Nadal.
He's got another chance now, though. It's the same old thing again. He just dusts himself down and just gets on with creating another opportunity, which he's done here. Big miss hit.
Juice.
You're commenting on the Spaniards. I mean, they've got so many and everything, but it's intriguing, of course, Davis Cup this year, because they've got Nadal there playing at least not most of the tournament. I suggested he might come back if they reached later on, but I doubt he would do that. I mean, he's probably out for the year in terms of not playing that, and David Ferrer as well. It's going to give a few others an opportunity. He's just gone long with that one.
Mr. Nadal is challenging a call on the right base. The call was called out.
Challenge from Nadal here. His luck is not in.
Call stands.
On that occasion, at least.
Advantage, Grimmelmeyer. Mr. Nadal has 2 chances remaining. Juice.
There's never any doubt with that smash. He is one of the best overheads in the game.
That's a wonderful reaction. Not for him, really, but it's so telling. He does let his emotions show, Grimmelmeyer. See it already, a personality about him. Really struggling to hold serve. Some of the great points. There's another.
Well, we've had 40 points already in the opening 26 minutes of the match, and 31 of those 40 have been on the German serve.
That's a wonderful statistic. Just illustrates the pressure that Nadal is putting on.
Yeah, because his movement is so good, Guy, he shrinks the court, and you just feel like you've got nowhere to go to.
Oh, yeah! What a way to save the break point.
Got pretty spectacular, wasn't it, guys? But the scary thing for Grimmelmeyer is that he's got to try and keep this up for, what, 2.5 hours, play tennis of this quality to try and get the victory.
No, I loved your example, Robbie, of saying shrinking the court. 'Cause I think of Novak Djokovic as well in that way. Just so hard to hit through these guys.
That was a great end to the point, but slight concern for Rafa that he had control, but he backed off a little bit with the forehand.
Advantage, Grimmelmeyer.
But all in all, the forehand has been impeccable so far. Because sometimes, Guy, I'd still like to see him hit that forehand, come forward. Still a tendency sometimes on the forehand, it's hit and then he'll come forward to finish the point as opposed to come forward and a couple of volleys. Because against the very best, you don't always get that luxury of being able to finish the point with one volley. And that's an area that Djokovic is getting better and better.
Very long game. Almost into double digits. Has he made that one? He's made it, no call.
Advantage.
His heart was in his mouth there for a moment. Out of the 6 deuce, Grimmelmeyer Nadal not challenging. It's been very close to the line, that one.
Quick question, Guy.
Yeah.
We've now had 45 points. How many do you think of those points that Nadal's actually lost to concentration? 0?
I think it's got to be pretty near that number.
29 minutes, intensity has been brilliant.
Gremmelmeyer, break point down, has played some wonderful stuff. Got to give him credit for that. But this is just relentless pressure. 7th juice.
Advantage Nadal.
Fourth break point in the game. Surely this pressure has got to tell on Gremmelmeyer. He got him that time. Nadal eventually takes advantage and takes control, further control. 11.5-minute game, but it goes the way of the top seed, and he leads 4-1. Everything that he's about, Barry, there really in that game, just creating chances time and again, and eventually he breaks through, and he's got the belief that he's going to do that.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball great. He's moving well, he's timing the ball. Probably better than he would expect, certainly with his second match of the year. And he's just been knocking on the door. Yeah, just his movement, his balance, preparation. It's just a wonderful sight to see Nadal in full flow. "31 minutes and incredible intensity every single shot."
Really hard to pick fault with Nadal's opening half an hour here on court in this second round match. His opponent's not played too badly. Played the break points really well, Dennis Gremmelmeyer. And he's got 1 game out of 5 to show for it. He works so hard on his own ball. He's been broken twice already.
Thank you. Ready for play. Thank you.
A few people taking a few extra moments to retake their seats. Nadal 4-1.
Love it in.
Yeah, if you're someone like Gremmelmeyer at this stage, you're down a double break, you say, well, I'm playing well. You know, I'll just do what I need to do what I have been doing. I don't feel the need for him to change his game, because I think if he does, he'll get out of what he does well, and a lot of unforced errors will then start to come. We almost have to just take it on the chin and just hope that Nadal's level drops a bit. Yeah, because his game is not about maybe serve and volleying or, you know, all of a sudden chip charging. That's not what he does.
That's brilliant. 9th winner for Nadal there. But the fact is, Gremmelmeyer has played well because he's hit the same number of winners. I mean, he's 9 and 9, you know, with Nadal on that. As you say, he's not doing too badly. It's just his opponent is in great touch. That looks so easy.
Well, he was so quick to see the drop shot. Fantastic speed. And decent touch, using the wind to take it to Gremmelmeyer's left. How he's improved in that area of the court. I remember when I first saw him all those years ago in Monte Carlo before he'd won that title, and Gasquet really did expose him on the drop shot. Not now.
See, where I fear for Gremmelmeyer is just the level. If it drops a bit, he's keeping it fairly respectable, the winner unforced error ratio, but it's just on the brink at the moment. And if those unforced errors start to rack up, I really do start to worry for him. And he's 4-1 down already, having not played too badly.
Net for service.
Yeah, this match has been going on for 36 minutes. It feels like 36 minutes for Nadal. It probably feels like 2 hours, 36 minutes for Gremmelmeyer.
Gael Nadal.
Nadal just further extends his lead. Really do have to worry for Gremmelmeyer here.
Nadal leads
5-1 now.
Yeah, and the real worry for Gremmelmeyer, as that last point illustrated, was Nadal. He's feeling confident, he's hitting the ball well, he's playing his tennis on the baseline. Gremmelmeyer now has been pushed back behind, and I think also that is due to a little bit of fatigue already setting in. He's going to struggle to add too many winners to the 9 that he has at the moment if he is 10 feet behind the baseline.
Net for service.
Surprising.
15 love.
Francisco Roy, just at the start of this game, just gesticulating to Rafa that he'd like to see him play up the court a little more. He did that perfectly in that rally, but I think Barry just chose the wrong one to come in on. It was the previous one that he should have taken out the air.
Still coming to the net earlier in the rally, couldn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That floating one that he chose to hit the big forehand off. That was the one he should have come in on, not the last one.
What happened there? He seemed to sort of get his foot stuck in the court.
very strange. Let's take another look. Oh, and look, another little... Could have been very nasty. Nadal's physio there, Rafael Momo. Sure, a little bit concerned with what went on there just a few moments ago. It's nicely done. This is the most comfortable service hold of the match, without a doubt. Love hold might not make much difference to the outcome, though. Nadal is still very handily placed here.
Finally has a bit of relief.
Yeah, love hold will cheer him up, and he's got to think, you know, it's just the one set if he goes on to lose it. But yeah, a few moments of concern there for Nadal. Awkward the movement at that point in that previous game.
He had a foot problem at Wimbledon last year, didn't he?
As you say, he just seemed to just get stuck on the plexi cushion. Didn't come off it as he would have liked, and that was the root of the problem.
Time.
Time called by Mohamed El Jannati. And time for Rafael Nadal to try and serve out this opening set now. 40 minutes played. New balls, of course, after 7 games. Nadal to close this set out, serving for the set at 5-2.
Yeah, not too many complaints on serve. Nadal in the opening set lost 2 points on the first serve, 1 point on the second.
Check.
That's another good serve from Nadal. How's the pace been from Rafa's serve in the opening set, Robbie?
Yeah, he's not redlining it by any stretch of the imagination, but I think he's playing smart tennis in the win, realising it's important to get a lot of first serves in and then build his platform from there.
Set points here for Nadal.
Gael and first set.
Finding its mark, a shake of the head as you'd expect from Gremmelmeyer as he sees the set go away from him, really. Nadal in superb touch for the most part. Takes it 6-2 in 3/4 of an hour. Are we about to find our answer out? Ah, lots of shirts. Lots of them.
Well, it's a really good set of tennis from Nadal, really impressive numbers all round. But also it was a good set of tennis from the German as well, although he played very, very well. He actually hit more winners than Rafa, but ultimately Rafa was very comfortable in terms of the scoreline. He had to struggle early on to get the break. Gremel had saved 3 break points in his opening service game, but eventually class prevailed, and I'm sure Nadal will look for more of the same in the second set.
Terrific set of tennis from Rafael Nadal we've just witnessed. 6 games to 2, 3/4 of an hour, just relentless pressure on Gremel. How does the German begin here in set number 2? Starts off by finding that one. Wow.
Now, with what happened with Nadal's match yesterday, I believe he'll make a conscious effort to be more aggressive at the start of the second set, which he was in this opening point. Incredible response from Gremel. He's hit some amazing forehands from seemingly impossible positions.
I think it's worth reiterating again, he didn't play too badly in that set. You know, the guy's had wins, he's qualified, come through.
Just off the back of your comment there, Guy, I think it's a good point you make. If you have a look at what Gremel stats were in their opening set, I think it was something like 13 winners, 16 unforced errors. And if you consider the ratio, it's not too bad, given that there's so much wind about. Nadal 10 winners, 10 unforced errors. Just clear evidence of what a great wind player he is. But I think you hit the nail right on the head. But it just shows you the importance of the scoring system in tennis. It places such a premium on winning the important points.
That's a good point, Robbie makes. I mean, we've said the scoring system is wonderful in that respect. It's so interesting. And it is just the case that Nadal has been winning the big points more often than not. He's created so many break points as well, just been putting pressure on.
Yeah, I wonder how many of those winners from Gremel have been spectacular winners. You know, from positions on the court you wouldn't necessarily expect him to find the target, as opposed to Nadal's winners have been when he's been controlling the point.
Challenge from Gremel. And certainly on a number of the break points, he went for just absolutely flashy, you know, wonderful winners where he was on the back foot and managed to find them. Under real pressure. Hawkeye challenge, meanwhile, from Gremel-Meyer. A little while longer than normal to roll up. Here it is now. Not being successful. It's just too good.
Mr. Gremel-Meyer has 2
Yeah, we have the benefit of having the stats guy, but you know, I think if I didn't have the stats in front of me, I would have said, well, Nadal has hit more winners than Gremel-Meyer.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. And obviously it's Gremel-Meyer who is ahead in that category.
I think that's a very good example there as well. That's not going to go down as an outright winner. We've seen that often, a couple of times in this game, and Nadal is just bludgeoning Gremel-Meyer further and further behind the baseline. He's getting a racket on it, but it's not a contact which is going to continue the point.
Yeah, in good position. Nice forehand, maybe slightly critical. I'd like to see him then take a step inside the court. That gives him the option of coming forward.
Break point here, right at the start of the second. Oh, that's beautiful.
Well, if you compare that to, sorry, Guy, if you compare that to the last backhand from Gremel-Meyer, oh, it was beautiful. And you don't have to hit the ball that hard when you get into that position and you're moving through the ball.
Yeah, just inside the baseline, that one. Too good for Nadal. Oh, and he just... That's a shame.
Advantage Nadal.
Second break point of this game. Shame there for Gremel-Meyer. Put up such an effort in that game once again, but in the end it means nothing. Nadal wins the most important point, the last one. He breaks right at the start of the second.
Perfect start to the second, like he was able to do in the first. Just an unfortunate miss. Did he need that jump, Monfils jump? No, there's no comparison, I'm sorry. It's Gael all day, every day.
It's not the Sampras slam dunk.
He wasn't bad though, old Pete, was he?
Nadal with that early break then. 1-love in the second.
untidy finish from Rafa. So you think Pete will be offended by my remark that Monfils gets the slam dunk?
You know what? I agree with you. Monfils does get a bit more airtime and is more spectacular, but you've always got to give credit to the guy who first brought it to the fore. So you know what the patent is all about, eh? It's getting there first.
I was the first guy that only could get one CD between my sole of my shoes and the court.
Very entertaining points, easy on the eye. Problem is, Gremillier is not winning too many of them.
30 love.
From his point of view.
He likes this drop shot, but ultimately, a good tactic against Nadal? I don't think so. It works for Djokovic because Djokovic is able to get Nadal back, sort of a long way back behind the baseline, but really Gremillier is not doing that. Djokovic is the only player out of the top 10 not to be playing an official ATP tournament before the Australian Open. Of course, Djokovic had that exhibition in Abu Dhabi last week that Nadal played.
Djokovic has played Hopman Cup in the past. Chose not to this time around. Interesting, everyone has their own approach because it's such a brief run-in to the season's first Grand Slam event. All the top players seem to do it slightly differently.
Game Nadal.
Nadal leads. That break didn't really count, extends his lead to 2-love. Nadal and Federer are pretty similar actually in terms of their preparation, saying that. Andy Murray choosing to play an ATP World Tour event as well. A different one though, playing in Brisbane International. And as you say, Djokovic doing anything at all, just carrying on his own preparations in the background. Further and further away, just seems to skip off the court and get quicker.
Love it.
That was relentless. Flattened it out, I think, there.
Yes, Barry, spot on. Good observation there. Because I'm pretty close to the net here, I could see the variance in height of the ball and trajectory. A couple of nice high ones over the net to get it deep, and then that flat one to hit the winner.
Is it obvious courtside, Robbie, that Rafa's definitely looking to be more aggressive, looking to flatten it out?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's glaringly obvious, but I'm trying to keep beady eye on him, and he certainly does seem to want to step up the court when he has played an aggressive shot, but I want to see him defend from the baseline as well. That's the key for me.
You think he can do that both on the forehand and the backhand?
I think he can, but obviously it's something that takes time to do.
Yep.
So, he said as much after the match yesterday. I think when he was talking to Jason, he said it's not going to happen overnight, but it's something that I'm going to work on.
Oh, yeah.
Third shot.
Yeah, put that on your laptop and play it before you just go out and compete.
It's like you say though, Barry, you've said before, it's just drumming it, trying to remember that time and again though, to keep doing that, because it's not what he's naturally done so much of in the past. It's that old memory.
Well, I think what he's had, Guy, if you take it when he first emerged on the tour, he was really an out-and-out clay court player. Then he realised he had to be more aggressive. He got thumped by Roddick at the US Open, so he's taken it to a level. But now Djokovic is forcing him to take an even bigger level.
The challenge here for Gremmelmeyer, but I'm not sure it's going to result in bear any fruit for him. Here it is, has indeed caught the line.
Yeah, just to pick up on your comment, Barry, I think you're exactly right. He's been so good at just constantly improving his game, evolving it. He knew he had to be better at his transition game, and we've seen him do that. Now he realizes he has to be a little bit more aggressive from the baseline as far as taking the ball early is concerned. So you asked me whether he can do it. I think if any player is prepared to make changes, he is certainly one of them.
There again, it's not an outright winner, but he's just so on top of the point. There's so many of those.
Well, I said after the Davis Cup, and I said before this event started, that I was unsure whether Nadal should go down to Australia with what I was hearing. I'm starting to change my opinion. I really am. I've been that impressed with just his body language, the way he's hitting the ball. He certainly doesn't appear he's got any problems with his shoulder.
Yet another break point here for the Spaniard. Jeez, I can quite believe that, how good that one was. It just didn't get up off the court at all. Just died.
Probably his best drop shot on the match.
Yeah.
Advantage, Gremmelmeyer.
Second ace then of the match for the German.
Juice.
It's just the pressure every time, virtually every service game. He's been taking the juice, having to save break points, all the good shots and everything. He doesn't get any reward at the end of it. You just sense the end of it, Nadal will have scored another game against him. That's the feeling.
When he's attempting that type of shot, he's feeling good about his game. And again, it was a good shot from Gremmelmeyer, but Nadal turning defence into attack.
Juice.
Nadal now 3 and 13. 13 on break points.
Mr. Grimmelmeyer is challenging a call on right base. The ball was
Strange, everyone just stopped. Crowd wondering what was going on.
Was it the umpire or was it the lineswoman? Robbie was saying courtside to us that it was the lady.
Yet another break point for Nadal, and interesting stats on this one, Barry.
Well, with the way that is, or that it's been going in the match, fairly obvious that he'll be going out wide, so.
Barry, being a southpaw yourself, you'll know exactly that pattern of play. Slider out wide, so effective for you lefties, isn't it?
Oh, he finally does.
Off to the toilet.
Break down. It's a familiar pattern. Grimmelmeyer puts up great resistance, but in the end, it means nothing. Nadal extends his lead further.
Well, Robbie's told the world what he's up to the next 5 minutes. No laughing stock though for Nadal.
Things just going the way of Rafael Nadal here. It really is just a familiar pattern through the contest. Just puts pressure on every single game on Grimmelmeyer. And in the end, just manages to finish him off. Set and 3-love. Nadal prides himself on keeping his focus, his intensity, so he'll want to put this match to bed quickly. Six love will be his preference. But at the same time, still looking to be aggressive. Continue really what he's done for an hour and 9 minutes. That's pretty good. It was a real struggle, that match with Kohlschreiber. Opportunity here really to put a statement down.
'18th winner from Gremmelmeyer. 7 on the forehand, 4 on the backhand.
Nadal 14 and 14 on the winner unforced error ratio. As we pointed out there before, it's not as simple as that win as an unforced error. Nadal has won a lot of points just with pressure. Gremmelmeyer's just got a racket on it, but not much more. Been an awful lot of those. That's what we're referring to as forced errors. That's the expression coming to mind there.
Yeah, it's a good one to have, I think, isn't it? Extra to see how many forced errors. Robbie, you're back. Welcome.
Apologies, folks. These things occasionally happen when you are the courtside commentator.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, glorious shot.
Yeah, and you might say that Gremmelmeyer's back, but he hasn't, truth to be known, really been away. And he's at a high level.
First break point that Gremmelmeyer has created in the match, coming right up.
What do we reckon, wide?
It's got to be, surely. A chance this for the Germans to get a game on the board.
He often goes wide. Every now and again, he likes to change it up. Robbie, in that instance, would you have just covered the wide serve?
Yes, I think you've got to try and have a little bit of perception. When you have this many break points, you've got to try and take away the best play from your opponent. Cover it. Make him ace you up the middle. Couldn't agree with you more.
Advantage Nadal.
And I think that's what it's all about under pressure, is making your opponent hit his least favorite shot. And if you can do that time and time again, well, then you end up at the end of the match shaking his hand and say, too good.
Game Nadal.
It's just the pattern really kind of continues. Gremmelmeyer creates his first break point in the match, but he can't get over the winning line in the game. And Nadal just extends the lead further. Update for you, winner of this one plays the winner of Ivo Karlovic and Mikhail Yuzhny, the 7th seed in the quarterfinals. Karlovic and Yuzhny, well, they've split sets. They're into a decider. Keep you posted on that one. Surprise, surprise. Karlovic won the 2nd set on the tie-break to force that decider. He's won a few tie-breaks in his career.
I think I know who Nadal would rather play. Without a shadow of a doubt, Yuzhny.
He's shown that. He's shown that on a number of occasions, Gremmelmeyer. The quality he possesses, particularly on that side.
It's probably not just Nadal who would want Jusny to win that match, probably the tournament directors as well.
Yeah, they are into a decider there, Karlovic and Jusny.
Of course, the big threat that Karlovic brings to any court with his incredible serve.
Good effort.
30-15.
I'm always reminded, actually, with Karlovic of when Federer played him in Cincinnati a few years ago. He played 3 sets and Federer came off and he lost the match. He said, I haven't been broken in 3 sets. And that's just the way it is with the Croatian.
It's never a tennis match. Now, that's not to put Karlovic down, but it is very difficult to get in any rhythm when you are playing him. Plays to his strengths.
Can he get a game on the board? He's been in a lot of games. He's had opportunities. Remember, he created his first break point in that previous game, but he's just not been able to finish things off a lot of the time. But he does get one on the board. Generous round of applause. Generous hand for Gremmelmeyer. Still in deep trouble, though, here. This set and 4-1 down. Good crowd in here. Building up, of course, Roger Federer next on court as well. I'm sure a few want to see him. Rafa, a big draw card as well. Enjoying themselves. Always has support, Spanish support wherever you go. Any tournaments, I mean, they've got so many players, as you pointed out before, on the ATP World Tour involved in tournaments. But there's plenty of Spanish fans around events through the year. Roger Federer has plenty of fans as well, of course. Another popular player here. Very popular player, both of them. Nadal to serve here in complete control right now. Set him 4-1. Of course, for Gremmelmeyer, the next agenda will be to try and get through qualifying of the Australian Open, which starts next week. 3 matches there. Gremmelmeyer's actually got a decent record in terms of qualifying for slams. Qualified for the Australian Open and the French as well, went out in the first round of both of those. Direct entry into Wimbledon, his ranking was actually high enough last year, but then had a difficult time in the second half of the year and didn't make it out of the final qualifying round at the US Open. But I fancy his chances. He's playing some decent ball, and he's, as I say, qualified for main draws before at the majors. He's not making any impression there, though. Nadal love hold, and he's game away. That was some nifty stuff from Nadal. Big football fan, of course.
You'd have been happy after last night. Real Madrid with a
that
good
was a
comeback.
cracking game, wasn't it? Copa del Rey, the Spanish Cup. As you don't follow football, tournament there, coming back from 2-0 down. Real Madrid to win the first leg of their tie, 3-2. Rafa, a big Real Madrid fan. Gremmelmeyer serving to stay in the match, 1-5. That's just imperious. Forehand before wasn't bad either.
Long 15.
Well, he's known for his top spin on the forehand, but this one a lot flatter. Not as high over the net.
Long 13.
Almost. Wouldn't have been a complete surprise if he managed to pull it off. He's such a wonderful mover.
In many ways, the hard part was to get there, which Rafa almost did, and I think he'll feel he should have done better with that in the end. Such as his high standards.
Credit the German. Not throwing in the towel here at all.
Yeah, he's hit more winners than Rafa. He's come to the net more than Rafa. And the most important thing in tennis is Rafa's won more games than his opponent. And a lot more points as well. 66 to 45.
Just long. Thinks about the challenge. He does go to Mohamed El Jannati that he wants one.
Right base, the ball was called out.
Needs it overturned, otherwise it will be a match point for Nadal. It's just a little bit out. 9 millimeters, we're told.
30-40. Steger Malian has no more challenge.
Match point for the first time here for the top seed. It doesn't challenge because it did just look beyond the baseline. It's the far end as we look at it from our commentary position, but it did just look long.
Looking to be aggressive. I don't think he'd be too disappointed.
It's a good error, isn't it?
Yep.
Talked about it a few times already this week.
That isn't a good error. Looking like he was really in position there, Rafa. say things come in threes. Will he miss another return? Surely not.
Gremmelmeyer just came up with one of his best shots of the contest. Credit the German here. Saves the match point, just keeps going. Good stuff. No, full credit to Gremmelmeyer there. I mean, it's most people would say you'll go down here in straight sets. You would say Nadal would win the match, but saves the match point there. It's well done.
Well, Nadal will respect his opponents. He's competed every single point. He's had a go. He's played well. Just hasn't been good enough, and there's nothing wrong in that, really. I think his tactics have been good. He's a clear idea of how he's looking to win his points, which he's done. 21 winners, as we said. But of course, Nadal is a serial Grand Slam champion because he's relentless. And I think Nadal will be delighted with the match. And they want to close it out here without losing serve.
Time.
Almost an hour and a half played here. Nadal had a match point in that previous Gremmelmeyer service game, couldn't take it, but now with the chance to serve this out on his own ball.
Love.
12th winner on the forehand. Surprise, really. He's only hit one on the backhand, Rafa.
Yeah, the numbers were a bit more even in the match against Kohlschreiber. The winner breakdown on the part of Nadal. Moving through, getting it done. And then some. Nadal on the brink here. 3 match points. Just wide. It's possibly the point of the match to finish things off.
6-2.
Terrific rally to end things off, and a terrific effort, terrific performance from the top seed, Rafael Nadal here. An hour and a half. His opponent didn't play badly. Nadal just played much better, played the big points really well. In addition, 2-2. Keeps his bid for a first title here at the Qatar ExxonMobil Open alive. Nadal through in straight sets.
Well, a happy ending for Rafa And he'll be delighted with his performance. Nothing that Kremlmeier can be too disappointed about. He played as well as he can play, and also as well as he's allowed to play. As for Nadal, I thought he was good yesterday, and today he certainly lifted his level, so that's really promising for Rafa towards the end of the week, but also his chances in Melbourne, the first Grand Slam of the year.
Nadal, the winner then, in straight sets. Highly impressive performance from the Spaniard here, has to be said, and his opponent pretty well too. Good match, that one. A couple of good matches. Joe Tsonga's match earlier on. The opening set of that in particular was very entertaining. Good stuff here.
Thank you.
Second round day at the Qatar ExxonMobil Open. More matches to come as well, but we're waiting to hear at the moment from Rafa. Robbie Koenig on court again, waiting to speak to the top seed. Just setting things up, waiting for Rafa to take position, and we'll cross down to Robbie to speak with Nadal. Very happy indeed. Let's hear from Rafa now, speaking to Robbie Koenig.
First of all, congratulations. Such a clean match. You know, a lot of guys don't like playing in the wind. When I watch you play, it's almost like the wind is not there. What's your mentality? Why is your mentality so good in tough conditions?
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good victory, I believe. No, he started the season well, playing well, having yesterday a very good win against Starazza. So the conditions today wasn't easy. The important things with these conditions is try to move the legs until the last moment. No, and you know, we played with these conditions a lot of times, and for me, I don't like to play like this. But anyway, it's what we have today, and we have to accept and just try our best.
Speaking of your footwork, I noticed your footwork was really good today. Tell me, is it something you've been working hard on in the off-season? Did you do a lot of fitness training? Did you try and do it beforehand? Because you're looking so fresh this season.
Well, we'll see. No, I really didn't have the chance to practice a lot during the off-season. No, after the final of Davis Cup, I had a problem on the knees, later on the shoulder. So I didn't practice as much as I would like. No, but you know, that's just the beginning of the season. Every match is really important for me. That's the best practice that I can have. So enjoying it, enjoying Doha is a fantastic place to be. So it's the best place for me to start another season.
Thank you very much, Rafa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the #1 seed, Rafael Nadal.
Thoughts there of Rafael Nadal. Everyone enjoying that performance from the top seed. Barry, look back at those stats, particularly, I mean, both of them played well, but Rafa in particular, look at the numbers.
Well, he was underplaying himself, wasn't he, Rafa, saying, well, I haven't practiced that much, but certainly on that performance, 1 hour, 29 minutes, he was playing at a very, very high level. Everything was working well for Nadal tonight. Of course, it's difficult in these conditions, but good winners to unforced errors ratio, plenty of balls, came forward with success. Maybe the break points, 4 out of 15, but a lot of that was due to Kremlmeier. He played some terrific tennis, but ultimately Nadal had just a little bit too much class and improved on his performance yesterday. I certainly expect him to take another step forward tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
So Rafa Nadal through, we can see that right at the top of the draw here. He'll play the winner of a match that's in progress at the moment over on court number 1. It's in a decider. Mikhail Yuzhny 4-1 up with the break over Ivo Karlovic at the moment. And you can see just lower down that draw, Viktor Troitsky through. He'll play the winner of the day's final match here on the centre court between Gael Monfils and Benjamin Becker. Roger Federer against Gregor Gemla to come next.
Get your hands on one of the balls. No, he's passing it on. Top man. Rafa, we are going to ask you to play with one of the boys, if you will, Rafa. We've got one of the young guys from the Qatar Tennis Academy. This young man, Ali Mahmoud, 11 years old, just like his, he's got the velvet racket as well, the same racket as Rafa. He told me he's well prepared for this encounter, been preparing all day. He's got his game face on as well. Means business. Oh, he's ready to go Rafa on the run. This guy doesn't waste time. Takes this one. Oh. Did Rafa watch the Hawkeye there? No, no Hawkeye. Clearly on the line. Stop hand and backhand from Ali. Stepping in the court, taking it early. He's giving Rafael on the left and right. Two great points, fantastic. And of course, standing next to me is the man who makes it all happen, Amin, who coaches all the young guys here at the Qatari Tennis Federation. This is where they train day in and day out, and hopefully producing future champions. Thank you very much, Ali. And of course, big thanks, ladies and gentlemen, to Rafael Nadal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players are ready. First up out of the tunnel from Slovenia, please welcome Gregor Zamalja. Switzerland, defending champion Roger Federer.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Qatar ExxonMobil Open 2012. It's day 3 of our live coverage. Second round action. Jason Goodall alongside Barry Cowan. Robbie Koenig will be courtside as usual with his analysis throughout the course of this one. Up next, it's Gael Monfils against Benjamin Becker, but Roger Federer, the defending champion and second seed, is up against Gregor Zemla.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Gentlemen, you guys know everything. We have Okai and a 5 minutes warm-up. Any questions? Greg, ahead, Stels. That's Stels. He starts. Good match.
Cedric Mourier is the umpire. Federer winning the toss. No hesitation at all in electing to serve. It's a nippy one this evening, no question about that. Not sure how Robbie's coping. Courtside, he does have a pretty thick jacket though, so he'll be all right. It's pretty breezy as well, so players have found it a little difficult to play their best tennis, but top seeds have managed to come through so far. Tsonga winning in straights, as did Nadal over Flavio Cipolla and Dennis Gremmelmeyer, respectively. Of course, Federer the big favourite as far as this match is concerned, and the winner will play Andrea Seppi. First man through to the quarterfinals. He was a winner earlier today. His match started at 3:30 local time over on court 1. The 8th seed from Italy, beating Spain's Guillermo Garcia-Lopez. She hit a lot of balls, so Seppi will be in good form come tomorrow. And of course, historically, he has found it difficult against the very best players in the world. Nevertheless, always nice to get a couple of matches under your belt at the start of a new season. Well, Barry, I haven't seen a great deal of Zemla. What about you?
Like you, Jason, I haven't seen a great deal of him, but certainly earned his ranking by doing well in challenges. I think it's a match that Federer will approach in a professional manner. And actually, Jason, we were discussing with Guy in the previous match with the conditions, you know, who is the best win player today? Because, you know, Nadal has obviously won some big matches, high-profile matches in the win, but I think Federer is also exceptional in these conditions because he can use the slice, he can change the pace, he can make life difficult, and he always seems to serve well. It's like Sampras, it didn't matter whether it was windy or whether the sun was in his eyes, he always seemed to be able to serve great.
And I always use that as a great barometer to suggest who are the greatest players, when you can watch on TV and have no idea what the conditions are. Yet you can get courtside and think, geez, it's tough to play good tennis today. And those guys are just acting as if it's normal. But it's so nice to have a little slice backhand, isn't it, as well, when it's exceptionally breezy. I'm sure we'll see Federer put that to good use this afternoon. But this is a tournament whereby, you know, if you have made your way up on the challenger circuits, you do get opportunities. Qualifying's not particularly tough here. So, you know, you can make a name for yourself, and you'll certainly do so if you're able to get the better of the defending champion. What did you make of Federer's first match of the tournament yesterday, Barry?
Very, very impressive. He was in and out last week in the exhibition, but it was an exhibition. And Federer knew that there was tougher things to come this week, and I think he'd be delighted with the way he played. I mean, Davydenko, it's not the same player as we saw a couple of years ago, even last year when he made the final and lost to Roger. And I think just everything seems to be clicking into gear, but I think we need to hold fire until he plays the likes of a Nadal, potentially at the end of this week, or a Djokovic or a Murray towards the back end of the Australian Open. But certainly this great run doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon.
Well, give us a bit of feedback on those matches that he played in Abu Dhabi, because I didn't get to see them. Obviously read reports of them on the internet and in the newspapers, but you were commentating on that particular event. Was it very obvious that it wasn't an official tournament, or was he simply outplayed and a bit subpar?
Very quick, which always lends itself towards players, if they're not quite at the top of their game, making a few more unforced errors. And certainly the feeling for Federer was he didn't really want to go deep into the rally. Why would you in an exhibition? Save it for tougher tests further down the line. But yeah, he was hitting the ball well, but when has Roger never not hit the ball well?
So fair to say that we're still on this 18-match winning streak then?
Absolutely.
Yeah, very different
Never
story.
counter an exhibition.
Yeah, very different story for these guys when it's an official event. It is indeed Cedric Murillo up in the chair. And I guess when you're playing someone for the first time, no surprise that this is the first time that these two have met. It's all about trying to work your opponents out as quickly as you possibly can, isn't it?
Well, obviously, Gemler has more of an advantage than Roger. Sure, you've seen him plenty of times, but that's always the problem with a player like Gemler. Is you see a Roger Federer play in the semi-finals of the US Open against Djokovic, or the semi-finals of the French when he beat Djokovic, and you see Federer at his very best, and easy to feel intimidated. But you just got to try and play your game and see what happens.
And sometimes, you know, when you are a higher seed, we're not keeping you up there, Mark, are we? It is difficult when you don't know your opponent. I'm sure Tsonga suffered from that yesterday when he played Malik Jaziri. I'm sure he didn't expect him to come out playing as well as he did. And he was lucky not to be a set down there, Tsonga. And of course went the distance in the end before eventually prevailing. So, you know, if you can get off to a really good start, if you can forget about the size of the occasion and the fact that you're playing one of the greatest players ever to have graced our sport, and you actually just say, I've got nothing to lose here, I can go out and open my shoulders, and you happen to have some big weapons. I mean, that was the big advantage yesterday for Jaziri. He had a huge forehand and he served well, he took the return on, hit a lot of winning shots and rushed Tsonga into error. If you have those weapons and they're working well, it's possible you can get off to a decent start, and then you never know. That's the attitude you've got to have, isn't it? It might be my day.
Yeah. But it's not going to be your day if you go down a break early against these great players. Incredible, really, that two Slovenians in the top 120. Gemler 116, Kavcic at 92. Such a small tennis nation, and how many of these smaller tennis nations are having sort of one, possibly two players around the top 100 mark?
Yeah, it's an exceptionally good effort.
Talking about Mirka, this is the easy part of a day.
So we're all set for the commencement of the third match of the day here on centre court. Jason Goodall alongside Barry Cowan, Robbie Koenig courtside as ever to see Federer get proceedings underway. And he's slow out of the blocks.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone take that forehand as early as Roger Federer. Even John McEnroe years ago.
Well, it's a tougher shot as well, isn't it? Because, all due respect to McEnroe, who of course was an absolute genius on the court, Federer's trying to hit with a lot more topspin, so it's much more difficult to time it as sweetly as he does most of the time.
I always feel, though, for Gemler, it's such a demoralising first point, because you see that come back at you. Oh, no.
It's a nice swift start, and time now for us to touch base with Robbie. Just give us an update, mate, on the latest conditions down there? Still as windy as it was earlier and getting colder by the second?
Definitely hit the nail on the head. That's exactly it. See Roger doing a couple of side to side, just trying to keep warm. And it is very cold. I mean, I think the ball through the air is going to be very slow as a result of it being so cold. And of course, it's all about game management in these kind of conditions. You know, smart shot selection.
15 love.
That's a nice shot there. Some news out on court one. Mikhail, usually the seventh seed, has overcome Ivo Karlovic in 3 sets, 6-2, 6-7, 6-3. And if you listen very closely, you can hear Nadal cheering from the locker room. Nice little shot from Federer. Confident one too.
40-50.
Sort of say, yeah, you thought I was going to go for the drop shot. A little head fake. Still loves playing tennis. Loves competing and also loves the game. So important to have both.
Yeah, some interesting quotes from Serena Williams this week about not being in love with the game and not really actually fancying sports all that much. So it's very strange coming from world number one and somebody who's won so many Grand Slams. But it was interesting, wasn't it, what Paul Annacone was saying, having worked with Sampras before Federer, and he said their outlook at this stage in their career is so different. Sampras was burnt out completely and had fallen out of love with the game, whereas Federer still loves it so much. It's a good service game, that, from Gemlet. Will do the confidence, the power of good. One apiece.
Do you think it's right, though, a player like Serena Williams should be as honest as that while she's still playing? Because it doesn't do the game any good, does it?
No, and
you might think it.
No, and the women's game needs all the help it can get at the moment, you know. And as a world number one, you have certain responsibilities, I think. And I think we're lucky in this era that likes of Federer and Nadal do have such respect for the history of the game and what it means to be world number one. Djokovic now as well, and have given back to the game so much over the years. It wasn't always the case.
You know,
and I think in this sport, Barry, we have world number ones that have respect across the sporting world. And that's so important. They've done wonders in raising the level of the game. When you consider that people now know the likes of Federer and Nadal that don't follow tennis, which can only be great for the game. You know, Serena too has a very high profile, especially in America. But to come out with a comment like that, you know, it's naive, I think, at best.
That's a smart serve from Federer, using the wind.
Yeah, used that a little bit yesterday, and I liked it because, as Robbie Koenig was suggesting earlier, you know, in the wind, the slower the shot that you hit, the more it moves through the air. Tougher it is to time, generate your own pace. Likes to hit his spots, very rarely will serve into the body. But, of course, it's one of the most accurate deliveries in in the business. Nice start by the defending champion. 2-1.
Better serve now than 5-6 years ago.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? We had this discussion, I know, at the O2, didn't we? He's had to adapt it, I think. I think there's more variation now. The disguise has always been outstanding off the same ball toss, the ability to hit, you know, all four corners of both service boxes. He's had to think about what to do behind it as well. I mean, when you think back to the first Wimbledon that he won against Philippoussis, I looked at some stats there, and I think throughout the course of the tournament, serve volleyed over 80% of the time.
Well, even that year he won, because I knew he did it against Sampras.
Yep, against Philippoussis that year. And of course, the last time he won Wimbledon, it was in single figures. So, you know, his game has changed so much, as have the courts. But I think he's done well to adapt his game every single season to try and stay at the top of the game. That's why he's had such good longevity, and he still feels he's got a good 2 or 3 years left at the very top. Heavy-handed there. Sensible shot from Federer just to keep Gemler thinking all the time. Good opening service game. Needs another one here, though.
And that's the shot that has become so difficult to play. Roger Federer, that single-hander pass.
It's a variation that you see throughout the course of the rally that's so tough for opponents. We saw a little bit of everything there.
Love 30.
Yeah, it's that slice that looks innocuous, but it isn't. And I feel actually if Federer hits that slice to you, I think you've got to go back down the middle. I think to give him the angles to play with, he's going to punish you. Because you go down the line, he's got the running forehand, you go cross-court, he can run around the backhand, and as we saw, the forehand devastating. Roddick still has nightmares over that shot.
No question about that. He's got to post some pretty good numbers on serve today to stand any chance at all. Good length. You know, you always feel rushed when you play against the best players in the world. You've played Sampras at Wimbledon on one of the biggest stages in the world. It's tough, isn't it, when you're always feeling like you're playing off your back foot?
Yeah, the ball comes through a lot quicker than you normally expect. In some ways, Jason, though, it can be a little easy because at least you know you have to commit 100% every single shot. If you're playing someone lower ranked, the back of your mind, you think, I should go for it, but actually, if I just put the ball back in court, I might still win the point.
Yeah, no, I often make that point when, you know, players come up against the best players in the world. You know, there's no line there that needs to be drawn. It's got to be your best or nothing. So sometimes it does simplify matters in terms of decision making, doesn't it? You know, you've got to go for it. It's a wonderful backhand. We've seen Federer's vast array of ground strokes already in the opening 4 games here, and they all seem to be working exceptionally well so far. No pressure created as yet by Gemler. Federer leads 3-1.
Yeah, approaching 1,000 matches, and how many of those 1,000 matches has he got a break of serve in the first couple of games? One of the best players I've ever seen at starting fast.
15.
Let's touch base with Robbie courtside. I've been impressed with Federer's slice backhand. Robbie, what's it like seeing the trajectory of that shot fizz over the net an inch or so above it and then stay about 6 inches off the floor?
Yeah, but it's so tough to guard against when you're the opponent. You can't do anything off of it, especially if it's got a little bit of bite on. It is such a good neutralizing shot when he's defending. But of course, when he's attacking the slice as well, it just causes so much problems to the guy on the other side of the net.
Nice shot to use in the wind as well, isn't it? Highly effective.
Such a high percentage play, isn't it? It's the key.
Out. 30-15.
Of course, it's all about bringing the margins in when you're playing the wind. Playing the percentage as well. We were speaking a little earlier, Jason, about how well Nadal does that. That's what makes him such a good player in the wind.
That's the shot you were talking about earlier. You're going back there cross-court, you're trying to defend, you're trying to stay in the rally, but you then offer Federer one of his favourite shots, don't you?
He really does have great footwork. The balance there. There was a feeling sort of early on in his career that he was a little lazy with his feet, but I didn't always subscribe to that theory. But certainly now, I think his preparation is second to none.
It's a very different type of footwork to, say, Nadal, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lovely combination. It can be misleading at times. But he seems to find himself in a decent position, so the footwork must be good. He's got off to a flyer here. Leads 4-1.
Yeah, and one of the things also often talked about, Jason, is, well, you know, Federer mishits a lot of balls. Well, one of his biggest assets is how early he takes the ball. So taking the ball that early on the rise, you are going to mishit a few.
And of course, as well, you've got to consider the fact that the sweet spot in his racket is so much smaller than all of the other players, and often that doesn't get talked about. It's so hard to time the ball perfectly when you're doing exactly that, taking it early. Racket head speed's phenomenal, and you're trying to contact the ball so thinly, aren't you? Yeah. That it's amazing. He doesn't shank more. And it's a similar scenario with Nadal, but his racket head is so much bigger than Federer's.
Time.
Just a small observation there. Both players so quick out of the chair on the change of ends. Neither of them wants to be sat down for too long because it is cool, because of the breeze. I'm trying to keep those muscles nice and warm.
30.
Jason, I don't know about you. If I was Gemma, I'd be using the full 90 seconds.
Yeah, because you know, things happen very quickly, don't they? When you're out there and you're getting
40 minutes already.
Yeah. And of course, Federer likes to play quickly, so he's in his comfort zone. And, you know, often it's a legitimate tactic. You've got to try and slow things down. Take your opponent out of their comfort zone legally when you can.
30.
Better serve. Still got a pretty decent number of first serves in. 9 of 14, 64%. But you know, is it going to be effective enough? It's only 170 kilometers an hour. That one was, but throughout the course of the match, maybe not.
Memphis.
He hasn't really done a whole lot wrong, to be honest, Schemmler. He's So just been blown away in the opening 5 games.
40 love.
You know, when there is such a big discrepancy in the rankings, you've got to expect that occasionally. He's just outside the top 100, 116. Plays primarily on the Challenger circuit. Came through the qualifying here.
Game Zemlya.
Of course, beat a wild card in the first round. So
Federer leads by 4 games to 2.
3 sets. So he's had a pretty decent draw. And that was a better service game.
He's out-acing Federer, 3-1.
Take every win you can get.
He's also hit more unforced errors. Does that count?
Definitely. Bettered Federer. 2 numbers.
59.
It's all about concentration once you do get a break up. Especially when you're winning pretty comfortably and you're holding as easily as Federer has so far. That's a little wild.
15-30.
Bad volley from Federer. He didn't need to hit that volley as hard as he was looking to hit it. Just cut it across the court, use a bit of wind. So how many times, sorry Jason, how many times over the years did we see Pat Rafter hit that little short angle?
30.
Yeah, Tsonga as well, just taking the pace off the volley. It's a lot harder to do, but Federer certainly has the talent to be able to do so. Poor shot selection there. Oh, it's a lovely backhand. Had plenty of time to get set up there. And I'll tell you what, nowhere, it's Zemlya with a break point now. Perfect target there. Very tough to cover that. Let's see what he can do here. It's a shame.
And when Federer was having those difficult moments at the beginning of last year, time and time again on a break point, he seemed to not be able to find that first serve. But how the sort of changed the last few months of the tennis season, and another first serve there.
Excellent return. Good length, nice pace. It's a heady cocktail. Federer doesn't like to give up any territory at all, so he'll stand there and swing at that. Tough to time in windy conditions. Another chance to break here.
That's really disappointing from Zemlya. Did a good job to get the serve back in play, and he had that forehand. He just didn't do anywhere near enough with it. See, that's the shot, Jason. I just feel, have a go. At least if you have a go and miss it, you've given yourself a chance to win the point.
And you feel a bit better about yourself, don't you? Return not quite as effective, so Federer having a little more time there to get set up, and as a result, timing of the shot was a little easier. Always keeps that head so still on that shot. Textbook.
Game Federer.
So he gets out of trouble, managing to fend off a couple of break points along the way, and in doing so,
By 5 games to 2.
extends his lead. Defending champion now, a game away from wrapping up the opening set.
Yeah, in half an hour's time, Jason, after the match might be finished, Zemlya might go, well, that was my only chance to get the break. I mean, I know he had a break point before, but Federer hit a good first serve.
remember that against the best players in the world. You know, the one break point might be all you get. Got to have a very clear picture in your mind of what you're going to do if you do get the chance. There can be no hesitation whatsoever. From what you've seen so far, Barry, a good chance of him improving that ranking this season, or might it be a struggle for him to consolidate a position at, you know, 80 plus in the world?
Yeah, I think that's what he is. 80. You know, on a good year he might get up to 70, but I think to get amongst the top 50, you've got to have something really special. But there are examples. Marco Cudinelli, who would have thought he would get to around 50?
So Gemler in trouble here, needing to hold to stay in this opening set. Good footwork from Federer. Robbie, just give me some feedback on the amount of pace that Gemler seems to be generating down there courtside. Do you think he's been aggressive enough?
Well, I think, you know, initially he's trying to play his own game, and certainly nerves are going to play their part. So you do sometimes tend to go into your shell, especially when you're playing a high-ranked player. I agree with what you guys were saying a little earlier. You got to take it to these guys. You got to do what we saw yesterday. The Tunisian wildcard did against Tsonga. You got to really take it to them. You've got nothing to lose, and lay it all out there.
Yeah, that's what was so good about that performance from Malik Jaziri yesterday against Jo-Wilfried Tsonga.
There'll be people say, well, you know, Kanyas beat Federer in Indian Wells and Miami, and Kanyas made a lot of balls and Federer missed a few, but you know, Federer at that particular stage was struggling a bit. You know, Federer now has won 18 matches in a row.
Yeah, you've got to take that into consideration, haven't you? Last loss coming the US Open in the semi-finals there, but I'll tell you what, Guillermo Cañas will be bitterly disappointed if you're suggesting he was just about as good as Gemler, because Cañas was pretty solid, wasn't he? I mean, I know what you're saying though, but certainly had a bit more in his locker than Gemler. It's been pretty comfortable, hasn't it, throughout the course of this opening set for Federer. He's been able to play pretty freely throughout, never really under any pressure apart from those 2 break points, and here he is with a set point. Nicely done.
This.
That's a good one too from Gemler. Confident on the shorter forehand.
Advantage Zemlya.
Nothing wrong with that return. Straight up the middle of the court at the server. Very difficult to create any kind of angle there at all. And often if you are trying to force the pace, that's when errors can come.
Advantage Federer.
More opportunities here for Federer. I'm sure he'd like to get the second set underway on serve, so this would be a nice little bonus.
Yeah, good combination of play from Gemla. He just hasn't been allowed really too often to get inside the baseline. As you would expect, Federer playing most of his tennis in the blue.
That was quite tight in the end, actually. It was a really fascinating rally. Federer was so patient with that slice backhand. Such a good tool to use in breezy conditions. How did you see that one, Barry?
Yes, wide. 50-50, isn't it?
Yeah, it was tight. It would be such a shame if it was just wide, 'cause it was a decent rally. I think the boys have popped off for dinner. Need to get them back in the booth. Yeah, thought so.
You can't say you thought so. You asked me. You didn't say, no, I disagree.
You didn't ask me. In my head, it was good all the time. So a do-over for Gemla. Exquisite feel from Federer. The fade on those backhands down the line. Absolutely delightful.
Advantage Federer.
Well, it's a superb point. And what's really encouraging from Federer is he's not overplaying. And I always feel that when he plays like that, it's because he has so much confidence in his movement.
As Robbie Koenig quite rightly suggests from courtside, he's waving that Wilson wand. And as a result, that's his third set point. Oh, brilliance. Nice injection of pace there. Not easy to do when you're forced onto your back foot. So Federer finishes the opening set in fine fashion. Wraps it up in 31 minutes. 6-2. Good set of tennis, that.
That was a superb set of tennis from Roger Federer. Very difficult to find any holes in the opening 31 minutes from the world number 3. As for Zemle, he didn't play a bad set. He had those 2 break points. It was the second of the 2 break points at 4-2 that he'll be disappointed. Had a forehand and just really pushed it back into court, got punished. And everything is working well for Federer, as it was last night against Davydenko. And he'll hope that the second set can be the same and can get off court and look forward to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
So it'll be Federer to get this second set underway.
Farina.
So it's a good start by Federer. Here's Robbie Koenig talking to Zemle's coach courtside.
Down here with Gregor's coach, and a quick question for you, Ziga. When you're playing against somebody like Federer for the first time, what sort of advice are you giving to Gregor when he comes out to such a big match?
Yeah, first of all, I told him that he should enjoy. He's actually a big idol. But anyhow, I watched the match yesterday. Of course, I watched plenty of matches before, and I told him a couple of things. What is he playing? What should he be careful to? But anyhow, I mean, if he's how to say, not if he's not tight too much, then he can play normally with him.
I
think he's been playing pretty well so far. Of course, he's going to be a little bit nervous. But I think, is there anything that you'd like to see him do a little differently, or are you happy with his performance so far? Just play the big points better, maybe.
Yeah, he was nervous at the beginning, but then of the set, I think he started to play better. So if he continues like this, I hope he can manage some more games, or maybe even a set. We'll see.
Well, thanks to Ziedel down here courtside, keeping his eye firmly on his charge. And he feels like his charge finished the set pretty well. Going to make some good impact here, make it a good contest. I think that's the gist of what the coach is looking for. Now that his first set's under his belt, play a little bit more relaxed.
That's always the key, isn't it? When you play a big match, you are going to be a little tight initially. Can you respond throughout the course of it? That's better.
Yeah, what the coach actually didn't mention, Jason, was that Federer doesn't often allow you to recover from the nerves. You know, he gets on you right from the word go, and you just feel crushed early on. And I don't think Gemla's played badly at all. But Federer just does not give you a chance to play. Now, I think that's the difference now with Djokovic, Jason. You know, he's built up that aura of being the world #1, and you go into a match against him, and he's right on you from the word go, where that wasn't really the case a year ago, 18 months. And then that's something that Murray needs to improve.
And, of course, something that Nadal wants to try and do a little better this year as well, having lost a bit of confidence last season. This would be a victory in itself if Gemla could get through this service game. Often where the matches can be lost in the early stages of a second set, having just lost the first, especially against one of the world's best players. I'll tell you what, his coach will be delighted with that service game. There he is. Because absolutely crucial that Gemla stays with Federer for as long as possible.
Yeah, and he's only one winner behind Roger Federer now. 11 in the racket of the Slovenian. Compare that to the former world #1. He doesn't like that, though, does he? Former world #1.
No.
Oh, actually, it's world #3 he doesn't like.
Okay.
Former world #1's just about
okay.
right. Yeah.
It's acceptable.
He prefers 16-time Grand Slam champion.
We'll have some discussion about that, because he feels he's got a good chance this year of regaining the #1 ranking. What about you?
At a push, no. Because I think the surfaces that they play on, the hard courts, Australia towards the end is slow, Indian Wells and Miami slow, then you get on the clay, and I think for someone like Djokovic, I think it certainly favours him more.
Because, of course, he's got a huge lead, hasn't he, in terms of the ranking points, but, of course, he's got so many to defend in the first 6 months. But you're suggesting that the court surface is slow enough that he should be able to do enough to maintain the ranking.
Yeah, I just think it's more of for Federer, more difficult for him to beat a Djokovic or a Nadal at the back end of one of those big events. I still do think there's Grand Slams in him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other question, isn't it, that we're all being asked this week, and I certainly agree. But, of course, in order to do so, you probably have to go through 2 of the guys in the top 4, given their recent records at the majors. And that gets a little tougher as well, especially if it's the likes of Djokovic and Nadal, as far as Federer is concerned. But he is one of the few players that seems to have less trouble against Djokovic. But of course, has trouble against Nadal, so it's an interesting one at the very top of the game. We should see some phenomenal tennis as a result. It's on serve in the early stages of set number 2. Federer leads 2-1. Plenty of support for Federer. Federer and Nadal, of course, transcend the sport. So many fans that travel the world, watch them play, lots of locals as well, and they put all the time and effort in before making their way courtside, which is always good to see. A little old, that picture, though. That was back in the day when he had the ponytail.
Is that 2003, maybe 2002?
Yeah, yeah, he had that famous match with Sampras at Wimbledon before falling to our good friend, Tim Henman. And I think that was when he won his first Wimbledon against Philippoussis, still had the ponytail, didn't he?
When he was working with Peter Lundgren.
So 2 for the price of 1 when they went down the barber's sale, wasn't it? Just get a little trim, take a centimetre off the end there.
Time.
Still having a lot of fun, despite the fact that it's a bit nippy out there. It's a lot better if you brought your parka along. It's half decent for the concession stands, especially if you've got a nice line in sweatshirts. We should be doing a little sideline in that, buddy. Make some good money this week. No breaks as yet in set number 2, so 1-2.
Love 15.
Slightly defensive opening from Gemla.
That's a little wild as well, isn't it? Dug himself out of a hole initially, love 30 in his opening service game, but it becomes increasingly difficult to do that on a regular basis.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the reason he started this game slowly. Often happens, you have a tough service game, when you're not used to playing at that intensity.
It's a bit cheap too. You choose the slice backhand because it's a high percentage play, so very rarely do you expect to miss it, especially when you're going cross court there.
Best slice in the game?
It's, I would say so.
Just didn't quite get in position there, Federer, and usually you see him hit that forehand, the weight's going through the ball. Not on that occasion.
Yeah, let him off the hook in his opening service game, and might be about to do the same here again. Good serve. Some decent pace on that. Yeah, anything 200k and above in cold conditions like these. It's good stuff. And that's even better. Back-to-back boomers from Gemla. And he does indeed escape for a second time from love 30 to draw level.
Yeah,
Two apiece.
And that will do his confidence the world of good to come through that other game and just to stay with Federer at the beginning of a set.
Netflix.
Just skips through those shots, moving forwards all the time.
It's an interesting point what you say, Jason, with that, because the modern day teaching of tennis and the forehand is the open stance. But if you have an open stance forehand, you can't hit the forehand like that. I've always felt that's one of Roddick's downfalls.
Yeah, it's almost like you've got to learn how to do that as well on that short ball, isn't it? Even if you hit with an open stance from the back of the court. I mean, that was another majestic backhand from Federer, technically perfect. Stayed nice and low throughout.
He actually generates some pace off that forehand.
Yeah, when he's got enough time to do so, it's not bad. No problem so far for Federer on serve. But Zemla doing a better job of hanging with Federer in the early stages of this set than he did initially. Nevertheless, it's Federer who leads. 3-2. That's interesting, Barry. We talk about Federer trying to take the ball early as much as he possibly can, and you know, to be hitting almost 50% of your shots inside the baseline puts so much pressure on your opponent, doesn't it?
That's remarkable. You never see that in modern day tennis with a player staying back. I mean, usually, what would a Djokovic, would he be sort of 40, 60 maybe at best? And actually, I'm surprised that Zemla is as high as 26.
Yeah, he's trying to fight fire with fire, but obviously that's extremely difficult. You can see with Federer's ground strokes, the vast majority of them are hit from his backhand side. Likes to run around and use the forehand there, and of course many of those will be sliced backhands as well. So that's the corner that I feel he's much more comfortable in, as opposed to being moved wide to his forehand. And I think when players can get ahead in the rally and expose that lack of mobility out wide, relatively speaking, I think we see a few errors from the forehand, but still a good shot. He's had a couple of chances to break in this second set, but squandered them. Half chances, really, at love 30 in both of Zemla's service games, if you weren't with us earlier. It'll be the qualifier attempting to get back on level terms for a third time here.
Birdie 15. 40-15.
It's a better service game, wasn't it? He's done well in this second set. We heard from the coach earlier, and he said he was pretty happy with the way he's played the match so far. A little nervous initially, and he just wanted him to stick to his guns, really, and he's done that. You can see, yeah, he's encouraging him. And, of course, you get to 4-all, 5-all, anything can happen.
Yeah, be delighted with that game. I was a little unsure with Federer's tactics in that last game. It certainly appeared that he just took his foot off the accelerator to sort of say, well, okay, I'm just going to make a few balls. What have you got? There's a few doubts in the camp. Wouldn't have thought too many, but just a...
I think they're just cold.
That's their doubts.
They thought they were going to get dinner at 9 o'clock. They've got severe doubts of that happening now.
That's better.
15-all.
I think if they ask for dinner to be put back 15 minutes or so, I think they'll be able to arrange that. We might struggle.
Early 15.
That's the shot that he makes look so simple. Just brilliant hand skills.
Oh, that's a great return. He read the serve incredibly well there. So he was able to get off to a decent start. If you prepare a little earlier, then you've got a better chance of actually swinging through the ball, generating a little more pace.
Will he go to the forehand again?
Nicely done. Very simple volley. That's easy to panic there, trying to hit a winner.
40-30.
Because you often see great servers, if they get burnt by the forehand return, they go there again. So say, you can't do it again.
Shame, but it was a better game from Jamla. He's acquitting himself well in this second set. But hasn't been able to break Federer's serve as yet. As a result, it's the defending champion who has a slender lead midway through set number 2.
Jason, I was sort of thinking in the last game about, you know, the preparation going to the Australian Open, and, you know, obviously Murray's favoured going down to Australia early and getting used to the heat. And I'm wondering if Federer likes this because it's cold, so actually he's not wasting any unnecessary energy. So he's got a full tank when he gets down there.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, of course, during the second week of the Open, they play most of the matches in the evening as well. So, you know, you might only get one, maybe two in the heat of the day in the Open. So the body always works better when it's a little warmer than this. This is perhaps a little too chilly for their liking. But of course on Monday it was very nice here in the evening, wasn't it? So it is an interesting one. And of course he's had success previously when he's played here and then gone on to Australia. That's always important in the psyche, isn't it, as well?
Time.
Yeah, he backed off in the first point of Gemla's previous service game, not there. Looking to make his move.
Net serve.
It's a dangerous game if you continue to allow Federer to lead when you're stepping up to the line. Can't defend all evening. Federer sensing the time's right for a break of serve.
Net.
Just came up there a little too early, sending the ball wrong as a result. So easy to do that because you're anxious. You want to see where the ball's going to land. You're not sure whether it's going to go in or not. You've got to keep your head down. Federer is such a good example in that regard. Just like all the good golfers, the head stays still throughout the stroke. Here's Federer's chance.
Yeah, Federer.
Length on the return as well. Jo-Wilfried a little disappointed with that service game. Didn't offer up much really in terms of resistance. Federer gets the vital break of serve, and he's just 4 points away now from booking his place in the quarterfinals.
It helps so much, Jason, doesn't it, when you start the game off in a positive way, win that opening point. Sometimes it's easier to come back from love 30 down in the opening couple of service games, but when it's 3-4 and you know that that basically is going to be the set if you lose your serve or the match. And
15 love.
The case really for Gemla now.
It's good serving. Nothing too spectacular. It's certainly effective enough. Federer now just 2 points away. More of the same. Again, hasn't needed to be at his very best this evening, but he's certainly played well enough. 3 match points. Times his push to perfection, wins 12 of the last 14 points to wrap up the match pretty comfortably. In the end, good experience for Gemla. Let's hope that he has a decent season and manages to break inside the top 100. Federer, though, continues this winning streak, which is now 19 matches undefeated. Plenty for Federer's army of fans to cheer. Gets it done this evening in straight sets in exactly an hour.
Yeah, good performance from Roger Federer. I think he was very impressive in the opening set. Probably in the second set he backed off a little bit. I think the numbers suggest that. Only hit 7 winners in the second set compared to 11 in the first. But I think in the back of his mind he always knew he was going to win. Gemla played well. Did probably the best as he could do, but when you're a class act as Federer, he always had a 2 or 3 or maybe 4 gears to go to if need be.
Certainly seems to be hitting the ball pretty well and looks pretty comfortable out there, doesn't he? Let's see if he can handle Andrew Krasny.
Roger, good match today. Tough conditions again. I thought you handled it pretty well. What's key for you when you play in the wind?
Not getting frustrated. I used to be very emotional when I was younger. I guess growing up in Switzerland, we don't know the wind that much, and used to grow up also playing indoors. So that was a tough part of understanding having to win in the wind, and took a lot of hard work and a lot of practice in windy places. And today it doesn't bother me anymore, and that's why I'm able to play good tennis.
Okay, we get asked a lot about what happens in the off-season. A lot of fans write in. What's it like for Roger Federer in the off-season? Is it a case of, I don't want to see the inside of a gym, hide the tennis rackets, hide the tennis balls, maybe bring out the lint balls? Or is it a case of good chance to work on your base fitness, strength and conditioning?
Well, I guess it depends how much time you have. Obviously, ideal would be you have 2 months, so you can take enough time off and then really work on your fitness first, and then on your tennis. So it's all compressed in the tennis world. So we take as much time as sort of the body needs, really. And after that, I hit the gym a lot. I do spend a lot of time, on a tennis court, trying to improve, really, or at least keeping a good level. And right now, the year end was very short, so I'm just trying to maintain my level and hopefully carry it into 2012.
Well, it's looked pretty good so far. Well done today, and we'll see more of you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Roger Federer.
Yeah, Federer was suggesting the other day that he didn't feel 2 or 3 weeks was anywhere near long enough to actually work on his game. So it was just very much a case of trying to keep things progressing very nicely after the indoor season, and seems that he's done that pretty well.
Yeah, I think that's why, Jason, he was smart and taking that time off after the Davis Cup, well, US Open, then Davis Cup. So he was fresh at the end of the year, he's fresh at the beginning of this year, and I think the way he's played in his first couple of matches, I think that reflects it.
For Gemler, he'll be a little disappointed. Played a little better in that second set, but of course he can take a lot of positives from the tournament as a whole. And of course now he'll head down to Australia and try and get involved as deeply as he possibly can in the Australian Open. So Federer signs off as a winner, makes it safely through to the quarterfinals, where he'll face Andrea Seppi. Got a pretty good record against the Italian. Seppi a winner earlier today over Guillermo Garcia-Lopez in straight sets out on court one, in the same section of the draw as Albert Ramos and Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Ramos, of course, got a walkover earlier today. He was due to face the 6th seed from Russia, Alex Bogomolov Jr., but he hurt his ankle at the tail end of his previous match here in the first round, and wasn't able to play. So it'll be Tsonga against Ramos, Seppi against Federer.
Let's see what Ryan's got up his sleeve. I'm pretty enthusiastic. Roger's going straight to the point. He's not giving him any warm-up. He's going with the big serve as well. That's a little cheeky. nice depth. He's got the short ball now. Some good wheels, out the hands now. Can he finish off the point? Goes for the safe option. Work's been tested. He's got Federer now where he wants him. He's still got him where he wants him. He's definitely got him where he wants him. 100 points, 100 points. You've got to redeem yourself after that one. Federer is trying to surprise him with a certain body, but it's a good ball. Oh, the tweener! Yeah, Roger Federer's ending tonight. One of the huge round of applause for Ryan. Wonderful smile on his dial. Fantastic memory, isn't it? Brian Al-Jafari, ladies and gentlemen, together with Roger. That's a nice photo for the mantelpiece. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick turnaround for number 4 seed Gael Monfils and Benjamin Becker. So if you're going to nip out and get a quick drink, hot drink, I'm sure, or Wati, do it ASAP. Oh, lovely token, nice gesture from Roger. And a nice souvenir for young Ryan Jafari.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players are ready. Please welcome, from Germany, 30-year-old Benjamin Becker. From France, the charismatic Gael Monfils.
Welcome back. Final match of the day here at the Khalifa International Tennis and Squash Complex here in Doha. The Qatar ExxonMobil Open. Guy McCree in the commentary box alongside Jason Goodall. Starting off this final match, we've already had the big three, top three seeds all through. Contrasting passages really. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga stretched the most. Rafael Nadal looked pretty impressive, hour and a half. And Roger Federer, another hour job. This one a few minutes longer than yesterday, but he was still pretty comfortable. Pushed a little bit. Schemmler stayed with him for a little bit in the second set, but it was pretty routine, if truth be told, in the end for him. Through to the quarterfinals. So this match remaining. Monfils against this man, Benjamin Becker, who's in good form in his opening round match. We also showed you here on the live coverage earlier on in the week. Against Monfils, coin toss here to take place.
Happy New Year. New Year, guys. Everything the same, huh? Any question? If you want to challenge in timely manner, huh? Any questions? Benji. Head, tail. Head. Head for you. Receive. Good match, guys.
So, Becker winning the toss and putting Gael Monfils into bat, so to speak, if you'll pardon the cricketing expression. There's knocking up now these two, Monfils and Becker. Final match of the day here on the centre court, looking to complete that last 8 lineup for this year's Qatar ExxonMobil Open. And there is a look at the draw. Monfils against Becker here. Already Victor Troitsky through a lot earlier on, it seems, much earlier in the day, the day's first winners. 5th seed through. It's the German qualifier, Bachin Javert. Play the winner, Troitsky, of this one in the last 8. So Monfils here has a good record here. In 04, a year later, reached the final here, and 4 career titles. We've pointed out previously, though, doesn't have the best record when he gets to finals. He's lost a lot of finals in his career, 11 of them, Jason. I always look at that, first of all, when we pull this up, 4 and 11, and I start to form impressions about a player when you look at that sort of statistic.
It's important. You want to bring your best tennis on the final Sunday of any tournament, don't you? When you look at the best players in the world, they have exceptionally good records when it really matters. But of course, what you've got to consider is, in this era, you know, if you get to a final, you're going to be playing most of the time a pretty good player. So, you know, you have to play your best in order to win. But of course, that starts to affect your psyche. If you have a poor record, you know, in the finals and you reach another, you're going to start to think, well, you know, is this going to be the same as it has been before, or am I going to be able to turn it around? I've seen him play a couple of finals and he hasn't played particularly well in them. So, you know, I think that does tell its own story, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why he's found it difficult to firmly encase himself inside the top 10. And certainly he hasn't really been knocking on the door of the top 5 players in the world. So, you know, perhaps not quite as good mentally in those big matches as the others.
Yeah, absolutely. It was actually the final in 06. Lost to Federer here, but it's one of those 11 losing finals for Monfils. Becker, 30 years of age now, has had big injury problems playing on a protected ranking here. Big elbow problem last year really affected things, but some good evidence of him in that opening match we saw here earlier on in the week. He played some pretty good ball.
And I was courtside for that match, and I was watching the serve very closely. The motion looks pretty smooth, and I was keeping one eye on the speed gun as well, and certainly able to generate some pretty decent pace, especially considering the cold conditions here. So I think I'll be delighted with that. It was interesting listening to him talk after that opening win, where he said he was just delighted to be back on court, playing on the ATP World Tour after spending so much time on the sidelines. And I think it's great to have that kind of attitude, especially sort of tail end of your career. Similar scenario with Marty Fish. You tend to realise that you're not going to be there forever. You've only got another couple of years or so, you know, let's make the most of it. And I think he's got that attitude now, and as a result, you know, he's fallen back in love with the game, and you see a real enthusiasm when he's out there. He's certainly got the weaponry to be able to hurt anybody. He's had some good wins in his career. He's got a great serve. And as
a really
I say,
good snap on that serve. I've always thought really kind of brings through it, really comes through it nicely.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you've got a weapon like that, it doesn't matter who you're up against. If you believe that if you're playing your best tennis, you've got a great chance to win. You know, so I think that's certainly something that he's got in his favour.
Yeah, absolutely. Beat Igor Knitsyn in the opening round. Becker. Head-to-head, they met a couple of times in the back end of 2010. First of all in Shanghai at the Masters 1000 event there, and then not long after that in Bercy, where Monfils has a good record. Monfils won both of those meetings between the pair of them, and both in straight sets on hard courts. How much bearing does that have here, Jace?
I think quite a lot, for two reasons. Firstly, those matches were only in 2010. It's not that long ago. Secondly, they've both been on a similar surface to this one. So I think, you know, Becker's going to be thinking, I haven't had a great deal of success against Monfils before. What am I going to do differently this time to turn things around? Monfils is going to be thinking, well, look, I know exactly what it takes to be able to beat Becker. I know the game plan that was effective previously. I've got to register that, and therefore I've got to go out there this evening and try and play a similar style of tennis.
It's worth analysing the head-to-head records, not just simply just looking at a number. Really, that's one of your favourite things, Jason. I think it's great where you break down surface records in head-to-heads and really look into it in a bit more detail.
Yeah, even though the court surfaces sort of in the last generation or so have slowed, so there's not as much difference between a grass court, a hard court and a clay court now than there used to be. It's still definitely a factor, so you have to do that. And you have to also take into account, you know, how well a player was playing at that period of time. You know, some players have great seasons, so you know that they're going to have better results at that time, and they might be struggling now, and vice versa. You know, some players mature throughout the course of a season, so the results after that are obviously going to be a little better. So you've got to take all of these things into account rather than just looking at that end number, which too many people do all too frequently. I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it, when you talk about the classic head-to-head record between Federer and Nadal. You know, let's talk about clay. Nadal utterly dominant. You know, let's talk about indoors. Federer utterly dominant. Murray against Ferrer. Ferrer never lost to Murray on a clay court, never beaten him on a hard court until the O2 Arena last year. So, you know, it really is something that you simply have to take into account. Monfils was pretty good the other day, wasn't he, in his first round, but I think emotionally, I mean, it was pretty late, it was cold. He didn't concentrate as well as perhaps he might have done. A little slip up at tail end of the first set, break up, and it allowed the guy back into the match in the second set. That's something I'm looking for an improvement in this evening, and also throughout the course of the season. If he can be a bit more consistent emotionally, he's going to play more consistent tennis, and as a result, get better results.
Final match in the second round, looking to complete this last 8 lineup here at this year's Qatar ExxonMobil Open here at the Khalifa International Tennis and Squash Complex in Doha. beautifully run event. And the quarter-final lineup soon to be completed.
Ready for play, first set. Monfils. Play.
Monfils to serve first. He'll hope will be the first of many of those. Opening the ace count immediately.
That's a nice rhythm on serve initially.
Trouble there, first up Monfils. That's what he would have wanted. Love game to start with for the Frenchman.
And especially, I think, when you're the last match on, as Monfils was in his first round as well, you've been hanging around all day, you'll try to warm up, but you're never really sure when you're going to actually get out there onto the match court. So doubly important, I always think, to get off to a decent start. Get yourself really involved in the match.
Love 15.
Never good when you lose the first 4, 5, 6 points of a match either. Things can slip away very quickly. You need a decent point here, Becker.
Love 13.
Yeah, this is not a great start. Really slipping into some difficulty, Becker.
Poor shot selection that for me, Guy. If an opponent comes in up the middle of the court relatively deep, to be able to time that lob is so very difficult. It has to be absolutely perfect. And your opponent hasn't got his nose over the net there at all. So it's doubly difficult. I think there you just rip one at him. Love 30. He's got great ground strokes, Monfils. Just test him on the volley.
Let first serve.
Slipping into some trouble now, Becker. The reaction there speaks volumes. Early chances here for Monfils to get the early break of serve.
That's a shame. He was trying to do what we saw Flavio Cipolla do so well earlier today. Hit that little slice backhand and then suddenly sneak into the net.
Gets his man that time. Good choice of shot. And Monfils does have the early break.
And that's what I was talking about, you know, in terms of the approach shot. Not a lot different that. Gave him a little bit more of an angle, but instead of trying a delicate shot, you know, tough conditions, you haven't quite warmed up yet, you know, rip it and see what your opponent's made of when break point down. It worked well.
15 love.
Yeah, we saw Monfils serve and volley quite a bit the other night, didn't we? This is interesting. Tsonga's talked about needing to be more aggressive this season. He said in his post-match interview with Robbie Koenig today, didn't he, that he's going to try and come in more this season, and perhaps Monfils taking a leaf out of his book.
15 on.
It's funny you should say that, actually, because Barry interviewed Barry Can, taking his place courtside at the moment. I remember interviewing him. It's funny we talk about Tsonga and Monfils, two Frenchmen. Actually asked a very similar thing, and Monfils gave a very similar answer. I think it's just a recognition that they do need to do something a bit different and play to their strengths a little bit. These guys should be, with the rest of what they've got in their game, should be getting forward, should be moving inside the court more.
He's got a huge wingspan, hasn't he, Monfils? I mean, and he gets in so quickly. He's such a phenomenal athlete.
He's got so many gifts.
He's got to be tough to pass.
Yeah.
And
the other thing is, he's actually not too bad at the net. As you say, he's a good mover and everything jumps around nicely. I mean, he should be up there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, his volleys technically could be a little more solid, but you can certainly learn that. And it's all about gaining in confidence. The more you come in, the more success you have. And that's why you've got to do it in these early round matches, to have confidence to do it a little later on against the better players. The more the tactic works, the more comfortable you feel. And of course, the more confident you'll feel about doing it when it really matters. Such a waste, because he read the play so well, and Becker there was in all sorts of trouble after that smash, having not put it away. So kind of stuck in no man's land. Monfils a bit a little disappointed he wasn't able to make that back in.
Even more disappointed that it means that he's break point down. That was a chance.
But what I liked about the play was it was a great return. Monfils was in trouble, and he didn't panic with the little pickup. Bunting it back to a half-decent length, closing down the angles on the court, and just saying to Becker, well, if you're going to pass me, you've got a 6-inch gap to hit into. And those are the types of volleys there, Guy, that he's got to improve throughout the course of the season, because that ball's going to come back at you, and you've got to be able to handle that. It was a relatively simple volley. You've got to handle the pace.
Monfils does surrender his serve for the first time, and it's Becker back on serve at 1-2 in the stages of this opening set.
It's interesting, the first comment out of your mouth there was, you know, only just missed. And a lot of players think that when they hit a shot like that, but he's hit 2 lobs now, lost both points, and in fact lobbed earlier in that game and lost the point when he actually read the play, even though the smash wasn't a winner. Yet when he'd ripped the backhand, he won the point. So again, it's thinking about those things under pressure. When the guy comes in, play to your strengths, make him hit a volley, make him win the point in order to earn the game. And, Becker there, the movement forward was enough to induce the error. He needs to learn about playing the basics well in the early stages of the match when you're under pressure, because Becker has looked decidedly shaky in the first couple of games there.
Time.
Back on serve then, one break of serve apiece. Monfils out into an early advantage. Becker breaking straight back. So we're in a 2-1 position to the Frenchman on serve, opening set.
$15.
Just enough there. You've got to be careful if your racket actually goes over the net there whilst you're making contact with the ball, you lose the point. So you've got to make sure that you allow the ball to come over the net before making contact with it. He did. And of course you can't touch the net either, so that was a tricky little shot.
That's a play he enjoys so much, Becker.
40.
Executes it very well most of the time too.
Well, we're delighted to say that, given we've been working so hard today, we've been given an upgrade. Instead of Robbie Koenig courtside, it's now Barry Cowan. Barry, what are the conditions down there?
Oh, thank heavens you asked me that question. You weren't going to ask me about the upgrade, because I don't know what the upgrade is. I always turn right. Anyway, no, I think it's calmed down a little bit. It's obviously cold, but I think the conditions are fine.
Becker back on terms. That was a beauty.
It's a phenomenal shot. You know, it makes a world of a difference, doesn't it, when you're struggling initially and then you just play a couple of decent points and then you can start opening your shoulders. The timing there, absolutely exquisite. And it's always a good tactic to go back behind a quick opponent.
Love 15.
And of course, with the wind having died down a little bit, it will allow the players to go for their shots more, to go a little closer to the line.
Well, yeah, Gael missed that or hit that double fault, and the wind definitely picked up with that first point, as I think also did for the second point. So maybe I spoke too early.
Yeah, now you're stitching me up, mate. I'm talking about nice, calm conditions down there, and it's blowing a gale. One or the other.
Well, it is Gael, isn't it?
Got a thick jumper on, I hope. No, it's noticeable as well. I remember Barry doing the interview with Gael Monfils after the win in his opening round, and Monfils was, you know, the interview was fine, but he clearly wanted, so late and everything, wanted to get off, and it was cold and everything. He found it cold. He just wanted to get off the court.
Was he interviewing him as he was walking down the tunnel, was it towards the locker room? Wait.
Just trying to grab a comment. No, you couldn't really blame him, though. I mean, it was fine, but, I mean, Barry, I think, would admit that. I wonder what his view on that would be down there. You can remember the interview, but... And that's a shot we talked about, discussed earlier on, discussing where it came from originally. A slam dunk smash. Monfils does it as well as anyone.
It's his trademark.
Yeah, I might have to stop play, Jason, and just get my tape measure and see how high he actually got there.
Yeah, because you could have got a good 2 or 3, 4 shoe boxes underneath those tennis shoes there, couldn't you? Got some serious elevation.
The thing about Monfils is he's such a good basketball player as well. He's got a wonderful build. He would have been used to, getting that kind of hang.
Yeah, he's just such a wonderful athlete, so naturally gifted.
That's very nice indeed. Monfils comes through, holds that service game, inches ahead, 3-2.
Interesting point you make, though. Somebody who's talented and plays a lot of sports early on, got to make that decision, haven't you? Which one are you going to focus on? And I think sometimes it's hindered his performance on the match court because he can do so much, because he can get so many balls back in play. Sometimes it's led to him injuring himself, doing those incredible slides that he does on the court, the dives that we see full length. And I think also sometimes he's got such good hands that he can play a lot of shots that other players wouldn't even contemplate. So for some competitors, shot selection is relatively simple and game plans can be relatively simple, but not for Monfils. It's a very complicated game out there because he's so good. He has so many options, and I think he might be better served if he were able to just simplify it a little bit.
Time.
One break of serve apiece still. Becker in this match. Didn't get off to the best of starts, fair to say. He's got himself right back in this. German to serve at 2-3. Decisive from Becker. The thing about Becker is it's just great to see him back. You talked earlier about the fact he's got the focus and everything back because he spent so much time out. Elbow trouble. I mean, I know that's something you personally, problems with when you were playing. Very, very difficult for him. He's done really well to come back.
Yeah, and I think especially when you've got a huge serve. I mean, I had problems when I was in my early 20s and still can't serve at all, despite surgery and cortisone injections. So, it's never a given that it's going to clear up, after you've had surgery. And no one likes to go under the knife. So he is fortunate. The motion is relatively simple, but as soon as you start getting problems, and that's your main weapon, that can hurt your emotional outlook as well, lose confidence very quickly. There's nothing worse than stepping up the line, throwing the ball up, and then wondering if your arm's going to hurt when you make contact with the ball. So, I mean, I think he'll be, first and foremost, delighted that he's able to get out there, hit the serve hard, because we've seen that all week, and play without pain. So big bonus.
Holding serve there very easily, Becker.
15 love.
Sideline for 6 months, the German, last year. Mid-April, wasn't it, to basically the end of the season, back end of the season. Played a couple of challenges, but the season's basically done.
And that's a depressing time for an athlete, isn't it? When you're stuck on the sidelines, you've got an injury that you're not necessarily sure is going to get better, definitely, and you're watching everybody else compete week in, week out. It's tough to handle. Very easy to get down on yourself.
That's second set.
Very easy, or very important, I think, to keep yourself occupied when that's the case. Try and find another interest and stay fit, stay healthy.
Monfils just being pinned further and further back there. Ball's getting shorter.
13-13.
Just able to dictate.
Fighting fire with fire. Both players understanding the need now to raise the level of their games.
It's a little wild, to say the least.
Just a little bit anxious on the last 2 points. Becker had a chance at 15-30.
Nothing anxious about that one.
As you know, Jason, it's so much easier when you're down in the scoreline as opposed to when you feel you've got a chance to make the move and be in the lead.
Yeah, and I guess you are going to get a little anxious when you haven't played a lot of matches in the last 7, 8 months.
Advantage Becker.
Time that backhand a little better. And again, Monfils just not able to take the pace off the ball and simply redirect it at the net.
Break point for the German.
That's cheap, isn't it? Yeah, that forehand there, it can be a weapon, but you know, no good making unforced errors like that when you get good chances at important stages of sets. That's a lot of unforced errors, isn't it? 8 when he played 7 games.
He's timing that backhand well in this game.
Advantage Becker.
Technically, it's a little stronger. There's less that can go wrong, that particular wing. Only 2 unforced errors off the backhand compared to 8 off his forehand wing Becker.
Delicately done, very brave to try it.
Advantage Becker.
Yeah, the break point, the drop shot, I think was a bit of a get-out shot. I think he's just lost his way mentally.
Oh, yeah. Hangs well there. I think Barry's got a point, though, harking back to that. Maybe even a little bit there, not so much. A little bit of desperation is the way it occurred to me, particularly that drop shot. Although it looked really good, he connected with it. And even with that forehand, there was a little bit, he was just going for it, really going out of his comfort zone. I mean, he nailed it. But
you've always got to look at the percentages of any given play. You know, how often are you going to be able to make that? If it's not very often, then it's a very, very risky shot. And not particularly wise to do it when you're under a lot of pressure. But, you know, he's one of these players as well that does tend to play on instinct. I think that's the toughest job of a coach when you've got someone who's really naturally gifted. You know, where do you draw the line?
As we know, Monfils has been through his fair share of coaches as well. They've seen me run up against that problem.
And I've talked to Roger Federer at length, who worked with Gael for a number of years.
His
now,
current coach.
With Patrick. But, you know, he said it was very, very tough. He wanted to rein him in, wanted him to play a little more solidly, but not too much. Then you lose the advantage that you've got.
Advantage breaker.
Yeah, it's a little bit the natural instincts. You say, kind of comparing it to other sportsmen like footballers. You know, people say, well, curb the temperament a little bit so he doesn't get sent off so much. But then you lose a little bit about what makes the person such a good player.
I don't necessarily agree in terms of temperament, but it's like asking David Ginola to get back and defend. You know, that's not his style of play. It's not what makes him a great player. You know, Cristiano Ronaldo the same.
It's really imposing. Good stuff from Becker there to get the break. Breaks for a second time and now leads 4-3 with the break in this opening set.
Interesting, Guy, what you were talking about there, because often everyone talks about Wayne Rooney and the fact that he keeps getting sent off or he commits bad fouls and costs his team. But they say, well, you know, if you reined him in, he wouldn't be such a great player. But I don't agree with that. He's a great competitor, but so is Rafael Nadal. He doesn't get penalty points and break rackets all over the place. I mean, what do you think about that, Barry?
I didn't think you were going to ask me that.
He's a huge football fan, viewers.
Exactly.
That's why we're asking him. We both are as well, but Barry particularly.
Do you know what was really visible, guys, in the end of that last game? And I say that...
You're not ducking my question, are you?
Come on, answer it, Barry.
Well, actually, I wasn't listening.
That's a whole different ball game.
No, I was actually going to talk about Gael, and I was saying that I felt he was starting to be on a bit of a downer, but I think when he loses a bit of intensity, I think his serve drops a little bit. He missed quite a few first serves in that last game. He takes a little bit of pace off his ground shots as well, so I do expect him to come back at the beginning of this next game.
Becker's turned this set around. Remember the horror start, 2-love down. Run of points seems a little while ago now.
What was Jason's question again?
4-3. The break now over the 4th seed. Remember the top 3 seeds already through to the quarters. Monfils looking to join them. But in a spot of bother here in the opening set now. Becker at 4-3.
Love 50.
Out.
15 on.
Out.
15-30.
15-14.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, when Monfils goes cross-court there. Becker, I think, probably a little more solid off the backhand, but he could do more damage with the forehand. But also, you know, he's got the ability to make more unforced errors off that wing as well, so he's got to be careful. He's got to get the balance right.
Breakback points for Monfils.
$30-40.
There's that forehand again. So the architect really of his own downfall through much of that game.
It wasn't a great game, was it? Back on serve once again.
He got the break, but really there was nothing on Gael's shots.
If you're going to serve and volley, you've got to get in a lot tighter than that. You've got to be a little more committed to the tactic.
Superb. And I suppose it's just drumming into stuff because, again, it's back to the fact he wants to move forward more, but naturally he's quite stubborn in his play, wants to hang back. And it's, as you say, if you're going to do that, you've got to commit. You can't be kind of caught halfway, because that really is no man's land.
$40-15. $40-30. Gael Monfils.
Monfils highly convincing on serve. Forces Becker shortly to serve to stay in the open at 4-5.
It's a good effort. 4-3 down. He lost his way a little bit, hadn't he, in this opening set, but rectified the situation. And of course, I think this evening he understands that he needs to focus a little more than perhaps he needed to in his opening match here. That always helps. Having respect for your opponent spurs you on.
Yeah, opening round, Monfils beat Rui Machado, Portugal, 5-3. Hour and 21 minutes, that one, for Monfils. Broke the Portuguese 5 times in that contest.
Well, guys, it's a real test now, isn't it? This game coming up for Benjamin Becker's forehand. He's missed a few, whereas at 12 unforced errors, he's lost the last couple of games. Will he still have the confidence to go after it?
Yeah, it's a really good point that Barry makes there. Let's wait and see. Becker serving to stay in the set.
Let first serve. Croatian was good. First serve.
Media overall there from Magdi Somat, the chair umpire. So we'll have it again. Wonderful from Monfils. A lot more purpose and just conviction around the chords there, Jason.
Yeah, nice movement to close down the angles well, and also just took a bit of pace off the ground strokes of Becker's and just used the court well. You know, put the ball in the spaces and let them help you.
Fifteen on.
That's a magnificent shot. So many players in this day and age are so good at hitting that backhand with an open stance, as Monfils did there, sliding at the same time as well. Visions of Djokovic doing that too. Murray as well. Phenomenal shot. Well, there's the fallibility on that forehand that Barry was talking about at the beginning of the game. We've seen it throughout the set. That's an unlucky 13 in total now off that particular wing.
Thank you.
Double set point for Monfils. What a topsy-turvy set this has been. Frenchman with the chance to close it.
30-40.
It's just missed, hasn't it?
Deuce.
Up another break point though, Monfils. Pressurising Becker.
Advantage Monfils.
So annoying that, isn't it, when you've worked so hard to get back in the rally and then you actually overrun the ball. You can't stop in time. It was too quick. Becker did well just to get enough on that volley and the smash as well. It was a bit of a struggle. Didn't get anywhere near as much hang time as Monfils is able to do.
Advantage Monfils.
It's so wild, that shot.
Fourth set point chance for Monfils. Plays that superbly, Becker. Plays the point really well under big pressure.
News.
But it's a quite remarkable point, really, because he's still chuntering away to himself. Clearly not happy about something. It's got to be the forehand, so a great ending to that last point.
That one a little too risky. Never quite got himself into a decent position there, but he's going to continue to go for it, and it's been a hit or miss affair, hasn't it? That's been the difference between these two in this opening set, just the quality of that forehand. Never quite know what you're going to get from one point to the next with it, do you?
News.
Well, for a moment, that might dribble over.
Yeah, Jason, I'll be interested to hear what your thoughts are, but I think because he's playing such a great athlete as a Monfils, he's trying to hit the ball too hard on the forehand, trying to force it.
Oh, it's a wonderful shot.
And what is so evident, guys, is that when Becker hits his forehand, it doesn't really go through the court, but this last one from Monfils, absolutely brilliant. Big difference in pace.
Another set point. Spoke too soon, Barry.
Yeah, that's more like it, but it's an excellent point that Barry makes courtside, because the last thing you want to be doing down there on the court is forcing each and every shot, trying to muscle it, and then you can't get any pace at all. It's all about timing, which you see from Monfils, because he's got such a loose arm in his shots. And that often happens when you're up against someone who moves very well. You always think, well, they've got a great chance of getting the ball back in place, so I've got to go close to the line, I've got to hit the ball harder, I've got to generate more pace. And often, as a result, that means you make more unforced errors.
Game goes on. It's the danger of it becoming a macho battle, especially when you look at Monfils on the other side of the net. You know, a fine figure of a man, well built.
He's got some serious guns on him, hasn't he? Oh, those. Sweet.
That's what you're working on, isn't it?
Trying.
It's all about genetics, actually, to an extent.
Don't tell me that. don't want to hear that when I'm spending 2 hours a day in the gym.
No, it's not totally down to that, but as you'll know, as you'll appreciate yourself, it is an important factor.
I'm surprised Becker didn't anticipate that, because you could see when Monfils was actually moving up to the ball with the footwork and the preparation that he was going to hit the little drop shot there. It was delicately played, no question about it, but Becker didn't even start.
Game now running over 10 minutes. 7th juice.
Let first serve.
Shades of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga there. It's a lovely combination of shots, and
Becker.
Certainly the approach there, not muscled at all. Sweetly timed, not trying to hit it too hard or too close to the line, setting himself up nicely for the volley.
Perhaps the shot of the set so far, that quite simply sublime from the German. He comes through a real test. 5 set points saved. He's still alive in this opening set.
Yeah, real mixed bag there. Some phenomenal shot making, especially towards the tail end of the game, but a whole host of unforced errors initially. Monfils unable to take advantage of the chances he was given. And Becker still in the set.
love.
It's important in this game for Monfils to put the chances that he had. 6 set points, I think it was, in that previous game.
6 indeed, wow.
Yeah, put it to the back of his mind. And just focus on getting a decent service game here under his belt.
Out. 30 love.
Yeah, guys, I was just thinking after that long game, we've only had 3 games with these set of balls, and already Becker's struggling to, I think, to really generate. So you can imagine what it's going to be like in another 3 or 4 games with the old set of balls.
Yeah, especially in these cold conditions, not getting any help from them at all through the air.
Let first serve.
So perhaps a better opportunity then for more breaks of serve.
For Becker, that previous shot was really well timed.
17 degrees is what they've got on the scoreboard, but I tell you what, mate, it's been stuck at that for the last 3 or 4 hours. I think it's a little cooler.
The system's broken down, the thermometer. Now, that's the kind of command at the net, the volleying that Monfils fans will want to see.
6 games,
just here, but going
2-5.
forward as well. Old serve. 6-5 the lead now for the Frenchman.
It's been a real tussle, and you know, we did look at the order of play, didn't we, initially today, and think that this might be the closest of the 4 matches. Tsonga won his match 6-3. The first set certainly was a competitive affair there against Flavio Cipolla, but this one does have some legs in it yet, I'm sure.
Time.
Here we are then, business end of the set, deep into the evening now. 5-10 here in Doha. Becker serve to stay in the set again, this time at 5-6.
Love 15.
No lack of commitment there in the shot. Just doesn't have the feel on that, really. Very hit and miss.
Love 30.
Yeah, guys, he's missed 2 forehands and he's just not getting his weight through it at all. And that always suggests that he's trying to force it.
Yeah, and I guess when you get a bit tight as well, footwork is the first thing that you lose. You get a bit static.
Nothing wrong with that one.
15-13.
It's terrible. You know, when you haven't played that many matches, you do tend to panic a little bit when it gets tight, and he just wanted to end the point. He wanted to win it somehow, but certainly that wasn't the shot to try and do that.
Had 6 set points in Becker's previous service game. Here is another.
Oh. 30-40.
Has tended to play the break points, the set points, pretty well. I know on a couple of them in that previous game, Monfils had opportunities, but largely Becker's stepped up, played some of his best stuff at break point down or set point down.
But as Barry rightly suggested earlier, you know, it's much easier to do that when you're down in the game than it is when you're actually up.
Advantage Monfils.
Really making hard work of this, Monfils.
You lose the set automatically, don't you, if you squander 10 set points? Anything in double figures.
Yeah, he makes it this time. Becker gives him the chance, and Monfils executes just well enough. 9 set points required, but in the end, he does take it. The Frenchman in charge here, a set to the good, 7-5.
Yeah, entertaining set of tennis. Bit of a mixed bag, though, wasn't it? Becker trying to dictate play all the time, having all sorts of problems with his forehand in particular. Let's take a look at the total number of unforced errors. That's 27, but of course 20 of those came off that particular wing. Had a lot of success when moving forwards, but too often, when it really mattered at the tail end of the set, missed the forehand early on in the rally on the approach shot, which then would have allowed him to move forwards. Monfils really just trying to get balls back in play and hope that Becker missed. And it'll be a little disappointing because, of course, Becker had a break at 4-3 midway through the set, wasn't able to make the most of that after a shaky start. So, you know, very up and down. Neither guy playing their best tennis, but Monfils just a little steadier when it really mattered. And that's what made the difference between the two.
Time. Second set, Monfils to serve.
Monfils set to the good then, made hard work of it. That has to be said, but got it done.
Love 50.
as Monfils missed that volley, you should have seen the reaction of his coach, head in his hands. Can't believe it.
That's well done. I'd say back to that, Barry's just said that his coach should know better, really. Monfils prone to concentration lapses. Although he's taken that first set, Becker will know that. Everyone knows that. And she thought that opening set, the fact he had so many chances, was a fitting summary of Monfils.
$15-30.
He's always tended to make quite hard work of things, Monfils. That first set, another example of it. Definitely the concentration lapsing here. Not the first time we've seen this. And Becker, well, he's being maybe being given a gift here. 2 break points. Monfils on the floor. Broken. Becker gets the start he would have wanted to set number 2 as he looks to get back in the match.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? When you talk about concentration, it's a gift. Some people naturally concentrate better than others, but it's something that you can also practice as well. You don't go out on the court there and just practice your forehands, your backhands, your patterns of play. Yeah, you've got to practice the ability to concentrate and focus on the job at hand, you know, for long periods of time. And it is certainly something that's blighted Monfils' career since day one, really, when he started to play professionally. Needs to spend more time focusing on just that.
Love 15.
You know, every day that Nadal goes out onto the practice court, he is fully focused. And so no surprise, really, when he steps out onto the match court, that he's able to do that for long periods of time and not get distracted.
Hey! 15 on.
Yeah, Jason, listening to what you were saying, and you know, by watching Federer and Nadal today, you could see them play exactly the same way in the semi-final of the Australian Open, but their level probably 1 or 2 levels higher. As for Monfils, from watching this match, I don't know how he's going to play. What type of tennis is he going to do? Is he going to come forward? Is he going to stay back?
Who knows, Barry?
Yeah, it's hard to predict, isn't it?
So he's not able to build momentum.
Beautifully done. That's a really nice volley. That's a good pattern of play, actually. If you can come in when you've created a little bit of an angle and your opponent can only play defensively, then you know that your volley is going to be relatively simple. Very, very nice stuff from Becker. Yeah, that's good stuff. It's an interesting point, isn't it, when you talk about concentration. And, you know, you're only going to get confidence from your ability to go out there and do something over and over again. It's that saying that the boxers have: train hard, fight easy.
Again, Becker.
That's a super quote. It really does apply here.
Becker leads 2 games to love.
Becker wraps up that service game. He's back in this, but you've got to say Monfils has let him back in.
It's funny because the other thing with Monfils is often referred to as an enigma, if I can say that properly, an enigmatic player. But I don't think he is. I don't think his game's that complicated, and I don't think he is.
40 love.
What do you think? I mean,
I agree. He's got flaws in his game. They're obvious. There have been for a number of years, and you know he's not seemingly able to improve them enough, you know, to make him a world beater. He's still a great player.
Yeah.
You know, but not able to compete with the very best in the world.
A little bit better. Love holds. He's done a few moments ago, and that's what he's going to have to try and retrieve. Becker's still a break up in this second set.
Yeah, it's fascinating, really, from a coaching perspective. If I said to you, Guy, what style of tennis does Monfils play? What would you say?
But that's the problem, because in many ways, I think of him, first of all, I think of when I think of him being uncomplicated, big serve, big forehand power, but then not really. And I'm looking at him on these replays, and he's parked so far behind the baseline, so stubbornly staying behind the baseline, like he's playing on a clay court. Even on a clay court, though, he should be further forward. I know he can slide well, and I know defence is important, but he's got to do more than that. He's got opportunities, because he's got great serve, he can dictate play. And he just doesn't do it. Now, I put it down to stubbornness. I don't think of him being enigmatic. I think of him being stubborn.
Yeah, or perhaps not educated enough in terms of patterns of play.
Sure, all the coaches, any coaches, time after time, all the ones he's been through, have made this point to him, tried to get him to do something differently. But he's...
he can lead a horse to water, right?
Yeah. He looks so good when he comes forward. Yeah, you're right. He can improve his volleys and everything. He's got ability, you know, that could work. It, you know, could work out for him. And we've talked many times already in the week about, you know, coming forward. That's the way forward. That's the way the game is going now, into the, you know, moving forward, transitioning, picking off shorter balls. He can do it. He just, I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to. Who knows what's going on inside that mind? Becker, 2-1 second set.
Love 15.
Like a rocket.
Love 13.
This was a little better. Shades of Marat Safin, Marcelo Rios.
Right on the line. Monfils taking another look at it, but pretty sure that's caught. Well, that's landed on the line.
15-13.
Yeah, just having a little look at the ball mark, but deciding not to challenge.
Yeah, pretty sure that did land on the line. Yeah, it's caught. It was even a bit better than that plumb on, but...
30.
Well, guys, there's definitely a big improvement in terms of his intensity in this game from Gael Monfils. He wants to break back.
Found the line as well, the same line.
Left near side, the
challenge this time from Monfils. Flashed away.
That's a nice moment as well. Monfils is just looking to Becker's coach to say, that was in.
Yeah, it was a lovely angle. I mean, I guess he's just checking, wants to be sure, doesn't he? Players do that a lot of the time.
40-30. This has 2 challenges remaining.
He might have wanted to break serve and right back. In fact, he's dug himself a hole. It's not as easy as that. You can't just switch it on.
No, and I'll tell you what, the forehand's been a lot better in the second set, hasn't it, than it was in the first. Only 2 unforced errors off that particular wing in this set. Remember, there was 20 in the opening set, so he's done a good job of tidying up his game. And another point to make about that challenge there is, you know, often people say, oh, you know, the players have only got 30% of the challenges right today, or so-and-so only gets 20% of the challenges right. They don't always challenge when they think the ball was definitely out. They just do so just to be sure. I mean, Monfils knew that was in, just wanted confirmation. Sometimes, of course, guys, players do it just to slow things up, take a little bit of a breather after a long rally, or perhaps when they want to try and just get their opponent to have to wait a little longer before serving.
It's the instant return, instant quality. And Roger Federer sometimes just uses them up. I think he knows that a ball's good, but he's just frustrated, just throws away a challenge.
Yeah, I think he just looks for computer errors. Because he's gone on record as saying he doesn't like the system.
Yeah, he's never been a fan.
He thinks it's flawed, so he hopes that one day he's just going to challenge and the whole thing's going to blow up and he's going to get the point.
It's good enough. These critics of technology, there are always a few of them, aren't there? I mean, if you think in cricketing circles, the Indian cricket team not using the decision review system, very similar to this, similar technologies. Exactly the same technology, in fact, same company. They choose not to employ it in their series, because of course both teams have to agree.
Yeah, which is strange, isn't it? You don't get that at all.
30-40.
What a chance this is for Becker. Already a break up.
News. Advantage Becker.
Second break point of the game for Becker.
News. Advantage Monfils.
Lovely combination. If you can get that return nice and low against somebody who's serving and volleying, very little they can do other than just pop the ball up, and you've got to be on your toes, looking to move forwards, take advantage of the short ball.
Advantage Monfils.
It's very fortunate there.
News.
Big slice of luck for Becker.
Advantage Monfils. Let first serve. Gael Monfils.
No, Becker had 2 chances to extend his advantage, get another break. They turn out to be crucial. Monfils keeps the deficit to 1 break. Becker still 3-2 second set.
Yeah, Becker just continuing to be as aggressive as he possibly can. Interesting just to compare his game plan this evening compared to his first round match here against Igor Knitsin. He only hit 16% of his shots inside the baseline. He was trying to be consistent, first match of the year, so you've got to sort of find your form. But today, much more aggressive. 39% of his shots have been hit inside the baseline. So looking to move forwards all the time, and many more points have been played in the forecourt. He's won 17 of 22 points when surging forwards. And of course, I think against Monfils, he realizes that he has to be a little more aggressive than he did against Knitsin, who couldn't really hurt him from the back of the court. So he's done his homework, sensible game plan, and he's been able to execute it relatively well. It was just the forehand, those unforced errors that killed him in the opening set, but he's done a good job in the second set of tidying his game up nicely in that regard.
Time.
Still a break up in the second set, Becker, but he had chances for a second one. 3-2.
Love 15.
It's commanding.
15 on.
Well, again, when Becker comes forward, Monfils preferring to hit that lob. It's amazing, guys, how many times he goes for the lob when his opponent's at the net.
Excellent point, Barry. And for those of you that weren't with us at the beginning of the match, it's something that I highlighted in the opening game. I'd like to see him rip through that passing shot much more often than go for such a risky shot. So tough to pull off in difficult conditions. It has to be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, you're in real trouble when you go for the lob.
30.
And again, it might be one of those instances whereby, you know, he's got such good hands, he feels like he can make that shot every time. You know, whereas somebody with less talent, perhaps, in his hands would just go for the more basic pass every time. He's got to do that, I feel.
Going for the passing shots that time, and Monfils breaks through with the third one.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Guy. You know, you don't have to hit a winner with the first shot. You don't have to have the mentality that I'm looking for a gap in the course. Drill one, see what your opponent can do. Drill another. If the guy can't hit a winner, the court's going to open up at some stage in the rally. Trust your ground strokes.
Break back point. Oh, that looked like it was going to drop in, and Monfils, I think, feels that way.
You've got to challenge that, haven't you? It was such a big point. It was so close. You've got to be sure here. No good wondering whether the call was correct or not.
Took a while over it, and it has got some of the line. That was our reaction there. It felt like it just was going to drop in, and Monfils felt that way as well.
3 games.
Do you think Becker is a little bit peeved over the amount of time it took?
Well, I think, you know, he just had no play on the ball anyway, so not a lot he could do in that regard. But a better game from Monfils, set up by the penultimate point, which I really liked.
15 love.
Well, Barry was saying, that he was hunting the break previously and didn't get it. Because now he's back on serve. What's the body language like now going on, keeping the intensity up?
Let first serve.
Shots at Monfils back at that.
15 on.
Yeah, there's a lot of pace on these two backhands. Monfils did well to dig the first one out. No chance on the second. Such a good first volley that.
30-15.
Anything that you can get that close to the baseline has got to give you an excellent chance of eventually winning the point.
$40-15. Yeah, Monfils.
Monfils turns this set around. From break down to lead on serve now. He sends here the platform to get this done in straight sets. 40 leading by a set and 4-3 now.
Very important time to get that break as well, isn't it? Midway through the set, nice momentum swing in the last 5 or 10 minutes, and the body language suddenly is a lot more positive. Seemingly enjoying that last game a little more, a little down in the dumps in the early stages of this set. I was just surprised, Guy, we were talking about the nice reactions at the end of Becker's service game, to see him smiling. He's worked hard to get a break up, and that call, which was overturned, cost him a service break. I was just surprised with that reaction. These guys might be mates, but it's professional sport. At the end of the day, I thought he'd be furious. It's an interesting one.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't think you would have seen Jimmy Connors or Rafael Nadal laughing on that point.
We discussed this very thing, didn't we, yesterday? About the niceness, basically, in modern sport.
Time.
Big game this for Becker, evidently. 3-4 second set.
Let first serve.
In, but completely outfoxed.
15 love.
Becker didn't have to wait long for Monfils to make his move there. Committed really early.
$15 on. $30-15.
Yeah, cry of good shot, bien from Monfils.
40-15.
Saw that one move away from him.
Yeah, in order to create the angle, you've got to do two things. So make contact with the ball out in front of the body, and upon contact with it, make sure the racket head is slightly in front of the wrists.
Monfils has made it.
Yeah, and by some margin as well, relatively speaking. It was a good dig, just lost his balance a little bit, but I mean, Becker left that, there's no question about it. That was an error in judgment. Yeah, we've spoken a lot today about ghosting into the net, haven't we? Especially as far as Flavio Cipola's concerned. He used that tactic really well, particularly in the opening set when he played Jo-Wilfried Tsonga earlier today. Just delaying the approach so that your opponent doesn't know you're coming in. And once they're committed to the shot, you take advantage of that by moving forwards and taking the ball out of the air. Very good tactic to use on any surface, really. He's in trouble here.
Yep. To go over and keel over.
We saw him going at his shoe at the end of the previous point. I don't know whether the knees buckled on him here, but he looks in pain.
Need to go down to Barry Cowan courtside, don't we, really? See if he got a closer look at that, Barry.
Yeah, I had a really good view of that, and he didn't go over on his ankle at all. It was just when he put his weight on the floor, it just seemed to give way. This is worrying times, I think, for Monfils.
What do you think, the knee, Barry?
I think it's the foot. I think it happened when he had that pass at 40-15.
Well, he seems to be
or is it the knee?
Towards his knee. Yeah.
Well, he's permanently taped up, permanently has supports. Seen that over
sometimes it can happen when you feel you don't want to put any pressure on your foot, and actually your knee just gives way.
Yeah, he's got those straps on there for the protection of the patella tendon. Keep it in the right position. But he looks in serious pain here. Let's take a closer look at it. I mean, it was a strange shot.
Moving very gingerly. Doesn't want to put full weight on it. Oh. He's walking away now.
Seems to be okay. That was the serve there. It was just a very, very strange movement, wasn't it? Something might have just clicked out of place and might be back in place at the moment. He's given the thumbs up to Becker. Let's hope he's okay. He's going to be moving a bit gingerly, that's for sure.
Let first serve.
Fantastic, and although he limps away, he seems to be moving fine through the point. Maybe he is called the Enigma, I don't know. Maybe it is a decent term to describe the Frenchman.
I tell you what, if he can come off with a shot like that when he's hobbled, then he's some athlete. But, no problems really there at all in terms of the movement when setting up to play the shot.
Point. Well saved, though. His first ace of this second set. The first ace of the match for Becker. Great time to deliver it. lucky there. Again, Monfils going for that backhand lob, and he doesn't get hold of it. He was clearly going for it rather than a pass.
Yeah, he doesn't get hold of it because it's a tough shot to pull off. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's good to draw your opponent into the net, but, you know, why not just rip that one cross-court, a lot of topspin, get the ball low, force Becker to volley up and pass him off the second shot.
Let first serve.
He's gone with that lob at least half a dozen times today and not won any of the points with it. You know, those are the types of things you have to log whilst the match is ongoing and then fine-tune your game as a result.
Again, Becker.
Extra pace there injected by Becker. Comes through that real test.
4 games on.
Levels the scores in this second set now.
Love 15. At second serve.
Yeah, almost went over on his knee again there.
Got to say, that's a really clever play from Becker to get a man who might be struggling. Becker now.
Love 13.
I wonder if he encountered some problems, but that was clever play from the German.
No, it really was. And we know how much Monfils relies on phenomenal movements around the court. So, you know, it's got to be worrying times for him. Not only as far as this match is concerned and this tournament, but, of course, Australian Open as well.
Yeah, so little time before that starts.
Love 14.
It's passed. Really the right sort of ball to come in on.
Well, I don't know about that guy. I tell you what, it was a pretty decent serve. It got Becker right on his hip. But what he did well was move out of the way of the ball, and to be able to pass him from that position, outstanding.
15-14.
Yes, he's now, Monfils perhaps, wanting to come in a little more regularly because he wants to keep the rallies nice and short.
Absolutely.
On the right service line, the ball was called.
It certainly looked like there might have been a bit of space between the line and where the ball bounced from our commentary box.
And you obviously get a very, very good view of it, but the ball is whizzing through.
Well,
the line.
30-14. Because 2 challenges remain.
Goes for the lob again, this time on the forehand side, and is just picked off. Becker breaks and will serve to make this match go into a decider.
All right, just got a quick question for you. We've both highlighted the fact that Monfils keeps going with the lob and not having any success with that. He's so stubborn, isn't he? I think this is one of the reasons why he hasn't quite fulfilled his potential. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely, Jason. I really struggle to understand. I mean, we're talking about one of the best athletes that we have on tour. So surely on a passing shot, wouldn't you just roll the ball at the feet and say, I can chase down any volley that you hit because I'm that quick? So as soon as you put the ball up in the air, it gives them a chance to finish the point.
Of course, that lob has to be absolutely perfect. You hit it too short, the guy dunks it over your head. You hit it too long, the ball's gone long or wide. You're absolutely right. Just he's got such good hands. Roll the first one and then just say, I'm going to pass you off the second or the third.
Yeah, the only time I think someone like Monfils should hit a lob is when he knows his opponent is right on top of the net.
Yeah, it's been poor, really, as far as the Frenchman's concerned.
Time.
Another topsy-turvy set this one's been. It's Becker now serving to make the match a set apiece.
Love 15.
But again, we bring it back again. We've discussed this a few times. When Becker is in a position here now, business end, chance to close out a set. Bring back in your point again that he doesn't have a lot of experience lately of having converted these situations.
No, and in the opening set, it was the forehand that let him down when it got really tight.
And 15 on.
The thing is, there's not much you can really do as well from Becker's point of view. He's just got to simply start converting the positions, and then conversely he'll build the confidence.
Yeah.
Not really a lot else you can do, is there? No. Just keep getting yourself in those positions and then actually convert them, which he wasn't able to do in the opening set. Can he do it here?
Well, that's what Barry and I were talking about at the change of ends, the athletic ability to be able to chase the ball down and then rip a pass. You know, when you're that good, when you're that quick around the course, you know, again, there's the dipping shot, lower than the height of the net, gives him an opportunity, even though the volley was great from Becker, to win the point. His hands are so good, so why not do that all the time rather than throw up a lob?
30 on.
Because what that will also do, Guy, is force your opponent to go close to the line. That time Becker hit the line, but he's not going to be able to do that all the time. You know, players don't like getting past, simple as that, but they love smashing a ball away for a winner, just builds their confidence. That's been the big difference at the tail end of this second set. That forehand has held up really well. Remember, in the opening set, made 20 unforced errors with that shot. Here in the second, so far, it's only made 6.
Set point for the German to take us into a decider. Save though.
News.
Surprised Becker there. That was the last shot the German was expecting.
Illustrates your point superbly there again, Jason. He just has the ability to get to virtually anything.
And hands to do something about it when he does make the distance as well. And that's absolutely crucial.
Advantage, Monfils.
Just gave that little drop volley there, a little too much air. Great dynamic balance. Oh, such a lot of court to cover here. And watch the controlled slide. Phenomenal stuff.
He's a wonderful player. What a talent. Break back point.
News.
Becker played that point really well. He's sticking to his task. remarkably well. Not making any errors. Monfils is having to work exceptionally hard to win any point at all in this last game.
Let first serve.
Use that set point now.
Advantage Becker.
Very colourful.
I think it was a napkin, wasn't it?
Matches the background of this court, doesn't it? Similar colouring.
Let first serve.
Fantastic point. Everyone inside here loved that one. Monfils on the ground. I think he's okay. Becker looks across and checks if he is for a moment. The German well and truly back in this. He's won the second set. We will have a decider.
Well, it was a highly entertaining point, but you would never see the top 4 players in the world try anything like that, especially considering it was set point. Because A, obviously, it's extremely risky, and B, you can easily get injured when you're trying shots like that and you're finishing the point, doing the full splits. There he's sliding on a hard court, there he's sliding on a hard court. Do you know how much pressure that puts on your groin muscles? And you know, you injure a groin, you're out for 6-8 weeks, and we're 2 weeks away from, 10 days away from the start of the first Grand Slam of the year. So he can't help himself. You know, Roger Federer talked about this a lot when he was working with Monfils. He wanted to stop him doing this kind of thing. Federer's talked about it a lot, about the fact that it's so easy to get injured. He feels he's got longevity in the game because he never does stuff like that, never tries to chase lost causes like that. Of course, the fans love it, but, you know, detrimental perhaps to Monfils' long-term health. Terrific set of tennis, though, from Becker. Got to really hand it to him. 20 unforced errors, remember, in the opening set off the forehand. Just 6 in that second set. He was muscling it initially, but not so when it got really tight in the second set. And for that, you've got to give him a lot of credit.
But of course, Jason, we go back to right at the start of the second set. He just won the first Monfils, and he started the second set in a sloppy way. That allowed Becker to get a bit of momentum, didn't it? And a bit of belief.
Yeah, we talked about that with Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, didn't we? And all the best players, the slightly higher ranked players, have an opportunity, having won the opening set, to really take the match by the scruff of the neck at the beginning of the second set. And he threw Becker a lifeline when perhaps the German would have been a little down, given all that transpired in that opening set. So yeah, Barry, you're absolutely right, and something that Monfils has done time and time again throughout the course of his career.
So who are we calling here? Or is it so difficult to call with Monfils?
You never know, do you? It's just stick a pin in the board there, because you never know what you're going to get, do you? From one set to the next, you really don't. I'm a big fan of the Frenchman, but you know, Becker is much more solid, but Monfils has more talent available at his disposal. If he plays his best tennis, he'll win. Who knows what's going to happen?
Started the deciding set then. Who can predict what will happen next? It's a fine start from Becker.
Love 15.
Jason and Barry, myself, we've all been discussing it. This is quite simply, you know, why Personally, I doubt how Gael Monfils can go a lot higher while he keeps doing this for all his talent. He has got just wonderful ability, but you're going to threaten those guys. I mean, you include Tsonga in that. You know, Tsonga had some of these issues, but he's by the evidence of a lot of last year taking on that, he seems to have moved on from that, and now you start looking at him as, you know, legitimate top 5 threat. He's ranked 6. Definitely can see him going to 5.
I'm just watching Monfils here as well, Guy. Excellent point that you make. Hobbling around in this opening game, and no wonder that, you know, the body's under stress there when you're doing the splits every time.
Yeah, Monfils.
You know, I mean,
and then he just pulls that up.
I mean, you know, you can't play against tennis of that quality, but you're going to make 1 in 10 of those forehands. So again, is that the style of tennis that you're going to take into a Grand Slam? Do you think you can pull that off over 5 sets for 7 consecutive matches? Of course you can't, all right? So it's very, very difficult for him to feel confident when he goes up against the best players in the world, because he knows he can't play like that for 2.5, 3 hours. So what is he going to do over the course of that match? He's going to play some brilliant games like that, but he's going to make some unforced errors and lose serve and lose concentration. And against the best players, you can't afford to do that. So how can he have confidence in terms of trying to beat them?
$15.
And if you're Becker here, you just got to really put the blinkers on. Just concentrate on holding serve and just wait for an opportunity. Not worry about games like the first one, where Monfils just hits winner after winner. Maintain the focus.
40 love.
Because you're pretty confident if you keep doing that, sooner or later he's going to give you a loose game where you have the opportunity. And well, we've seen that on a few occasions in this match, not least, and plenty of times through Monfils' career.
$14-15.
Done him a couple of times with that forehand, hasn't he, Monfils?
Yeah, what he's doing, actually, I don't know if it's intentional, Guy, but he's letting the ball drop a little bit more than certainly Becker's expecting. So he's kind of foxing the German.
Becker.
Hold for Becker. Monfils just trudges away disconsolately.
Last 15.
Hour and 3/4 played. Becker knows he's right in this. It's funny there, because for all Monfils' injections of pace, trying to inject pace in, ultimately it's the timing of Becker there with that backhand that is the most potent shot in that rally.
Yeah, it was a wonderful stroke. Nice short swing to using the pace of the oncoming shot to great effect, and then just simply redirecting the ball.
$15-13. 40-30.
Yeah, confirmed as long by Magdi Sonat, who's in the chair.
Again, Monfils.
Comes back from love, 30 down there, Monfils.
New balls, please.
Third ace of the
Monfils
match.
leads 2-1.
First of this final set, and Monfils edging ahead there, 2-1.
Fire games. That's what Monfils needs. He needs to take the stress off the knees and, of course, try and build up a little bit of confidence. And he's certainly trying to keep the rallies a lot shorter in this deciding set, and that might affect Becker's rhythm. You've got to expect that when you come on court against Monfils. You never really know what he's going to throw at you from one game to the next, and that's why I mentioned just putting the blinkers on, just focusing on your own game, taking care of your own deal, and then hoping to get deep enough into the set to get a chance to win the match.
Doha at night. No real traffic around now. It's, because it's 5 to 11 at night. Late into the night here. New balls for Becker to work with. 1-2, final set.
Let's first serve. Love 15. Oh. 15 on.
Umpire's been pretty authoritative.
15-30.
He's tended to step in quite a bit in overall, looking to make his mark.
I think the players prefer that, rather than just sitting back and waiting for the players to challenge.
And it's been noticeable on quite a few occasions through the contest.
Incidentally, first unforced error off the forehand for Becker in this deciding set there.
13-14.
Perhaps the breeze there just playing its part in that unforced error.
You can see it billowing off the back of his shirt.
Chance for Monfils.
Oh. 30-14.
Monfils broken serve 4 times in the match so far, but 17 break points. Becker's break point conversion stats not great either. Both of them have plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, Becker 4 from 12. Well, at least didn't go for the lob there, so he was trying to make Becker play, but I'm, again, not so sure about going down the line. It's a risky shot because if you hit it ever so slightly late, you just run out of court. So why not roll that one cross court, use the fact that you've got two hands on the racket, draw it across your opponent's body. Higher percentage play on a big point.
Advantage Becker.
This is his second ace of the match. Follows up that second ace with a third double. So good.
That's controlled aggression, Guy, because he was patient initially in the rally and then chose precisely the right moment when Becker dropped the ball ever so slightly short of a decent length to be aggressive. And of course, the German was out of position because he'd chosen to run around the backhand on the previous point. And that was a mistake.
Let first serve.
Certainly the scoreboard now is showing on a thermometer gauge, showing it's dropped to 13 degrees. It's quite a drop. It was 17 for ages, and then we suddenly lost 4 degrees very quickly. I'm a bit sceptical of this marker. The fact is, it is a lot cooler. And Barry Cowan is suffering a bit courtside.
Suffering for his art, though.
Advantage Becker.
You're telling me, guys.
No pain, no gain, Bazza. Always remember that.
You might see me doing double knee jumps in a minute.
Becker.
Becker holds, hangs on there.
2 games on.
2 each.
Serving well in this deciding set. It's made 15 of 17 first serves. That's 88%. That's outstanding. Very few unforced errors so far, just 4 in total. Remember, one of those is a double fault. And only just the one off the forehand. So he really has tidied his game up well from the back of the court and serving effectively. It bodes well.
$15. $15 on. Let first serve. Let first serve. $30-15.
Pretty big, that one. As much pace on that one. Really is superb serving. This is what he possesses.
Let's first serve. Gael, Monfils.
Monfils holds on.
Monfils leads 3 games to 2.
3-2 the lead as we progress through this deciding set. Deciding set turn next. Very difficult to call, safe to say.
Time.
Saved break points in his previous service game back up. Let's start to this one here. 2-3. Whoa.
15. Thirty, 15.
Beggars coach, Stoches looking on. This charge doing a good job here, pretty solid. Numbers look pretty good as well for this final set so far. Let's have a couple of break points in the previous service game, but you look at the numbers and they are pretty good. 90% first serves on the set. Good numbers behind the first serve as well, and terms of points won. He finds it. Terrific shot from Monfils.
40-30.
That's what he's all about. Digging the ball out, somehow bringing it back into play.
Such an advantage, haven't you, on a shot like that? If you've got 2 hands, use the top hand to draw the ball back into the court.
Deuce.
Advantage Becker.
Making the point, he's actually playing pretty solidly. I mean, I know he had a couple of break points to fend off. It's a bit strange in a way because he's playing pretty consistently right now.
Yeah,
very good first serve percentage.
Some of his most solid tennis of the match so far.
Gambaker.
Now he's taking the juice again. It actually seemed fairly comfortable for him.
3 games all.
3-all.
We've seen him hit that shot a couple of times, haven't we, when he's got plenty of time to get set up and
Love 15.
really make sure that he contacts the ball out in front of the body. He loves going cross-court with that.
Just let Monfils back into that big time. No, just going back to the previous point there, I mean, you made the point previously with Becker that the backhands kind of manages it a lot more now, but as you say there, you know, if he's got a lot of time, it doesn't really matter. It's when he's rushed a little bit, he's a bit better now at managing that wing, because it's always been about the forehand with him. It's been the potent side for him.
Technically, there's less that can go wrong off the backhand. It's a slightly shorter swing than the forehand. And of course, you've got 2 hands on the racket, so you're going to have more control, more disguise, and of course, more power when you really put your racket through the ball.
Ouais, please. $40-15.
Super shot from Becker.
40-30.
Just to keep him interested in this Monfils service game. He's well and truly interested now.
Yeah, just occasionally Monfils does a bit too much on those volleys. He just tries to put his foot through the floor and generate a little too much pace with them. That's 18 of 36 points that he's won at the net there. We quickly saw that stat. That's only 50%. That's not really good enough. You should be up in the mid-60s, low 70s, really, when you talk about total points won in the forecourt, if you're going to come forward on a regular basis.
News.
Becker posting better numbers there. He's won 26 of 38 points at the net.
Fans will be a bit warmed up. We saw a few of them with blankets on top of them. The scoreboard thermometer is still showing it to be 13 degrees. That seems to just stick and then drop dramatically every so often.
Monfils.
It's a real test there, Monfils.
Monfils leads
4-3 the lead for the Frenchman. Where does this next turn, this one?
Yeah, Monfils with a slender lead. And Barry, I was just wondering how important you thought it was to be serving first at this stage in a deciding set. We always harp on about it, but what do you think?
Well, funny enough, Jason, I was actually thinking about that during the last couple of games about Becker and the fact that he's played so little tennis. It might actually work for him that he's serving second, so he's actually chasing in the scoreline. Just one other thing about Gael Monfils, those last 2 points were so much better. I'm wondering if he's those type of player that actually likes to play with a bit of danger.
Yeah, no, I think you could be absolutely right. You know, get the adrenaline flowing, and that's when you tend to see the very best of Monfils, don't you?
Staying out late, hoping for a Gallic triumph.
I think they actually had the frozen yogurts out there as well, didn't they? I mean, it's not the time in the evening for that. I mean, you've got to get the minestrone soup out, haven't you?
Time.
Or at least.
Some kind of soup.
Yeah.
Getting towards the business end of the deciding set here. It really is still anyone's. So difficult to call this. So many twists and turns already. Becker at 3-4.
And that's a little lackadaisical. It's an important point. A huge game. You know, first point, make Becker work hard there to gain an early lead. So quick to move onto that short ball there. Lovely combination because the serve was so deep as well. Just over 200 kilometers an hour. At this stage in the match, having been on court for well over 2 hours, when it's very cold, that will delight Becker because he's had all those problems with his shoulder. If he can still generate that kind of pace in cold conditions like this, it means the shoulder, the elbow is working well, rather.
$40-15.
No let up from Becker. Continues to play really tough here. It's a credit to the German. Remember, not many matches, not many wins lately, and he's playing Gael Monfils very tough here, 4 each.
80% of first serves found their mark in this deciding set. So outstanding numbers from Becker.
15. On.
Fifth double fault, second of this deciding set there for Monfils.
Monfils right up there with the first serve percentage as well, isn't he? So, I mean, both guys have really stepped up to the plate in this third set. Monfils making 79% of his.
Monfils the only one to create break points in this deciding set today. They've both been pretty strong behind their own serve.
40-30.
Comes through from 30 all there. A lot of room to manoeuvre for Monfils. It's done. Becker will have a very difficult service game coming up in a few moments' time at 4-5.
Yep, nice when you can hold, but doubly so when you can do so speedily like that. I think there's an advantage here for Monfils serving first in this third set, but what's crucial is he plays the first couple of points really intelligently, makes Becker work hard, and perhaps might want to try and break down that forehand, because it has been a lot more solid in sets 2 and so far here in the decider, but you never know. Got a lot of cheap points from that shot tail end of the first set, didn't he? Those are the types of things you've got to be thinking here at the change of ends before such an important game.
It's 2¼ hours played here, still going. 20 past 11 at night.
DJ's doing his best to try and pump the players up, as well as the fans that have stayed with us.
Like the musical choice?
Yeah, I like it. I like the Foos. Got a really good documentary out at the moment, so well worth a view. Charts the history of the band, all the changes that they've had in their lineup. Fascinating.
Becker serving to stay in the match, 4-5.
What a good start that is. I mean, the return was just a little short, but you know, there was no hesitation there at all from Becker in taking that ball on. But there's the difference in the two shots. The backhand, rock solid. Very little that can go wrong technically with that shot. The forehand just got a little tight with that. Head came up a little bit. Overplayed it. That's in total 31 unforced errors off the forehand wing. But you've got to remember, in this deciding set, that's only his 5th. So he has played a little better towards the tail end of the match.
Yeah, it looks like it's just wide.
That play from Monfils. He was under a lot of pressure, did well to stay in the rally that long. But you could see him trying to open up the court by going to the backhand and then breaking down that forehand in the end.
Yeah, tremendous coverage, wasn't it, from Monfils? I know we kind of, to an extent, come to expect it from him, but still delivering there on a big moment and getting to 2 points from the winning post.
He just made the penultimate forehand there, didn't he? Painted the line, and again just getting tight on that. So again, the shot that let him down at the tail end of the first set is once again costing him dear here.
Indeed it might. First time Monfils has a chance to close this out.
Let's first serve.
Guess what? He finds the line and Monfils just looking at it in disbelief.
That was a phenomenal shot. And the right tactic to go back behind Monfils as well. Over the low part of the net, got some nice trajectory. No real chance of missing that. A 50th winner for the German.
Too good.
Advantage Becker.
Yeah, having hurt him by going back behind. This time it's a little bit of variation from Becker that gets the job done. It's too good.
Becker.
Match point he had. Monfils. Becker so close to losing out. Used every available inch of the court, but credit to him. He does hang on. He keeps going. He keeps this match going. 5 games all final set.
And 15 left.
Had it again. Same line that he saved the match point with.
15 on.
It's gone there again.
It's one of his favourite shots, and it's certainly been one of his most effective in this match. But, short angle cross court, phenomenal. Monfils has got to be careful every time he goes down the line with his forehand. He leaves the court open for Becker to make good use of it with that shot.
40-15. Let's first serve.
Becker lets it go. Monfils into the corner. Hits again. Forces Becker to serve to stay in the match again shortly at 5-6.
Some nice variation from Monfils, throwing in a little bit of serve and volley there. Game point.
Didn't really let the fact that he had the match point, I was going to ask you about it, but the fact he didn't really let it affect him. I mean, he produced a pretty good service game there.
He did, and just swinging a little too much on the volley. It's quite risky, that shot. Got away with it there. I think that's one of the areas in which he can certainly improve his volleying. You've got to try and really compartmentalise the shot and make it as short a swing as possible. Take pace off the ball by coming down the back of it, adding a little bit of slice as much as you possibly can. Sometimes he just swings at it and as a result can't quite control it. He got away with that last one. But nice to see him using the serve and volley. He's obviously up out of his chair very quickly. He's trying to keep warm, and he's trying to make good use of the momentum that he continually creates by managing to hold serve.
Time.
Saved a match point last time around, did Benjamin Becker. Big moments these again for him as he looks to force a tie-break.
Let's second serve.
That play on many occasions through this contest.
15.
Some phenomenal forehands there, and choosing precisely the right moment to move forwards, which always helps. That means that the volley, more often than not, will be a relatively simple one, just like that.
Just long that one.
Well, he's hitting his forehand beautifully at the moment. It's actually the hardest that he's hit it throughout the match. So confidence, certainly the key to that forehand of the German.
Beautiful shot from the Frenchman.
30-15.
Tough one to hit this.
Yeah, I like it a lot. You've got to lay the racket head behind the wrists when you make contact with the ball in order to create that angle. So it really does tend to take the opposition by surprise when you use it sparingly.
Producing a couple of moments of quality back-to-back to get himself a couple of points again from the winning line.
Yeah, he really did change his court position nicely there, just moving closer to the baseline before making contact with the ball. Lovely shot.
Now gets a gift, having produced this couple of moments of quality. Becker, who hands Monfils the chance again to get this one done. Had a match point in Becker's previous service game, couldn't take it. Here again is the chance for Monfils.
That's an incredible point from Becker's perspective there. Under so much pressure throughout. And then, of course, when he did come in the end, Monfils really tested him with that little forehand. But what a volley that was. absolutely phenomenal stuff from Becker. We were mentioning earlier in the set how well he was serving. First serve percentage was well above 80%. In this game, though, he's only made 2 of 5. So that's why he's struggling a little bit. 2 of 6, rather.
Not out of the woods yet either, Juice. He's not out of the woods. Despite all that quality, he's now handed Monfils another chance. On both match points so far, the key shots have landed plumb on the line. He really is just hanging in there.
Monfils has got to just keep asking him the same question. Can you keep doing that?
On the brink again, the Frenchman. Match point number 3. And there it is that time. Third time lucky for Gael Monfils. This match took so many twists and turns. Almost 2.5 hours out here. It's very late now, 25 to midnight local time here in Doha. Gael Monfils won't mind though. 4th seed through in the end there, ending the challenge of the German Benjamin Becker, who played pretty well in that final set. Still loses out in the end. Monfils through 7-5, 4-6 and 7-5, the 4th seeded Frenchman into the last 8 here.
That's a terrific effort. I think both players played their best tennis in the 3rd set. That's what you always hope will happen when 2 players come up against one another. And disappointment for Becker, obviously. In the opening set, the forehand was a real liability for him, but tidied his game up nicely, and both started to serve well. But in that last game, perhaps Becker didn't quite get enough first serves in, and that did ultimately prove very costly. Good win in the end, then, for Monfils in trying conditions.
Absolutely. Robbie Koenig is standing by to talk to Gael Monfils, setting things up for you. These fans who stayed on, of course, they're cheering on, I'm sure, these fans are cheering on Jo-Wilfried Tsonga as well, who's still involved. A couple of home hopes to their own lands to cheer on. Here is Robbie with Gael.
Gael, well done tonight. Tough conditions, late at night, 2 hours and 27 minutes on the court. Winning matches like this, does it give you a lot of satisfaction?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a great victory for me. I mean, for sure, you know, we learned a lot with this match. Yeah, the condition is a bit tough. I mean, cold and a bit windy, but you know, I think it's a good preparation, and you know, I show like a strong mind tonight. So I'm very happy about this win.
Yeah, and just talking about your physical state at the moment, how are you feeling? Did you have a good off season? Were you able to rest, or were you putting in a lot of hard work to get fit for the season?
I think I worked like very hard. I mean, I didn't rest a lot. I choose this year, you know, to work more on my physical, and as you can see, I think I'm very fast and powerful. So I'm happy with that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can stay fit and healthy this season, and plenty of good matches ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, Gael Monfils.
Robbie Koenig putting the questions there to Gael Monfils, who I'm sure just wants to get off court now after that lengthy one, Jason.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those this week, hasn't he? In a quick turnaround, he'll be back out on court tomorrow. All the quarterfinals played in the same day. And it'll be interesting for me. I was surprised Robbie didn't ask him about his knee, because he had all sorts of problems with that throughout the match, and he was limping around the court a little bit. It'll be fascinating to see how he wakes up tomorrow morning, because often when the adrenaline's flowing in the middle of a match, it feels okay. It's when you wake up the next day, it can be really, really stiff. So we'll have to get some news for you on that tomorrow morning. And of course, keep an eye on it when he does take to the court in the quarterfinals there. But he did just enough when it really mattered at the tail end of that deciding set to get the job done. Becker will be disappointed, but he put up a good fight, and he can take a lot of positives from his 2 matches here in the main draw this week when he goes down to Australia.
Gael Monfils then, the final man through to the final 8 here at this year's Qatar ExxonMobil Open. At the top of the draw, Nadal against Yuzhny. We saw Nadal come through earlier on. A very impressive straight sets win over Dennis Gremmelmeyer. Monfils we've seen come through. He'll play Viktor Troicki next. Albert Ramos, good week for him this. Plays Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, who we saw come through in an hour and 3/4 much earlier on against Flavio Cipolla. And then it's the defending champion, Roger Federer, imperious again. And he plays Andrea Seppi of Italy. A confirmation of the results then we're discussing. Troicki through against the German qualifier Batchinger there, 6-1. Seppi will play Federer next. He ended Guillermo Garcia-Lopez's interest. Tsonga, we saw, beat Flavio Cipolla. The first set of that highly entertaining, and then Ramos benefiting from Bogomolov Jr.'s decision to have to withdraw with that ankle problem. Nadal, impressive against Gremmelmeyer, 2-2. Yuzhny, real battle with Karlovic coming through there. Federer, once again, just an hour on court, really goes through things very quickly, ending the challenge of Zemla, the Slovenian, and Monfils we just saw coming through. Here is the order of play for quarter-finals day here at the Qatar ExxonMobil Open. It'll be Ramos against Tsonga first up at 3:30 local time. Then it's the defending champion Federer against Seppi. Nadal next up. We have all the big four in action, of course, here. The top 4 seeds is against Yuzhny, and then Monfils against Troicki to finish things off. That's about it. We'll be back with all the quarterfinals. For now, though, from myself, Guy McCree, Jason Goodall, Barry Cowan, and Robbie Koenig, it's goodbye for now from Doha.